get this away from my kids. So they jump in a ferry, tell the police station, hey, I'm afraid for my kids, to try to protect them. They start making their way to wherever, but on their way, these spirits or possession of whatever it is takes over during certain times and tries to stop them from where they're going. I don't know. Just a hypothesis.
They're both part of churches now? Is that what?
The Sabine is still
Sabine's
missing.
So one of them's church. She's safe. The other one's probably still possessed. Probably out there doing these unsolved murders.
She's going to visit you tonight, Dan.
Oh, come on in. I'll have the truck ready to go. You can flip over my truck. If that doesn't work, I'll hit you with the car.
Get the lawnmower out.
Third one's the charm, right?
She's going to be like Michael Myers coming at you.
Oh, shit.
Oh, man. Anyways, that's my Theories Thursday. I hope you enjoyed it.
I did.
Yeah, it was really good. I'm so glad that you figured it, like, that came to you, because like I told you, my other topic was going to be about twin gears last minute. But I was sitting there as I was learning about these twins that I'm not going to tell about just because I think I'm going to use them for our next Theories Thursday. Or one of them. I was like, man, I remember listening to a podcast about these crazy motherfucking twins in a highway. And I was like, man, what is this? And I was like, I'll look into it later. And then as soon as you started saying yours, Aaron, you're like, I got video. I was like, does it involve a highway? And
yep, I was like, damn, she knows what it is.
All Aaron told me was about some bizarre twins, and he's just like, that's all I'm saying. I was like, all right. So I have no idea what to expect. That was way more than I expected. The fact that there was still more after the whole fucking highway.
It's true. And I had forgotten some of it, so it was a nice refresher for me as well. But I'm glad that you told it because you did a much better job than I would. You gave that story justice, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And the moral of the story, do not invite a woman in and then go get tea.
Don't leave her alone in your house.
Yeah. All right. Well, you guys got anything else to add before we roll out today's episode?
I actually want to do a shout out, but he is a Patreon member, so figured just give him a quick shout out to King T on Discord, which on it I believe he will be messaging you. I think he's like newly to the Discord, but he has some interesting pictures. Think that you'd be interested in them of the sky.
Ooh, I like sky.
Yeah, but I told him I'd give him a shout out.
Nice.
Haven't forgotten about you, man.
Well, I got one. Sorry. So, do you guys remember back when we did the 9/11 episode, we had a guy called Dude Tay Tay email us about how there was supposed to be a hurricane on that day, and it never happened?
Yeah.
Well, and he was saying, like, what if in another reality that did happen? Well, he sent me another day, and he sent me this picture. I'm going to send it to you right now. He touched base on who he was, which I already knew. But he said, please look at the image that I have attached to the email. It is an image from the facade at St. John, the Divine Cathedral in New York City. It shows the towers being swept away by a tidal wave.
Damn, it does.
And even like it all looks like it's being shifted by the water. And I'm like, man, that's a good catch. I really liked that. And so I wanted to share it with you guys. And I did forward you an email from Chris Jones. I don't know if you saw that.
Who?
Chris Jones.
Who?
Chris Jones!
When was that cathedral built?
I don't know. I didn't look at that. I got it while I was hanging out with you guys here tonight, so
Oh.
I didn't dig into it yet. But the email I think you guys should check into from Chris Jones. You know how we talked about the Coral Castle in the Anunnaki episode where the cones were used to possibly move the pieces for the guy's wife that was from the Coral Castle from Florida, blah, blah, blah. So this guy said that his friend and him once spent 20 years or so ago, decided to get to the bottom of it while they were stoned out their mind. Best time to do some research, I say. So what he could remember they came up with was that the castle was able to be built because of its location. It was originally built in Florida City and was sometime after moved to Homestead. Their theory is that it was built in one of the points of the tetrahedral, on a tetrahedral world grid the same as many other wonders such as the Great Pyramids. At the points, it was possible to manipulate gravity and the Earth's magnetic pull. So when you line up the grid points, they would line up almost perfectly with all the ancient pyramids. When I say theory is that it started moving. Thus the reason Ed having to move his castle from Florida City to Homestead to finish it. He said, why did they start moving? We're not completely sure. We think that it had something to do with today's technology throwing off the balance. And then he attached some pictures at the bottom of this email that are similar to the ones they found back when they had done their research 20 years ago. And he said that he hopes that we have a great day, and he's looking forward to hearing more episodes. And the images are pretty cool. Like, just to see them alone, they're like overwhelming for me to see. Once I start seeing shapes, I get a little overwhelmed, like geometric stuff. But there's smart people out there that'll get that, and I appreciate him writing that in, because that's pretty cool. I would have never ever put those together. So I think that could be a nice rabbit hole to go down as well to learn more about.
Definitely seems really interesting looking at the images.
Yeah, thank you for that, Chris Jones.
Chris Jones. Yeah, we appreciate you, friend. So thank you for that. Yeah, other than that, I guess I just I'll give a shout out to my girl, Casey. You're awesome. I appreciate your conversation. And I love that you put noodles in your chili because that is the way to do it. I don't care if people call it goulash or whatever they want to call it. Noodles go in chili. Point blank, I ain't arguing with you. That's the only way to eat chili. Packers suck, and the Steelers are going to the Super Bowl. You see that? 9-0. Get it right. Bye-bye, bitches.
There's only two things that go in chili. Bunched up crackers and cheese. Maybe some hot sauce.
And butter and hot sauce.
Yeah. But fucking noodles, you take that weird shit out of here.
No.
Yeah, you take that weird shit. Take it on
Hell
somewhere
no.
else.
I'm Asian and I eat some weird shit, but I will not put noodles in fucking chili.
You missing out. That's an
That ain't chili.
experience.
Oh, dude, I entered a chili contest one time. Story time with Aaron. I entered a chili contest one time, right? So it was my son's chili contest. They're going to win this. I'm going to go get some prime brisket. I'm going to smoke the shit out of it. I'm going to chop it up into little bitty pieces. And then I'm going to put that smoked brisket in the chili. And it's going to win it. Smoked chili.
Okay.
So I take it up there and I'm confident. I'm ready to fucking go. I got a rock hard boner walking into that fucking school, slap my dick so along the walls. I'm like, Luke, stand back.
All right, Biden.
We're
calm
winning
down.
this best chili award. All right. So we go in there. Come to find out, the fucking kids vote. And I'm like, wait, you got second and third graders voting on chili. I should have just made a bland ass chili.
Should have.
Because this smoked chili is going to be too much for them. Of course it was. We got second place. Fuck you, Hector, with your bland ass chili. I just went to Walmart and got me a little packet and made chili because I knew kids were going to be voting for him. You know what? Fuck you. Give me your ribbon, bitch. No, I didn't say that. But I was
He
thinking
didn't
it.
put his heart and soul in the chili.
No, but my chili was good. Anyways, that's Aaron's story time.
I like that.
Thank you. Well, that's the end of the show today. I want to thank you all for joining us, and thank you for being here and supporting us. It means a lot to all of us. Seriously, joking aside and everything, it does mean a lot to all of us.
It does.
Thank you for everything you do. Thank you for your support. It's great to be able to share something like this with everyone. So I really do truly appreciate it.
I definitely will second that. And remember, if we do go under a mandatory lockdown for Corona for 4 to 6 weeks, like some people are thinking is happening, we'll still be here. We will continue to fill your ear holes with knowledge nuggets. Because ain't nobody stopping us.
And we'll be bringing you bonus episodes.
Fuck yeah, we're going to
too.
have time,
Bringing you
bitches.
bonus episodes.
Yeah.
It's going to be fiesta. So if you're thinking, fuck, man, I got to go on a lockdown. It's going to be so bad. No, it's not. Just give us a ring-a-ding-ding, and we're going to play party up in this motherfucker.
Yeah.
Boom.
Anyways,
Y'all cray. Y'all cray.
I love you. All right, y'all want to roll us out?
Sure. It's okay to be out of this world.
You're not alone.
Boom.
Hell yeah.
Welcome to
Theories.
of the third
kind.
Welcome to Theories of the Third Kind. My name is Aaron, and I am one of your hosts. There's another host that is joining me today, Daniel Sun.
Ayo.
Now, real quick, before we start today's episode, I just want to say happy early Christmas Eve or Christmas, whenever you're listening to this. And also, I want to say if you want to support the show, then we have a few announcements that we're going to make real quick. So please just take a minute or two, listen to them, because we got some important announcements regarding YouTube, Spotify, and upcoming live streams on Twitch and stuff like that. Now, if you want to support the show, there's a few ways that you can do that.
One of the ways is Patreon. Each week, we release a Patreon-exclusive episode that only Patreon supporters can get access to. To sign up, it's only $5 a month, which is only 16 cents a day. Not only do you get an extra episode per week for that $5, but you also get access to our entire back catalog of past Patreon episodes.
In total, we have over 85 extra Patreon episodes, which is over 120 extra hours of listening pleasure. To see the full list of Patreon episodes, go to our website, theoriesofthethirdkind.com, and click on the Patreon episodes tab. There, you have Patreon exclusive episodes that we have published.
Also, today we added another Patreon exclusive episode, which is a Theories Thursday exclusive. In that episode, we talk about predictions for 2022, the disappearance of the third richest man in the world, a monument where hundreds of people were sacrificed at, and a NASA image that shows a crashed UFO on Mars. So you get access to that episode as well as all of the others for just $5.
Now, if you can't afford a Patreon membership, but you want to help us out, then you can leave us a written review on iTunes or Spotify, which, by the way, Spotify just started allowing podcasts to be rated. So you can click on our podcast on Spotify after you download the app. And I think you have to listen to at least 30 seconds of one episode, and then it will allow you to go back to our homepage on the Spotify app, and it will open up a little section for you to click it and rate it how many stars you ever want to rate it. So, hey, if you want to, give us a rating. It really helps us out and sticks it to all the other freaking, podcasts out there. So there you go. It helps us out a lot.
However, don't feel pressured to leave us one. If you don't want to, then that's fine. We just want you guys, girls, aliens, reptilians, Bigfoot, Sasquatches, Chupacabras, ghosts, Illuminati members, underground lizard people, whoever or whatever you are to enjoy the show.
Also, one last thing. We have started live streaming on Twitch every now and then. We'll announce it whenever we do. And Twitch is just a program for people to go on and watch other individuals live stream, mainly people playing video games. But we don't do that. We just go on there and turn on our webcams and we talk about certain things.
Yeah, they have a podcast section as well. So that's kind of what I believe we are under when we live stream.
So you can go to twitch.tv/theories of the third kind. And that is where our Twitch account is at. And it's free to watch other people stream, by the way, if you have never been on Twitch before. And we'll make an announcement live streams. I think we're going to have one scheduled sometime around New Year's that we're going to be doing a live stream and giveaway and stuff like that on. So if you want to check that out, just keep your eyes peeled on Instagram, Facebook, or any of our other social medias, and we'll make announcements there. Also, we have started a YouTube channel where we post our Twitch live streams over to. So if you go to theoriesofthethirdkind.com, in the upper header section, there'll be a button for YouTube. You click it and it will take you to our YouTube channel. And there we have our video from last week's live Q&A live stream. So you can check that out. But if you do go to YouTube and you just search up Theories of the Third Kind, you're not going to find us because that Theories of the Third Kind channel is not ours. There's two of them. There's ours and then there's somebody else's that is not ours. So there you go. Just a FYI. And that's the end of the announcements. All right. So today's episode is a Theories Thursday. All right, so how a Theories Thursday usually goes is that me and Dan each pick out a topic, and we don't tell each other about what the topic is. We research it, and then we talk about it. We do have a mini topic at the end of the show, which is about Nipple Man, which I know is kind of odd, but it'll all make sense at the end of the show. Okay, so to figure out who's going first, actually, you know what? It's probably best that you go first, Dan. Since your topic is shorter and mine's quite a bit longer, do you want to go first?
Yeah, I can go first.
All right, well, let's hear what your topic's about.
All right. So I figured I'd go with the Christmas theme since last year I believe I went with Santa Claus and I guess how he came to be or where he originated from
Okay.
and like the Christmas tree and all that stuff with the testicles as the ornaments on the
Oh,
tree.
yeah. I remember that.
Oh, yeah. This one's kind of started.
Anything Christmas related, and it's horrible. Well, it's not too bad. It's just pretty gruesome. But anyways, okay, let's go on to your Christmas theme theories.
So these days, when you hear elves, what's the number one thing you think of?
Elves that work with Santa.
Exactly. Or a second one would be like the Keebler elves that make the cookies and crackers, whatever.
I think of like elves, like the little elves that stalk people in the third world countries. You ever see those videos?
I've seen the gnome ones.
The Dindays or Duendes or something like that?
Well,
Never mind.
Sorry, no.
Continue.
That actually kind of describes part of some of the elves that I talk about.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so like you said, in third world countries, there's many collective cultures that share common tales of elves, but the original root that I found come from the northern Germanic people, particularly those in Scandinavia. Originally, elves were referred to as Asilfar, and then there's the Hudafolk, means hidden folk, which they were not associated to any deities or formal theology. Like I said, various visions of them derive from many different folklore, which include magical creatures such as fairies, nature spirits, creatures of that sort, little mystical beings. Now, I do go into a couple different lores, not real in depth, but just, tip of the iceberg type stuff. Then I go into a little bit on how they connect to Santa, and then the couple little elves that supposedly work for Santa, which I never knew that there were elves that actually worked for Santa that had names.
Oh, I didn't either.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the first elves I'm going to talk about are the ones from Norse mythology. These ones, they were not very happy and chirpy, little workshop elves that Santa has now. These Norse elves were pretty indifferent toward humans. And then some of them were actually separated by light and dark. So I guess you could say like good and bad.
Oh.
And the best way to describe is using Harry Potter, right?
No.
You're telling me you don't know Dobby?
Was Dobby kind of like Schmeagol?
Yeah, he was the elf in Harry Potter.
I've seen the first Harry Potter.
Oh, I won't say any more, then I won't spoil the rest.
All right.
But in the movies, these elves occupy homes, and if the humans behaved, didn't gossip or lie, they made their so-called nice list, to which then they would actually protect like their livestock, the home, and possibly even leave little presents behind.
Wait, hold on. So these things lived in the home with these individuals?
Yeah.
Kind of like spied on them?
From what some of the things I've read, yes, kind of. They were pretty much, like further on, they were like spies for Santa.
Okay.
Make sure the people are being good and all that stuff. And then some ancient poems place them side by side with the Norse gods. Or sometimes they go by another word called Vanir, Vanir. Probably said that wrong. But it's like a group of gods associated with fertility. But then, of course, some people think that these elves were a godly race of their own because they all had like magical powers and stuff.
All right.
Now, there was a professor in Iceland, professor of folklore. His name was Terry Gunnell. And like he made a couple statements. He's like, they look like us, they live like us, at least in the older materials. And probably nowadays, if they're living anywhere, they're living between floors in apartments.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
So they're living, like, I guess, from apartment to apartment, that little area in between.
So if you live in an apartment and you got somebody living above you, it's not the actual people walking on the floors. It's the little elves.
Yeah, they're spying on you. They're making sure you're, being good for Christmas so they can tell Santa if you're on the naughty or nice list.
Okay.
So when you beat on the ceiling...
Thought you were going to beat something else. Never mind. God, you're nasty.
The story of elves kind of like evolve as we progress through history. Like the medieval Europeans saw elves as dark and dangerous and actually linked them to demons.
Uh-oh.
Which in the Old English tale of Beowulf, which I'm pretty sure you read Beowulf in school.
Yes.
Elves got mentioned as an evil race that descended from Cain, the biblical guy, the son of Adam and Eve that murdered his brother.
Yep.
Yeah, the quote is, "Of Cain awoke all that woeful breed, Etons and elves and evil spirits, as well as the giants that warred with God." So, You have the religious references revealing the clash and melding of folk beliefs and new religion as Christianity, started to creep into Europe. So elves were clashing against God,
Uh-oh.
which is really interesting, which I never honestly, as I read the Bible before, I don't ever remember reading that.
Neither do I, but I have a bad memory.
Yeah. So like I said, many different tales throughout time. Elves alternate from good and bad. They could be helpful. From what I read, like in German folklore, they actually kind of help during childbirth, during like a difficult labor.
How do they help? What, do they hold the legs up?
I assume that.
They crawl in and pull the baby out? It's disgusting.
I mean, hey, that could be part of it because, like I said, they alternate from good and bad. Depending on what side they feel like, they're, I guess, wanting to be good or bad. Good, they can help you during the difficult labor. But then if they're bad, they'll help you, but then they steal the baby away and they replace it with what they call it is a changeling.
What's a changeling again?
They're little creatures that can actually transform into a human.
Okay.
Then, of course, some of these elves, German elves, would actually cause nightmares, which they believe actually connect to people having sleep paralysis. So sometimes when you're having sleep paralysis, it's probably these elves. And of course, like I said, alternating from good and bad. There were good homes like the ones earlier, but mostly these ones seem to be bad because they did whole lot of the whole nightmare and sleep paralysis, but also giving people the hiccups and making their milk taste sour.
These people sound like a bunch of assholes.
They're a bunch of pranksters, pretty much.
Is the little elf on the shelf created after these elves?
I wouldn't say 100% that they are, but
It sounds similar.
connected to them. Yeah, they do all these pranks, and they say in the German folklore that to stop them from doing these pranks on you, you leave a bowl of porridge outside your door, and that supposedly stops them. Either I guess they eat it or it drives them away. Now, then we move a little bit further into history. Then you got William Shakespeare's time, where elves were not as malevolent in his poems as they were, in history, with like the German elves and all that stuff. They actually start to become more good than bad. So in Shakespeare's A Midsummer Night's Dream, that was written in 1590s, had an elf-like figure named Puck, who was more of a jokester or trickster, which he never really did anything too evil, it seemed. And like I said, as history progressed, they were losing that evil side of them, their evil intent. The way the Thanksgiving tradition started in the 1800s. That's when the Christmas traditions actually started to kick in. Elves became linked with Santa Claus because of a poem that was written in 1823 called A Visit from St. Nicholas, which is now known today as The Night Before Christmas.
Oh, the more you know.
Which in that poem, it actually refers Santa Claus as the jolly old elf.
So he's actually an elf himself.
So he's possibly like the
Head elf.
yeah.
Okay.
And that's actually, I believe, how the link between Santa and elves actually started, was because of that poem, which more and more stories and poems were written portraying them as good creatures and not the mean bad ones. A number of renowned writers like Abraham Victor Rydberg, which I've never heard of him, but he's just one of the writers, wrote about these creatures in his work, only portraying them as the helpers of Santa Claus and not the troublesome tricksters they were known to be. This portrayal of elves played a huge instrumental role in them being called Christmas elves and not just elves. One of the first appearances of the phrase Christmas elf in literature was found in American poet and novelist Louisa May Alcott's unpublished 1850 book called Christmas Elves. Then, of course, films started to happen in the 1930s, which there was a movie called Santa's Workshop, which portrayed elves as, Santa's helpers, these good elves. And then there's, I'm pretty sure there's a couple more movies, but then you got the famous one that everyone seems to like with Will Ferrell.
Yeah, Buddy the Elf.
Buddy the Elf. And that came out in 2003.
Which Will Ferrell is part of the Illuminati, but you didn't hear that from me.
He's something. Honestly, that right there is how elves, got linked to Christmas and how they started getting portrayed as good elves. Not much to it, really. I mean, there's more that you can go into, like the folklore of it, but that's pretty much the story on them.
Okay.
Now, I did do some more research on it, on why they're Santa's elves and stuff. And I did find out that there's a list of duties that these Christmas elves have to do. Like they design the toys and make the toys. Then they got to maintain Santa's sleigh and all that stuff. Which, when I read into that, people were talking about how many elves truly work under Santa. Now, one of the more popular answers is it's unknown. He has like many. Then another answer said 13, which I'm just like, that's such an odd number.
Well, Snow White and the it's 7 dwarves, ain't it?
Yeah.
Never mind. I'm off.
But then the next one was this. He had 6 elves that worked under him, and they actually had names. And I'm going to read you off the 6 elves and what their duties were.
Okay.
Thought it was kind of funny. First, you got Alabaster Snowball, which he's in charge of the naughty and nice list. So he's the elf that's probably spying on everybody, or at least the head elf in doing that. Second, you got Pepper Minstick, and she's the elf that is responsible for guarding the secret village of Santa and ensuring that it remains hidden. So she's like the military of the elf village. Then you got the third one is Sugar Plum Mary, also known as Merry Christmas, and she's the one that's in charge of all the sweets that Santa delivers to the children of the world. Fourth is Bushy Evergreen, which is the proud creator of the toy making machine, which makes all the toys that is delivered to children all over the world. Then the fifth one is such a weird name, but it kind of fits in with Norse mythology because it says Norse. His name is Woonorse Opensleigh.
What does he keep up with the sleigh?
He is actually the architect and maintainer of Santa's sleigh and the caretaker of the reindeer.
We need to hire him for our Montauk chairs.
Right? And then the sixth and the final elf is Shinny Upatree. It's either Upatree or Upatree, one of them. And he's believed to be Santa's oldest friend, as well as a co-founder of the Hidden Village where Santa and all of the elves live, with Mrs. Claus as well. Which, I mean, it's interesting. I didn't know there was so much to it.
Well, they got to have a good backstory, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
The corporation's got to create a good backstory to push people to buy more products.
Right? And then, you know that jolly old Santa that you see, like that's drawn all over the world now?
Yeah.
You know, that one was actually created by Coca-Cola.
Yep.
As advertising. But now, I will throw in this last little knowledge nugget. As I was searching through this stuff, I did find an old German folklore about Santa used to being a monster and demon, or monster or demon, who would slither down chimneys and kill and eat children or stuff.
That sounds like Krampus.
He only changed his ways when a holy man caught up to him and forced him to make amends and start delivering gifts to children instead. The holy man made the demon do this every year, and in time, the demon recruited elves to help him carry out his annual gift giving, which, after all that time, he became Santa Claus.
So Santa was down with the adrenochrome and stuff like that.
Exactly.
All right, but he quit doing that.
Yeah, the holy man just kept on and just like, you better do right, you better do right.
All right.
I don't know. I thought it was interesting. It wasn't as like in depth, but you know, it was pretty interesting.
Well, I enjoyed it. It's always good knowing how things started and where they originated from and how they got to where they are now.
Santa comes from like a dark place.
Oh yeah, and it's a good Christmas theme too. You know.
Now it's just gonna get only more gruesome from your theory that's coming up, right?
Yeah. So if you have kids that are listening, have them stop right now. I'm joking, but yeah, it gets pretty rough.
I probably already ruined Christmas for them.
All right, before we go into my theory, we're going to take a quick break. It's only going to be 60 seconds. We'll be right back. Stick around. You want to hear this next theory. Be right back.
We've got a very different kind of sponsor for this episode, The Jordan Harbinger Show, a podcast you should check out. It is a high-quality, fascinating podcast.
The show covers such a wide range of topics through weekly interviews with heavy-hitting guests. And there is a ton of interesting episodes.
For example, I'd recommend that you check out episode 28 with James Fallon, How to Spot a Psychopath. They go into the ingredients that go into creating a psychopath, the differences between psychopaths and sociopaths, and how to spot one.
And I'd recommend that you check out episode 457, Help, I Married a Conspiracy Theorist, which in this episode, Jordan talks about, hey, is your Sue for years secretly revealed that they have a belief in a number of conspiracy theories? And now you're sitting there wondering, how can I continue a life together when we're living two entire different realities? Well, guess what? He helps you out with that, which I think that's pretty cool. I'd love to marry a conspiracy theorist, but that's my own personal opinion. But I suggest you listen to the episode, okay?
Check out jordanharbinger.com/start for some episode recommendations.
Or search for The Jordan Harbinger Show. That's HARB, as in banjo, IN as in nuts, GER, on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen to podcasts.
Mix a little sports analysis, pop culture, and great interviews, and you've got the Rich Eisen Show podcast.
Alabama head coach Nick Saban.
I don't spend a whole lot of time answering hypothetical questions, and I think that's a pretty hypothetical question.
Did I just introduce rat poison into this equation? I'm sorry if I did that.
Yeah, to some degree you did, but that's okay.
I do love that phrase.
It's a psychological disposition that people read and hear about how good they are. It's poison in the mind.
The Rich Eisen Show podcast. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, welcome back. So, Dan, thank you for your theory.
You're welcome.
I guess we're going to move towards my theory for this Thursday, and it's one of the strangest murder mysteries that I have ever come across. I originally was going to go with a different story, and I actually had the entire thing written up and everything ready to go. And I was researching many theories, and I came across this one, and I said, I have to go with this story. I can't go with the other one because this one's way better. All right. So this story revolves around a woman named Cynthia Elizabeth Hack. So Cynthia actually went by Cindy, by the way, and that's what we're going to refer to her from now on as, in Canada. And she was raised there the majority of her life, and she had a pretty normal childhood. She ended up graduating high school, and only 1 year later, at the age of 19, she met a psychiatrist named Dr. Roy Makepeace. Now, they ended up falling in love and ended up getting married. And just a little side note, this Dr. Roy was 18 years older than her. So he was 37 at the time, and she was 19. So yeah, just a little knowledge nugget for you. He was 37, she was 19. Kind of pushing it there, you know. Anyways, no judgment from me, moving forward. So after the two got married, Cindy ended up enrolling in a nursing school, and in 1966, at the age of 21, she graduated from nursing school and became a qualified registered nurse. So shortly after that, she ended up becoming an administrator for a preschool for children with behavioral and emotional issues. So she continued to work there as well as being a nurse. And just a little side note, Cindy and Dr. Roy, her husband, they never had any children of their own. I just wanted to throw that in there. All right, so let's fast forward to 1982. Cindy at the time was 37 years old, and Roy was 55 years old. Their marriage wasn't doing so great, and Cindy ended up filing for divorce. Now, 4 months after filing for divorce is when some strange things started occurring. Cindy started receiving strange phone calls, and she actually went to her parents and started telling them about that. She said, hey, these phone calls I'm receiving, they're just really odd. Sometimes there would be a voice that was just like whispering, like, hey, what are you doing? And other times it would be like nothing but silence. And she said that on like an odd sound that would change, but that one would rarely happen. So shortly after telling her parents about these weird phone calls, these calls ended up turning from being weird and strange to actually threatening her life. And it was at that point that Sydney reported these threatening calls to the Vancouver Police Department, who began investigating. However, over the next 3 months, this harassment got worse. On one occasion, Cindy found 3 dead cats hanging in her garden. Her porch lights had been smashed, and when she tried to call the police about this, she discovered that her telephone lines had been cut. Now, around this time, Sydney also started receiving bizarre notes and letters that were cut from magazines and left on her doorstep, which I do actually have a picture of 2 of these bizarre notes. And it says, I see you, and it has a cutout of a guy strangling a woman and then him holding up a knife. And then the next note is like cut out letters that says, "See Cindy, kill, you're dead soon, Cindy, Merry Christmas." And then it has a cutout picture of her on that note. So they're very weird. And if you want to go see these notes, you can go to our website, theoriesofthethirdkind.com. You can click on the references tab, scroll all the way down, and there will be the notes that you can see, these letters or notes or whatever.
So what year was this again? You said 1982?
This was 1982. Yep. All right. So needless to say, Sydney started believing that there was someone out there that was trying to scare her and wanted her dead. So again, she reported these incidences to the police. And this was like whenever she found the dead cats and her phone line cut, she would call the police. Whenever she got these notes, she would call the police because they had an ongoing investigation where they would kind of like write all this stuff down and compile it into their ongoing investigation. So soon after receiving these notes is when the actual physical attacks on Cindy started. So one day in January of 1983, Sydney's friend, Agnes Woodcock, showed up late in the afternoon to just visit Cindy and see what she was doing. Agnes knocked on the front door, but Sydney didn't answer. So Agnes thought it would be a good idea if she just like walked around and opened the back door and went in that way. However, when she started to walk around the back of the house to enter through the back door, she saw Sydney crouched down in the corner of her house, like in a shrub, hiding from someone. Agnes, of course, is like, "Sydney, what the hell are you doing?" Sydney assumed it was somebody else, but when she heard her friend's voice, she was like, "Oh my God, Agnes, I'm so glad you're here." And when she stood up and walked towards Agnes, Sydney had like a nylon stocking tied around her neck. And she was visibly upset, like her face was red and you could tell she'd been crying. Sydney told Agnes that she had gone into her garage just a few minutes ago to get something, and someone was in her garage, came up from behind her, wrapped a stocking around her neck, and started strangling her. She was only able to see the attacker's shoes, which were white sneakers. She wasn't able to get a good look at the attacker. But while she was getting strangled is when Agnes knocked on the door, and the attacker heard that, let go of Sydney and ran off, in which Sydney assumed that, hey, I need to get away too. So she ran out of the garage and hid, thinking that, maybe it was another attacker or something when really it was Agnes, and gave a report about what happened to her in her garage. Following that, Sydney continued to receive death threats on her doorstep. Not only death threats, but she started receiving multiple orders of raw meat to her home. Random meat would show up at her house. I wish people would do that for me.
Right? I'm thinking that's like free meal. But then again,
she had all that shit going on with her, so she didn't really know. Anyways, on one occasion, Sydney arrived home from work and found her dog sitting in the corner of her room with a cord wrapped tightly around her neck, as if somebody was trying to strangle her dog. But her dog was still alive, but it was like visibly shaken and hurt, so she had to take it to the vet. And she again called the police and reported this to them. And it was at this point that the police started to kind of get tired of her. And they didn't really believe her stories and what was going on. And they actually told her that they didn't believe her, which is kind of jacked up,
Yeah, it is.
So Sydney was like, the police don't have my back. All this weird shit's going on with me. I need to move. So she decided to sell her house. She bought a new house far away. She actually got her car repainted and she changed her last name. And get this. She even hired a private investigator named Ozzy Cobbin to kind of like look over her and figure out who the hell was behind all this. Now, beside tracking down leads and all that good stuff, Ozzy had lights installed on the outside of Cindy's house, which were kind of like motion lights, and also gave her a two-way radio with a panic button. So that way, if her phone lines get cut, she could hit the panic button and Ozzy would hear it and rush over to her house, right?
Okay.
So late one night in 1984, Ozzy actually heard weird noises coming from the two-way radio. And he's like, oh shit, maybe something's wrong with Sydney. So he rushed to her house. He found Sydney lying in her hallway with a knife stabbed through her hand with a note attached to it saying, "You are dead, bitch." Sydney was motionless, and Ozzy at first thought, she's dead. But he flipped her over, found a pulse, called 911. The ambulance came and picked her up, took her to the hospital where she regained consciousness, and she was able to tell investigators she was walking around in her home and felt someone randomly put a needle in her arm, and that's the last thing she remembers. She doesn't remember being stabbed or hit or anything like that. The police, of course, were like fed up at that point, and they believed that she staged the attack on herself. And because they believed that, they didn't even bother going to her home and taking like fingerprints or get the knife as evidence or take the note and try to get fingerprints or anything like that. They just kind of brushed it all off. Ozzy, on the other hand, her private investigator, thought that someone had actually attacked her. Now, even though the police didn't believe Cindy's stories, they're like, hey, we should at least set up a random 24-hour surveillance of a residence, which makes sense, right? But every time the police did these random surveillances, no one would call Cindy and no notes would be left at her home and she wouldn't be attacked. So the police kind of used that as more quote-unquote proof that this was all being faked by Sydney. Now keep that in mind, that little section right there, because that plays into my theories. All right, so fast forward to December 11th, 1985. Sydney hadn't been started to get worried. She was actually found semi-conscious, lying in a ditch 6 miles from her house. She was wearing a man's work boot and glove and suffering from hypothermia. There were cuts and bruises covering her entire body. A black nylon stocking had been tied tightly around her neck, and a needle mark was found in her arm, just kind of like her previous attack. But she had no memory of what happened. She was taken to the hospital. Police were called again, and they took down the report. But again, they were like, "F***ing Sydney, back at it again." So it was after this attack that Sydney asked her friend Agnes, "Hey, can I come stay with you and your husband Tom in your home? Because I feel like I'm going to get killed." Agnes and Tom agreed, and Sydney moved in. Now, shortly after moving in, something very strange occurred. Late one night, Sydney came running up the stairs to Tom and Agnes's room. She bust open through the door and shouted that she'd heard a noise downstairs in the basement. Now, Tom said, "Hey, I did too, because I heard that strange noise as well. It sounded kind of like a loud thump, and it happened like a minute or so ago." So he was like, "I'll go check it out." He got up and walked downstairs to his basement to investigate. Now, upon arriving there, he discovered that his basement was up in flames. That bitch was on fire. Agnes ran to the phone to call the fire department, but the phone lines had been cut. So Tom was like, "Shit, we need to get a hold of the fire department. I'm going to run outside and over to the next door neighbor's house to call the fire department." As he ran out his front door, he saw a man standing on the curb near his house. Tom didn't recognize him, but at that moment, he was kind of like, "I just need to use a phone." He ran up to him and he's like, "Hey, can you call the fire department? My basement's on fire." The man just sat there and stared at Tom for a couple seconds, turned, and started.
What the hell?
Tom was like, "What the hell, man?" Ran over to his next door neighbor's house, got them to call the fire department. They ended up coming over as well as the police, and the police started taking down notes and investigating it, and the fire department put out the fire and everything. But the police didn't believe that somebody else did the fire. They believed that Cindy actually staged it. And Sydney was like, "I didn't stage it. Somebody else did. Why would you think I would catch this basement on fire and then go tell the owners? It makes zero sense." It was at this point that Sydney's doctor was kind of like, "I think you may be becoming suicidal, so I'm going to commit you to a local psychiatric ward." And she did. She went to a local psychiatric ward and she stayed there for 10 weeks. And nothing happened during those 10 weeks. Like, she wasn't bothered. She wasn't attacked. No phone calls, no notes, no nothing. Now, shortly after leaving the psychiatric ward, Sydney went to her family and friends and told them that she believed she knew the identity of the individuals that were stalking her and harassing her, that she was going to handle it herself and go after them herself because the police didn't believe her. But that didn't end up well for her. So on October 26th, 1988, Sydney came home from work, parked her car in the garage, got out of her car, and was attacked by someone. Sydney was later found unconscious in her car, nude from the waist down. There was a nylon stocking tied around her neck, and her arms and her legs were hog-tied behind her with another nylon stocking. Duct tape was found over her mouth, and she was, of course, unconscious. She was taken to the hospital and went into a coma. However, she actually survived. Sydney was interviewed by the police and told them that she didn't know how it happened, but she believed that her ex-husband, Dr. Roy, was behind these attacks. You know, the psychiatrist, the guy who she married when she was 19, who she just recently got divorced from, and 4 months after the divorce is when the phone calls started happening and all this shit started going on. So the police spoke with him. They were like, okay, look, we need to go talk to him. And he was like, I have nothing to do with this. I don't want her in my life at all. But it's funny you come over here and you ask me this, because I had somebody call me a day or two ago and leave me a very odd voicemail. Now, this voicemail was a short one, but it was a raspy voice saying, Sydney, dead meat soon. And he played it for the police. And guess what? I actually have that recording. And we're going to take a listen to it right now. So yeah, that was the recording. Does that not sound like a woman trying to sound like a man?
Yeah.
Yeah, it does. So that was weird. And the police kind of was like, that's a little weird. We're going to take a copy of this and we're going to store it as evidence in this case. But nothing really came of it. So Sydney ended up leaving the hospital and went back to living her life. In the spring of 1989, she actually reported to her family and friends that the attacks, phone calls, notes, it all seemed to pretty much stop. And she was feeling better and back to her normal self for the first time in a long time. And her family was like, oh, this is great. You know, you can finally be normal. However, that all changed. A couple months later, on May 25th, 1989, Sydney, a random fact, but this was 6 years and 7 months after the first threatening phone call she ever got. So this had been going on for over 6 years. And then she finally disappeared on May 25th, 1989. And she had reported over 100 harassment reports to the police about what was going on. Over 100. And it was reported that the police had spent over $1 million investigating this case at this point. So just kind of keep that in the back of your mind.
Honestly, it sounds like they didn't do any investigating.
No. All right. So on this day, on May 25th, 1989, Sydney's car was found in a neighborhood shopping plaza parking lot, abandoned. Inside of the trunk were groceries that were just freshly bought and a wrapped gift. Now, these groceries were not bought at that plaza. They were bought elsewhere. Now, there was blood on the driver's side door, and items from her wallet were under the car. However, Sydney was nowhere to be found. The police started searching for her, and they didn't find her within the first week. They didn't have no leads and everything. But eventually, 2 weeks after she had disappeared is when her friends and family got the bad news. Sydney was found dead. Now get this. Her body was discovered in the front yard of an abandoned house in a rather high-trafficked area with a lot of pedestrians and foot travelers. So it initially seemed that she couldn't have been killed when she was first reported missing, right? Like they had to have had her for a little while, killed her, and then dumped her off after those 2 weeks. But after the autopsy, it showed that she died the day she disappeared. Her body showed numerous wounds, including an injection mark in her arm, which later was determined to be an insanely high dose given to her. She was found to have both her hands and feet tied behind her body, pretty much hogtied. Around her neck was the signature black nylon, and that was used to strangle her. And what was missing from the scene was the needle that was used to administer the morphine. They couldn't find that anywhere. So the police started their investigation. It didn't last long, though, however, because they quickly concluded that, get this, Sydney had injected herself at some other location with the morphine, threw away the needle, walked 1.5 miles to the scene where she was at, where she tied her hands and feet behind her after strangling herself. And the official cause of death was morphine overdose, and the Royal Canadian Police claimed it as a suicide. Now, there is a lot more to this story. Stick around because I've got so much more information about it. We're going to take another quick break. It's our last one. We'll be back in 60 seconds, so don't go anywhere. All right, welcome back. Okay, so police ruled it a suicide. Official cause was death from morphine, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, the amount of morphine that she had injected herself with, she would have not been able to walk 1.5 miles to the scene where she was at, or even function. She would have immediately died from overdose. Her private investigator, Ozzy, believes that she was actually taken, killed elsewhere, and then her body was dumped shortly before it was discovered. Now, not only that, but Ozzy and her parents believe that the police weren't interested in finding who actually did this, but rather they were more interested in trying to paint her as a crazy person who was doing all of this for attention and that she had a mental illness, even though she was an administrator, children with mental illnesses and behavioral issues. So years following her death, both Sydney's parents had since passed away. They never really knew what happened to their daughter besides her dying, right? Sydney has a sister named Melanie who has written a book and actually runs a website dedicated to finding her sister's killer. And that is the story of Sydney Hack's murder.
That's such a crazy story.
Oh, it gets crazier, Dan.
It sounds like the police just gaslighted the shit out of her.
Yeah, it gets crazier when you really start sinking your teeth into this. Like I did, I thought that was the end of the story right there. I thought that alone was crazy enough. But then I started to look into theories.
Good theories?
Yes. All right. So we're going to hop into theories now. And a couple of the theories are the ones that you would automatically think. Like she made it up for attention and she had a mental illness, right? That's one of the theories. Another theory is that she was truly being stalked. And what drove her crazy was that no one believed her, that she was actually being stalked, and the police didn't believe her. Her family kind of believed her, but they thought she was doing it out of attention, and it drove her crazy, and that her ex-husband, Dr. Roy, was actually the one doing it all. Now, those are some theories, but there's something that many people don't mention that I think fits this perfectly. So when Sydney's very first time that she called the police, the first police officer to ever arrive and talk to her was a police officer named Pat McBride. Now, Pat was super supportive of her situation. And get this shit, the two of them actually became romantically involved. And they actually moved in together for a brief period, was investigating the case. And then after a month of them being together, Sydney randomly broke up with him and kicked him out. So this leads me to my theory. What if he was the one doing it? I mean, he would know when the police were doing the surveillance on her, right?
Yeah.
So he wouldn't leave the notes and all that stuff. What if he was stalking her from the beginning? Okay. He set all of this up. He's the one who did the phone calls. Like he had seen her on the streets, found out who she was, did the phone calls knowing that she would call the police, and he was in the area so he could be the first to respond, kind of like a stalker to win over his prey. it would give him his chance to actually meet her, be supportive, and then try to get with her, which is what he did. But then she ends up breaking it off with him because during that month that they were together, none of this shit happened. Now, I do have some more stuff to add to that theory.
Okay.
A couple of years after Sydney's death, Pat McBride was actually convicted on 2 counts of sexually assaulting women. And they actually interviewed him about Sydney's death, but he was cleared of any involvement.
See, I was going to say that it has to be the police involved in it somehow.
Yeah.
The way everything happened, and the cops were never able to find anything. It stopped when the cops were actually watching her. Then when she went to the psych ward, nothing happened.
So I got a couple more strange facts and findings I want to add to this that could lead into theories.
All right.
Between 1978 to 1981, a woman named Ruth Finley claimed that she was threatened, stalked, and harassed for years. She was eventually brutally attacked and admitted to the St. Joseph Medical Center, which was nearly fatal after it punctured her kidneys. She was kept in the hospital for 9 days and told police that a man had attacked her in a local mall parking lot. However, what makes this strange is that whenever she was being harassed, she would call the police, they would put her house under surveillance, and everything would stop. However, whenever they would leave, it would all start back up again. That was from 1978 to 1981. Sydney's harassment started in 1982 to 1989. They sort of kind of line up. There is something else that is strange that I came across, and it's something short, and it's going to be the end of my theory after this.
All right.
So I started doing some digging on some forums, and a person made a weird connection about an international ring of psychiatrists who kind of act as the Illuminati that have an island that has sex slaves on it. It's like Jeffrey Epstein stuff, and it sounds crazy, but hear me out on this. So there was a report that was done in the early 90s where a local reporter named Mark Edge and Maureen Boyle did a report on a sex slave named Jill Gorham and her ordeal on Gabriella Island. Now, this island is actually one that Sydney had went to on a sailboat trip in the early 1980s, was this Gabriella Island, with Dr. Roy, her husband. And this person ended up writing an email to Melanie Hack about this. And Melanie Hack is Sydney's sister. And Melanie posted this email, and it said, "Hello, Melanie. I discovered on Sunday that you're writing a book about your sister's mysterious death. I hope you discovered a truth about what happened to her. I believe that during the summer of 1981, that sailboat trip to the Gulf Islands to visit colleagues and friends of her husband, Roy, on one of these yacht trips, she discovered a diabolical secret about a member of the psychiatric community in British Columbia, which is where they lived. I believed that Roy, Dr. Roy, went to visit his friends who was a fellow psychiatrist who had a home on Gabriella Island. Did Sydney find out something that she was not supposed to? It is important to recognize that Sydney and Roy were members of a psychiatric community in British Columbia, as Dr. Roy was the head of social psychiatric at UBC before he went to work at BC Hydro. I believe the reason Sydney experienced this reign of terror for 7 years is because she knew that there was a community in British Columbia who was actively practicing radical psychiatric therapies and abusing their patients as a way to find out how to do mind control. If Sydney had said her tormentor was a psychiatrist, she would have not been believed. She would have been considered delusional or insane. It would have been a huge scandal in the newspapers. The Brotherhood of Silence would have protected a member of the psychiatric community. Over the years, there have been stories, for an example, of the sex slave Jill Gorman in the newspapers, who have been trying to bring her tormentor into justice. She went and did a report stating that she went to Gabriella Island and suffered from a psychiatric doctor who treated her as a sex slave Another person named Ann White came forward and claimed that she was a sex slave on Gabriella Island. And this Jill Gorham won a $557,000 civil case against a Dr. James Stewart Thirst. Now, this Dr. Thirst retired from the University of British Columbia in 1987, and he was arrested in 1989 for sex. Now, get this, Dr. James Stewart Thirst was friends with Dr. Roy, and they hung out all the time. So, yeah, I mean, maybe there's a theory that Sydney had some information about this cabal of psychiatrists that is running like this underground MK Ultra type thing. And Sydney found it out, wanted to expose them. However, they kind of like stalked her, and she was subjected to this like evil, sadistic type of like experiment to kind of like shut her up. And they eventually killed her. So that's that theory, which kind of crazy that Dr. Thirst was connected to Dr. Roy and that they did go to that island, Gabriella Island. So yeah, that's my theory. I mean, if I had to pick something, I like that last one, you know, of Dr. Thirst and Dr. Roy and there being like a psychiatric community doing this like underground MK Ultra type stuff. But I would have to say it was either like Pat McBride or Dr. Roy that was doing this to her. That would be my guess. But overall, the story is insane.
It is insane. And while you were like doing that, I was like looking up some stuff and I thought I hit a gold mine, but this was literally like a teaser, a Reddit post from 9 years ago. The person that posted it said that her or their uncle was Pat McBride. And I'm just like, oh, there's going to be some juicy information. No.
Nothing?
Nothing. She's just like, or they're like, forgot to add that my uncle was a suspect. And what a lot of the available reading on the case fails to mention is that years after Cindy turned up dead, my uncle Pat McBride of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police was stripped of his badge for what I was told were similar attacks or threats of attacks on other women. He's since passed, so I can't ask him about it, though I don't think I would. He always scared me a little.
Yeah.
So reading that, I'm just like, I mean, the whole time I'm thinking police had something to do with it. My thought is that Roy probably started it. Then Pat got on the case, found out it. Roy be like, hey, you know, probably should stop doing this to Cindy or you're going to get in trouble.
Yeah.
Then, you know, he went back to Cindy. It's like, you know, pretty much playing the hero, got together with her. Then after they broke up, he continued on to make it look like she was just going crazy. So when the police went to interview Roy, because, okay, why wouldn't they go after Roy in the first place? It's her ex-husband.
It makes sense.
Why'd it take so long?
Exactly.
When they went to go interrogate him, he's just like, I don't want to have nothing to do with her.
Yeah.
That makes me think that he was already warned before.
Who left the voicemail, though?
Honestly, if she had all that morphine in her, you could probably convince her to say something like that. Because the way she said it was so slow, though.
Well, she had all the morphine in her when she died.
Well, what's all the other times?
Okay, so the other times she claimed that she was injected in the arm. They couldn't find any track marks or anything. She did say that she suspected it was her ex-husband.
Yeah.
So she could have been framing him in a way.
Yeah, and the weird thing is, though, in this post, it talks about when, or another post, is that when the family went to her place after she died, they cleaned up a whole bunch of prescription drugs. And they were a bunch of like anxiety medicines. And those medicines, was it benzodiazepines? Whatever?
Yeah, benzos.
Yeah, benzos. Supposedly they can counteract opiates.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I did read that they said that the morphine they found in her system is only suspected. It wasn't confirmed. So they're not sure if it was actually morphine in her system or not. It honestly just sounds like the whole investigation was screwed from the get-go.
Yeah.
Which makes me even think more that it was actually probably Pat McBride, considering he got stripped of his badge later on for similar attacks or threats to other women.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I think Dr. Roy started it, and then eventually he stopped whenever he found out that and then she broke up with Pat, and then Pat pretty much continued it. And then Sydney was thinking it was her ex-husband still, ended up trying to frame him by calling him and leaving a voicemail on his phone, knowing that the police would go over there.
Because he started it, and she thought it was probably still him doing it.
Still him, yes. Yep, exactly. But it was actually Pat. Boom. Solved it. Case solved.
I mean, I know a lot of people, they were saying like she was suffering from multiple personality disorder. I mean,
I don't know.
I don't think it was that, but it could have played a part in it though. It did probably made her even more paranoid.
It seems like the media tried to like portray her as like a crazy person too. Like the police kind of pushed that narrative and the media went along with it.
Yeah.
Because they didn't want to be like, hey, you know, we got a murderer out there that we're not aware where he's at or what he's doing. So it's easier just to say she did it herself and she's crazy. That's my theory on it. But it's very interesting, crazy story, you know. Rest in peace, Cindy. And I hope her attacker gets brought to justice. So that's my theory for Theory Thursday. A mystery murder. Merry Christmas.
Ooh. Did make me think of something, though.
All right, let's hear it.
This one's a far reach. So say that she did have morphine in her system. Where was she getting the morphine? Her ex-husband's a doctor. So let's say that she was blackmailing him because she knew it was him from the start. And he didn't want to get in trouble anymore. He already got confronted by the police. So she's just like, that police officer, Pat McBride's not going to come after you anymore, but you're going to have to, give me something. Instead of money, drugs. If it was her injecting herself. Yeah, look at all sides here.
Yeah, true.
But no, I still think it was Pat McBride's ass.
Yeah. All right. So that's the end of my theory. I've got like a little mini theory that I wanted to talk about before we roll into our On the Scene this week.
Just because of the name?
All right. So this mini theory, it kind of connects to this kind of like murder mystery. It's called Nipple Man. So on October 16th, 2003, 54-year-old Colonel Philip Sue left his Texas home and headed to work. 2 hours later, he was found dead in his car, and which they kind of ruled him as like a victim of a car crash. The car was caved in on the driver's side, and Philip had suffered major head trauma as a result, and he was killed instantly. Now, this is where it gets weird. Philip, when he was found and they pulled him out, he had a tear in his t-shirt under his fatigues. There, they could see a 6-inch vertical gash across his chest. Above the entrance to that 6-inch gash were at least 5 scratch marks, which the autopsy report said were consistent with hesitant marks. Both of his nipples had been removed with surgical precision. His 5th digit on his left hand had been amputated, and his left ear had been lacerated all the way down to the bone, and duct tape was found dangling from both of his wrists and on top of his boots. And it was ruled a suicide.
So this man, looked like he had some parts of him taken away and probably sold on the black market.
My thing is, I think that he went somewhere, was tied up with duct tape and tortured. They removed his nipples, they cut across his chest, cut his left ear all the way down to his bone. They cut off his left finger, his 5th digit on his left hand. He ended up breaking free because they found duct tape dangling from both of his wrists and top of his boots. And he ended up in his car going really fast and died in the car wreck.
Damn.
And he was a colonel in the army. Not in the army, but a colonel in the military.
Oh. Okay, I can see where the torture comes in now.
Yeah. Weird, huh? That's my little mini theory. It's something we can dive deeper into on a later episode.
So I thought you were going to bring up the nipple belt.
No, not the nipple belt. Not Ed Gein's nipple belt. Weird suicide, but okay.
Just like Epstein's.
Yeah. All right. So that is the end of the episode today. I guess we'll roll into On the Scene, right?
Yep.
All right. Well, if you're unfamiliar with what our On the Scene is, it is where listeners around the world go out onto the streets and use their phone to interview individuals about current conspiracy happenings. Now, anyone can do this. You just take your phone, record you asking questions to somebody, and then submit that audio file from your phone to our emails, which it could either be Aaron@theoriesofthethirdkind.com or you can send it to Dan@theoriesofthethirdkind.com. After you submit those, your On the Scene will be played, or it will at least be put into queue to play, because we play one a week. All right, so this week's On the Scene is from Peyton, and we're going to play that right now.
Hey, we're here at the Fort Worth Zoo in Texas, and I'm here with my buddy Marcus for an On the Scene. Marcus, conspiracy theory. Are flamingos pink because they eat shrimp?
I believe flamingos are pink because they eat shrimp and krill, but I also believe that flamingos did 9/11. I mean, just look at their legs. The correlation is just there, you know?
All right. Well, how do you feel about Bigfoot? Is he real?
I believe Bigfoot's real. I mean, anything's possible.
All right, and aliens?
Aliens, of course. Just look at us. We're definitely not from here.
Have you experienced anything or been probed?
Probed?
Yeah, probed.
No, I don't believe so.
All right. Well, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Sweet. Thank you for that On the Scene.
Yes, thank you. Now I'm curious about flamingos and what they had against the towers.
You know, it's just in their nature. I've actually been to the Fort Worth Zoo multiple times when I lived in Texas. It's a good zoo. Fort Worth Zoo, Dallas Zoo, the Waco Zoo, Austin Zoo.
You never took me there.
Yeah, well, maybe soon we can go.
Soon.
But thank you, Peyton, for the great On the Scene. I loved it. Proud of you. All right, so let's move on to shout-outs. Dan, you want to start or do you want me to start?
I can start because I got a few. All right. So special shout out special shout out from Discord goes out to Trayson Zage. I think I said that right. It's a listener's 8-year-old son who loves listening to us, and he actually wants to record part of the intro to our show and send it to us.
Nice, that'd be cool.
So I'm down for that.
What's up, Trayson? Proud of you. Merry Christmas, dude.
Proud of you. All right, now moving on to Facebook. I got a Joe C, Jason S, a Jake B, Chelsea B, then a Cody B, then a Diego B.
That's a lot of B's. Are they all related?
No, they're all different last names.
Okay.
Yeah. Then moving on to emails. Got an email from Kristen B. She said she's been waiting for a shout out. Here's your shout out finally. Sorry about the wait. Then Tyler H, Cooper S, Derek W, Daniel A, Jordan W, Angie Z, Brandon VH, Nick L, and Robert B. And then I have one from Instagram, which shout out to you, buddy.
Nice.
And that's it for my shout outs for this week.
All right, so for shout outs on Instagram, we have a lot. And we have to send off a lot of stickers.
You have to send off a lot. I'm just kidding.
I got to find out where my stickers are. I think I have them packed away somewhere.
We got to get some new album art stickers made.
Yeah, we do. All right, we'll get that ordered and send those stickers out. Shouldn't take long. All right, so for shout outs, I want to shout out Slickers. I want to shout out Sierra Dawn, Tanya, Wolf Yakin, Corina de la Garza, Lexi Jane, Brandon, our security guard, Octavius, Rachel Root, Travis, Davy Boy, Eric Mays, Gia, Katie Beth, Chance Legare, Josh Mack, Abby, Anthony Powers, Tavon, Tyler Hutchins, Jarl Juarez, Ricardo Horato says, could I get a shutout? No, you can't get a shutout, but you can get a shout out. So there you go. J.R. Bernarabi, Cuddy Deuce, JT, and let me roll over to my emails and see who I got for shout outs for emails. Shout out to Christian Beasley, actually Isaac and Christian. Shout out to you guys. Shout out to Vincent and shout out to Leo. I'm sorry if I missed you on your shout out. If you for sure want to shout out, make sure you send the message like Tuesday because we usually record around that time, around Tuesday or Monday. Send it Tuesday or Monday so it's a fresh message so I don't have to scroll back like 5 or 6 days. And I'll write it down and give you a shout out. Or if you send an email, put in the subject line, shout out. And it'll be easy for me to search up and shout you out.
Oh, yeah.
Well, you got anything else you want to add to today's episode before we roll it out? You want to wish everybody a Merry Christmas, Happy New Year?
Yeah, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year going, and y'all can join us right before the New Year.
Yeah, right before the New Year, we'll have a live stream. We'll post up a post with the exact date and time when we're going to be doing that. We'll have little games, activities, snacks, all that good stuff for everyone to join in and talk and have a good old time.
I'll have a new mask.
Dan will have a new mask. I'll have a new mask.
Coda will have a mask,
Coda will have a mask, which is Dan's dog.
which I had to post pictures of him on Instagram.
Yeah, you should do that here pretty soon.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I want to thank you all for joining us. And again, Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas Eve. Merry Christmas. I hope you all have a great holiday and time away from work. And if you're working like me, you can say, the man, send me a message and say, hey, Aaron, I feel your pain. I'm working on Christmas Eve and Christmas just like you. And I'll say, I feel you. I feel you.
I feel you.
All right. Well, thank you for your support. You are all amazing, every single one of you. So with that being said, Dan, you want to roll us out?
Sure will. It's okay to be out of this world with your thoughts.
Because you are not alone.
Happy holidays!
Get an inside look at Hollywood with Michael Rosenbaum.
Let's get inside of Mark Paul Gosselaar. How hard was it, by the way, working on a series like NYPD Blue?
I'm glad I'm not walking onto a show that now, because with all social media and everyone has an opinion. In early 2000, there was one guy with a blog. I just remember reading that I was going to bring the franchise down. I was horrible. And by the way, I thought they were right.
Inside of You with Michael Rosenbaum. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Geico asks, how would you love a chance to save money on insurance? Of course you would.
After all, who doesn't love a great deal, right?
And when it comes to great rates on life, Geico can help.
Like with insurance for your car, truck, motorcycle, boat, and RV.
They even help with homeowners, condo, or renters coverage.
You could save even more with a special discount when you bundle your coverages.
Plus, add the easy-to-use Geico mobile app.
Available 24-hour roadside assistance and more.
And choosing to switch to Geico becomes an easy choice.
Switch today and see all the ways you could save with great rates and discounts.
It's easy. Simply go to geico.com to get a rate quote.
Or contact your local agent and get started seeing how much you could save.
Welcome to
Theories
of the Third Kind.
Welcome to Theories of the Third Kind. My name is Aaron, and I am one of your hosts. There are two other hosts that are joining me today, Hans.
Howdy.
And Danielson.
Hey guys, what's up?
Now, real quick, before we start today's episode, I just want to say that if you would like to support the show, then there's a few ways that you could do that.
One of the ways is Patreon. Each week, we release a Patreon exclusive episode that only Patreon supporters can get access to. To sign up, it's only $5 a month, which is 16 cents a day. Not only for that $5, but you also get access to the entire catalog of past Patreon episodes.
In total, we have over 71 extra Patreon episodes, which is over 80 extra hours of listening pleasure. To see the full list of Patreon episodes, go to our website, theoriesofthethird.com, and click on the Patreon episodes tab. There you will see an entire list of Patreon exclusive episodes that we have published.
Also, today we added another Patreon exclusive episode, which is over Clone Aid and the Raelian cult. So you get access to that episode as well as all the others for just $5.
Now, if you can't afford a Patreon membership, but you want to help us out, then leave us a written review on iTunes. That helps us out a lot.
However, don't feel pressured to leave us one. If you don't want to, then that's fine. We just want you guys, girls, aliens, reptilians, Bigfoot, Sasquatches, Chupacabras, ghosts, Illuminati, members, underground lizard people, whoever or whatever you are, to enjoy the show.
And that is the end of the announcements. So today's episode is over human cloning. So how this episode will go today is that we'll talk about the history of cloning, and then we'll go into strange facts and findings, the theories, and of course wrap it all up with our own personal thoughts and theories. So with that being said, let's get into today's episode.
Celebrities, music artists, actors, influencers.
We see them every day on social media platforms. Many of these individuals hold influential power over parts of the population.
But what if we told you that your favorite celebrity, music artist, or even influencer, that the person you see now is simply just a clone?
As crazy as this sounds, recently leaked government documents describe this happening. This is human cloning.
Now, before we jump into these theories, let's discuss the history of cloning so that we can kind of fully understand it better. So, Dan, can you tell us how this all started?
All right, so this all started back in the early 1960s. During this era, scientists at the time were wanting a place where they could get together and speculate about the future of humanity, but there was nowhere they could do that. So in 1963, the SIBA Foundation decided to hold an international conference where scientists could do that.
27 scientists from all over the world decided to attend this conference. Some of the discussions were agricultural production in relation to the world's population, aka if there is going to be enough food in the future for everyone in the world.
Others discussed methods to improve farming and food processing. Now, there were some individuals that discussed the possibility of needing population control and how they could do that by controlling reproduction, aka, telling people if and when they can have babies.
So after all those interesting discussions and heated debates, a scientist named JBS Haldane decided to bring up his topic. Now, JBS was a British Indian scientist who was known for his work in the study of genetics, evolutionary biology, and mathematics.
Alright, so JBS was obviously smart. So what was his topic over? Well, it was the biological species for the next 10,000 years.
JBS then made an opening statement, which he said, "I am hopeful that human cells can be grown on a medium of precisely known chemical composition. Perhaps the first step will be the production of a clone from a single fertilized egg."
Assuming that cloning is possible, I expect that most clones would be made from people at least 50 years old, except for athletes and dancers, who would be cloned at a younger age. The selection of individuals cloned would be the people who have excelled in a socially acceptable accomplishment.
Of course, right after that speech, all the other scientists were like, "Okay, JBS, okay, you brought it today." Seriously though, this was the first time that anyone had introduced the idea of human cloning, which this idea kind of sparked an awakening for scientists and individuals all around the world to want to see if this was actually possible.
All right, so let's fast forward 3 years later in 1966. Now, during this time, there was a popular monthly peer-reviewed scientific journal called the American Naturalist. In this scientific journal, a Nobel Prize-winning geneticist named Joshua Lederberg wrote an article where he was advocating for cloning and genetic engineering.
1 year later in 1967, that same geneticist, Joshua, he wrote another article, except this time it was in the Washington Post, and it again was about the need for cloning and genetic engineering advancements for the betterment of the human race. Now, these articles sparked a huge debate between scientists around the world.
Yeah, especially in the conservative community. There was a bioethicist named Leo Cass who decided to write an article about Joshua. Leo said, and I quote, the programmed reproduction of man will in fact dehumanize him.
So a few years passed after that of, Leo trying to get Joshua canceled. And in 1971, geneticist and Nobel Prize winner James D. Watson decided to publish an article in the Atlantic Monthly. Now, this article was titled Moving Towards the Clonal Man. In it, he said,
"Today we must face the fact that the rapid progress in working out the conditions for routine test tube conception of human eggs means that human embryo development needs to be a process that is no longer shrouded in secrecy. It can become instead an event open to a variety of experimental manipulations."
We must assume that techniques for this process are likely to become general medical practice within some 10 to 20 years. At the same time, we must anticipate strong, if not hysterical, reactions from many people.
Of even greater concern would be the potentialities for misuse by an inhumane totalitarian government. Different societies are likely to view the matter differently. The situation would then be ripe for legal or illegal human cloning. This is a matter far too important to be left solely in the hands of the scientific and medical communities.
So that is what James stated, and this kind of caused more drama in the scientific and medical community. However, the drama didn't really hit the mainstream. It was still just within those small groups of individuals. The majority of the population at the time didn't really have a clue about cloning or what was going on behind the scenes.
For decades, scientists had tried and failed to clone mammals from existing adults. The repeated failures led out the significance of timing and process, but that all would change in 1996.
Hell yeah, it would. So during that year, at the Roslin Institute in Scotland, there was this British biologist named Ian Wilmot. So him and his colleagues had made a breakthrough in cloning. Now, behind closed doors, shrouded in secrecy with the Illuminati, okay, maybe not with the Illuminati, but shrouded in secrecy, this Roslin Institute had been doing cloning experiments with animals, which they had been mostly unsuccessful doing.
Now, that was until 1996, in which Ian and his team of researchers at Roslin successfully cloned a female sheep, in which they named Dolly. It was the world's first successful clone of an adult mammal.
So how this team did this is super complicated, but we will try to break it down to more simpler terms so it's easier to understand. Now, this technique that the team at Roslin used to create Dolly would end up being called somatic cell nuclear transfer, or SCNT for short.
So how this SCNT works is that it involves taking an unfertilized egg cell and then removing the nucleus from it. Okay, so you remove the nucleus from this unfertilized egg cell. You then take the mammary cell with the nucleus and all its genetic material in it, and you use electrical pulses to fuse the mammary cell with the unfertilized egg cell.
This fusion process then results in the transfer of the mammary cell nucleus into the egg cell, which then it begins to divide, which turns into an embryo. This egg-now embryo is guided by its new genetic material, aka the mammary cell, to develop as a being who is genetically almost identical to the being from which the nucleus of.
So in 1996, the Roslin team created 13 of these embryos using the SCNT method. They transferred them into 13 different female sheep who became the surrogates. Of the 13, only one officially carried the pregnancy. 148 days later, which is the normal pregnancy for a sheep, Dolly was born, and history was made.
Now this Dolly, this cloned sheep, she remained alive and actually remained alive for a pretty long time. She had a functional heart, liver, brain, and other organs. Just a little knowledge nugget. In February of 2003, veterinarians actually found out that she was suffering from a progressive lung disease, so they euthanized her.
No.
They shot her. I don't know if they shot her, but they just put her down. Now, her body is preserved and is currently displayed at the National Museum of Scotland in Edinburgh. So if you want to go take a look at it, you can go there.
So back to 1996. Dolly had been successfully cloned, and everyone at the Rosalind Institute was stoked. Now, at this time, the Rosalind Institute had told no one. They decided to make an announcement in February of 1997 saying that Dolly's birth marked a milestone in science, that this dispelled decades of presumptions that mammals could not be cloned.
So just like that, in the 60s and 70s, some people were excited about the possibilities and others were scared. This ignited a big worldwide debate concerning the many possible uses and misuses of the cloning technology.
Now, this same year, when all this occurred, the original human clone himself, and also reptilian, may I add, Bill Clinton, who was the president of the United States at the time, he decided to go in front of the National Bioethics Advisory Commission. People, including people around the world also, that they should give careful thought on how they should proceed regarding human cloning. And he also said, hey, we ain't going to be funding any human cloning projects in the United States.
Well, a scientist named Richard Seed didn't give much careful thought because he said, F you, Bill Clinton, we cloning humans up in this bitch.
That's exactly what he said.
Is it?
No, it's not. I like to imagine it, though, but no, it's not what he said.
So only 1 year later, in 1998, scientist Richard Seed made an announcement that he was going to set up a human clone clinic in Chicago. But not only was this clinic going to be in Chicago, but he was going to expand it to 10 to 20 locations nationally, then to 5 to 6 locations internationally.
Now, this announcement was kind of a shock. The U.S. federal government was like, what do we do? As they were sitting on their thumbs, some of the states started passing legislation that made human cloning illegal. At the same time, 19 European nations acted quickly and banned human cloning, but other countries were still not taking it seriously.
In November of that year, the world's first hybrid human clone was created using that same SCNT method. And it was a human-cow hybrid. And I wish I was joking, but I am not.
How this hybrid was created is that a cow's egg had its nucleus removed. A man then had a cell from his leg taken and inserted into that cow's egg that didn't have a nucleus, in which it created a hybrid cell. The cell was cultured and ended up developing into an embryo. Supposedly, this embryo was destroyed 12 days later.
Yeah, right. You know they didn't destroy it 12 days later.
No.
They got some half man, half cow.
Nice.
All right, let's continue.
This human hybrid clone was announced to the world, and of course, it was a hot debate. Shortly after this announcement, the big bad United Nations stepped in. They said, we are not cloning humans up in this bitch. Look, we have a paper that is signed by 86 other countries that are opposed to human cloning, so don't do it anymore.
Some people were like, whatever, we don't care about your paper, United Nations. So it didn't stop people from still experimenting. For an example, in 2003, the first cloned mule was produced by an American scientist. Then in 2005, the first cloning of a dog, which was called Snoopy, that was carried out and it was successful. And then only 1 year later, in 2006, Iranian scientists successfully cloned a few sheep. So that didn't stop them. United Nations really didn't do anything.
Now, all of those clonings were of animals, nothing to do with humans. But that quickly changed in January of 2008. A biotechnology company named Stemagen announced that they successfully created the first 5 mature human embryos using the SCNT method. These embryos were created by taking a nucleus from a skin cell that was donated by doctors at the company.
The company then acquired human eggs and removed the nucleus from them and placed the skin cells with their nucleus intact into some human eggs. The embryos were successful and then studied as they developed. The biotech companies stated that they only studied the embryos up to the blastocyst stage, at which they destroyed them.
If you don't know what the blastocyst stage is, let me hit you with some knowledge nuggets then. All right, to understand this stage, we got to go way back. We got to go back to when a man, a woman, and shoots his sperm up in there. The sperm then swims and goes into the egg, which then creates a fertilized egg. That fertilized egg has different cell stages over the next few days. It goes from stage of 2 cell to 4 cell to 8 cell to 16 cell, and then to the blastocyst stage, which takes around 5 to 6 days for, from the egg being fertilized to actually reach this stage. Now, from this stage, it starts developing into a fetus, which that's around 4 to 5 weeks is when it goes from a blastocyst stage to a fetus stage. So there you go, a crash course in a timeline of embryo development. I did provide a little picture here for you guys to take a look at. I know the listeners can't see it. If you want to look up embryo development on Google Images or DuckDuckGo Images, it just kind of breaks it down even further.
Looks like a damn reptilian.
Damn reptilian.
What's wrong with that thing?
All right, let's continue on.
Now, not much happened after that until 10 years later in 2018, when China decided to throw their hat in the cloning debates. The Institute of Neuroscience of the Chinese Academy of Sciences in Shanghai announced that they used the SCNT method to successfully clone 2 identical female crab-eating macaques, which were named Zongzong and Huahua. They were the first cloned primates produced by this technique.
I didn't know what the hell a macaque or whatever the hell it's called
Macaques.
was, so I had to look it up, and it's basically just a small monkey. So they cloned 2 small monkeys. So there you go.
All right, so continuing on to the history of cloning, only less than a year later, in January of 2019, China reported that they were successful in the creation of 5 identical cloned gene-edited monkeys, using the same cloning technique that was used with Zongzong and Haha, that they were to study several medical diseases.
Now, the birth of these cloned primates, again, it raised concerns not only from the community, but also from bioethicists. So a guy named Mu Mingpu, who is the founding director of the Shanghai-based Institute of Neuroscience of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, which was basically the academy that did the cloning of these primates. Well, this Mu Mingpu guy was interviewed.
He was asked if human cloning would be next. Pu said, and I quote, "Technically speaking, one can clone humans, but we're not going to do it. There's absolutely no plan to do anything on humans."
So that's the history of cloning, and that's pretty much timeline of it all the way until today. So now that we got that under our belts, and we got the basic understanding of it, let's get into some strange facts and findings.
We've got a very different kind of sponsor for this episode, The Jordan Harbinger Show, a podcast you should check out. It is a high-quality, fascinating podcast.
The show covers such a wide range of topics through weekly interviews with heavy-hitting guests. And there is a ton of interesting episodes.
For example, I'd recommend that you check out episode 28 with James Fallon, How to Spot a Psychopath. They go into the ingredients that go into creating a psychopath, the differences between psychopaths and sociopaths, and how to spot one.
And I'd recommend that you check out episode 457, Help, I Married a Conspiracy Theorist, which in this episode, Jordan talks about, hey, is your significant other that you've been married to for years secretly revealed that they have a belief in a number of conspiracy theories? And now you're sitting there wondering, how can I continue a life together when we're living 2 entire different realities? Well, guess what? He helps you out with that, which I think that's pretty cool. I'd love to make an opinion. But I suggest you listen to the episode, okay?
Check out jordanharbinger.com/start for some episode recommendations.
Or search for The Jordan Harbinger Show. That's HARB, as in banjo, IN as in nuts, GER, on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen to podcasts.
Mix a little sports analysis, pop culture, and great interviews, and you've got the Rich Eisen Show podcast.
Alabama head coach Nick Saban.
I don't spend a whole lot of time answering hypothetical questions, and I think that's a pretty hypothetical question.
Did I just introduce rat poison into this equation? I'm sorry if I did that.
To some degree you did, but that's okay.
I do love that phrase.
It's a psychological disposition that people read and hear about how good they are. It's poison in the mind.
The Rich Eisen Show podcast. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
So, Hans, do you want to hit us with the first strange fact and finding?
Our first strange fact and finding is the legality of human cloning. In total, as of 2018, about 70 countries around the world have banned human cloning. Now, in the United States, there are no federal laws in which ban human cloning completely. 15 American states are Kansas, California, Connecticut, Florida, Georgia, Iowa, Indiana, hell yeah, Massachusetts, Maryland, Michigan, North Dakota, New Jersey, Rhode Island, South Dakota, and Virginia ban reproductive cloning, and 3 states, Arizona, Maryland, and Missouri, prohibit the use of public funds for such activities. 10 states, California, Connecticut, Illinois, Iowa, Maryland, Massachusetts, Missouri, Montana, New Jersey, and Rhode Island have clone and kill laws that prevent implantation for childbirth, but allows embryos to be destroyed. In the United Kingdom, the Human Reproductive Cloning Act was passed in 2001, which prohibits the placing of a human embryo which has been created otherwise than by fertilization. You know, they found out how to perfect it, and what they did was they cloned the queen.
Yeah, we got an interesting story about the queen. It's funny you bring that up.
Okay, all right, my bad.
No, you're good. You're good. We do have an interesting story coming up about the queen, so.
In Canada, it is illegal to clone humans and grow embryos for research. They also made it illegal to make changes to human DNA that could pass from one generation to the next. Damn, Canada got that shit on lock.
Yeah, but you know they have. They got clones of people running around. So that's just kind of like the legality of human cloning. Not a juicy strange fact and finding, but trust me, it gets juicier as we go on through these strange facts and findings. So Dan, do you want to start us off with this next one?
So our next strange fact and finding leads us to the question, has a human ever been successfully cloned? Now the answer to that is no, if you are believing the scientific community. But the technology and scientific understanding are in a place to make such an event plausible.
Which brings us to a very interesting declassified United States Department of Defense document. Now, this declassified document states its corporate author as the RAND National Defense Research Institute and was reported in January of 2001. And it says the following.
Life will be revolutionized by the growing effect of technology across all dimensions of life: social, economic, political, and personal. Biotechnology understand, manipulate, improve, and control living organisms, including ourselves.
Smart materials and nanotechnology will change the way we produce devices while expanding their capabilities. The results could be astonishing. Effects may include significant improvements in human quality of life and lifespan, high rates of industrial turnover, continued globalization, reshuffling of wealth, shifts in power from nation states to non-governmental organizations and individuals, improvements in quality of life with accompanying prosperity and reduced tension, and the possibility of human eugenics and cloning.
So that's a lot of things that they predicted in 2001.
Right.
Which we haven't really hit much of those.
That we know of.
Yeah, that we know of, which I was going to say, which makes me think how much of it's actually being held back, you know. All right, so let's go on to our next strange fact and finding, which is about a company called Clonaid. So all the way back in 1997, 3 months after the cloning of that sheep Dolly was successful, there was a religious cult called the Raelians. They decided to make an announcement.
Now, real quick, Raelianism is a UFO religion that was founded in the 1970s. Their beliefs are that humans were created scientifically in laboratories by extraterrestrials whose name is Elohim.
All right, so this UFO religion made an announcement that aliens told them to go forward with cloning humans. So the group created Clonaid, which was an organization dedicated to human cloning.
Not many people were taking Clonaid seriously. That was until they immediately opened up their lab in West Virginia to start human cloning. Now, the United States government caught wind of this and was like, whoa, 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 whoa. They ran in and they shut them down.
They quickly packed up their stuff and moved their entire operation to the Bahamas. On December 27, 2002, the group announced that they had successfully cloned the first human baby, named Eve. Clonaid had claimed to have successfully brought to life 14 human baby clones.
Now, I know we didn't dive deep into this topic and just kind of gave you the surface level information on it. And that is because on our Patreon episode today, we actually go super deep into this Clonaid organization. It's extremely strange. So strange that we originally had a different Patreon episode scheduled for this week. However, after reading about this Clonaid and being led down that rabbit hole, we decided to change the Patreon topic and dive deep into this organization. So if you want more details about this crazy organization and the UFO cult behind it, then go sign up for our Patreon page, for only $5. It'll give you access to not only that episode, but all of the other 70 plus Patreon episodes for only $5.
And this Rayleighism and Clonaid, man, that shit is nuts. Like, I was looking up the companies they have, and I thought Rayleighism was a joke, and I'm like, whoa, this is like some Scientology, but on kind of on steroids, I would like to see the Rayleighisms and Scientology go at it.
Their symbols kind of like reminiscent of something, that don't you think?
Oh yeah, I was looking at that, I was like, whoa. All right, so let's go on to our next strange fact and finding, which is about pet cloning. A few years ago, someone at my old job got their dog cloned. Yeah, it really happened. Somebody's dog died, and they're like, oh, my wife's really upset about it, so we went and got it cloned. So us researching this topic kind of reminded me of that, and we decided, let's look into it. So we found a company called Xenogene. Now, on their website, it states the following.
Losing a pet is heartbreaking. Xenogene has provided technological solutions to clone your cat, dog, or horse by using a procedure of somatic cell nuclear transfer. As a worldwide animal cloning expert, our scientists have been developing cloning technology to better serve society. At Xenogene, hundreds of animals have been successfully cloned and delivered.
On their How It Works section, they state, our clients initially signed the service agreement with Xenogene. An authorized veterinarian physician collects a sample at a laboratory of Xenogene or a third-party institution and ships the sample to us. After the samples arrive, the service process starts from cell separation, culturing, nucleus transfer, cloning embryo development, cloning embryo transfer, a surrogacy, dog pregnancy, and finally the birth of a newly cloned dog. 2 months after the cloned pet is born, it is delivered to the client with its genetic identification certificate by a third-party testing institution.
Now, it also had a statement after that said, the cloned pet and the donor pet have a consistent genetic sequence. Thus, the traits associated with the genes will be identical. The natural temperament of a cloned pet is similar to that of a donor pet, but may also slightly change depending on the environment in which they grow up.
Now, how much does this service cost, you might ask? Well, cloning a cat is only $35,000. Cloning a dog, $50,000. And cloning a horse, that's $85,000.
Do you think they actually clone the pets, or do you think that they maybe like take a bunch of pictures of it and then go out and try to find a stray that looks similar to it, or like a newborn kitten that looks similar to the older cat?
Probably.
And they're like, "Woo, we just made a big profit. We got this free off of Facebook Marketplace."
I mean, not a bad idea.
I don't know. All right, let's go to our next strange fact and finding.
So our last strange fact and finding revolves around Richard Seed. You guys remember him, right? He was the one that wanted to open up all the cloning clinics back in the day. Well, let's talk about him for a little bit.
All right, so this Richard dude was born in Chicago and graduated from River Forest High School in Illinois and then attended Harvard University. So in 1953, Richard received his master's degree as well as his PhD in physics from Harvard. Now, shortly after graduating, his interest shifted to a new frontier of biomedicine, and he co-founded a company in the early 1970s that commercialized a technique for transferring embryos into cattle.
After that, Richard and his brother Randolph, who was a surgeon, by the way, together they started another company called Fertility and Genetics Research Incorporated, in which they helped infertile women conceive children using the same technique that he was using in cattle. Now, this technique was cumbersome and involved flushing embryos out of the uterus of the egg donor. Only a few years later, in vitro fertilization came along and his company failed.
This didn't stop Richard. We all know what happened next. On December 5th, 1997, Richard announced that he planned to clone a human being before any federal laws could be enacted to ban the process, and that he was going to open an assload of facilities up. After this announcement, Richard started collecting money to start these facilities up. He stated that he needed $2.5 million before the year 2000 to be able to clone the first human, and surprisingly, he got around $800,000 fairly quickly.
So this caught the attention of the media, and news stations started interviewing him. And he actually started taking advantage of this and making his money. And Richard told him, the news medias, that he was going to, make little baby clones for infertile couples. Now, the media and the population heard this and started being pissed off at him. They said that he was taking advantage of desperate women. This kind of caught Richard off guard because he was like, oh, no, I'm doing good. I'm cloning little babies, for infertile couples. But if that pisses you off and you think I'm testing it on babies, well, instead, I'm going to clone myself first. So he ended up doing another interview after that and said, and we quote,
God made man in his own image. God intended for man to become one with God. Cloning is the first serious step in becoming one with God. Man will develop the technology, the science, and the capability to have indefinite lifespan.
We tried to look up more information about Richard. I know I searched for damn near an hour trying to look for any more information to see what happened to him and his cloning facilities, to even see if his ass was even alive. And I couldn't find anything on him. I tried to see if he was a part of the CIA. I tried to see, anything. Nothing. So if you have any information about him or if he's your grandfather, shoot us an email. And we'd like to hear about what happened to Richard Seed. All right. So that's the end of Strange Facts and Findings. So let's get on to the theories.
Now, to start off this theory section, let's discuss the supposed different types of clones that the elite make. There are 3 different types to be exact: the replication clones, the duplication clones, Robotoid Edition, the duplication clones, Rim Phase Driven Edition.
So what are the differences between the 3? Well, let's start off with the replication clones first. These type of clones are grown from birth using a single body. Replication clones, while identical to the donor's cell's body, have their own soul with their own personality that develops independently as they grow. Think of them as Dolly the sheep or cloning your favorite animal. You take a cell from that animal, grow it, and it looks just like your original animal because it's a clone.
Now, that was the replication clone. Now, let's talk about the duplication clones because they're a little different. If you remember, there's 2 different ones. There's a Robotoid Edition and the Rim Phase Driven Edition. Now, before we get into the different types, let's just talk about the duplication clones in general. Now, both of these editions are grown in about 5 months in a tank into fully formed adults, or grown to whatever age the donor was who gave their sample, willingly or unwillingly. Now, these clones kind of sit in a coma state in their tank, kind of like think of it as the Matrix, until they're activated. How they are activated determines which edition they are. if they're the REM phase-driven clones or the robotoid clones. So let's kind of explain the difference in the two.
A REM phase clone is one that has a consciousness transfer of the donor or individual to the clone. So how does this REM phase work? Well, when a normal human is asleep in the REM phase, the consciousness is transferred by mind hack technology into that clone's body and it moves around. The mind doesn't necessarily have to be hacked for the clone to work. A person can animate their clone by going into REM sleep and controlling it.
Now, let's explain the robotoid clone. Instead of this clone having a consciousness transfer, it has an AI computer brain inserted instead. A robotoid clone still has a normal human body, but a computer brain and is soulless. You can cut, but they have no independent soul, will, or self-awareness. When it is told to commit suicide, it will do so without hesitation, and they have no instinct for self-preservation. These robotoid clones run on advanced AI, wetware, computer programming. They can even download memories of the person and mimic their behavior. Holy shit, dude. This reminds me of fucking Blade Runner.
Yeah, and it reminds me of what Joe Biden is. No, I'm just kidding. By the way, we're not political. We don't take political sides. We're not Republican. We're not Democrat. We're the party of the people.
That's right. Praise Putin.
But you can't. Oh my God. No, not praise Putin. But I can tell you this.
Praise Bigfoot.
There is some celebrities and there is some politicians that have some weird shit going on that makes me think that they're this robotoid clones, right? They got some weird shit going on. I bet all the politicians have clones.
Hell yeah, dude.
Hillary Clinton does, I know that.
Yeah. Anyways. All right. So I wanted to put that in the strange facts and findings section or like at the history of cloning, but it didn't really fit into those two. So I figured I'd throw it at the beginning of theories. So you kind of got an idea of the 3 different types of clones as we move forward through the rest of these theories. So let's kind of move on to the next one, which is actually a story, and it comes from a guy named Donald Marshall. Now, this Donald Marshall guy made a lot of crazy-ass claims, and it started all back in 2011. Donald decided to go on Facebook and air out his drama on multiple posts claiming that he was a clone. Not only that, but he claimed that him and his family were born in a cloning center, which was run by the... Yeah, there you go, Hans. There's your queen insert.
Donald went on to say that during his time living at this cloning center, he discovered that the entire operation is run by a group consisting of the Freemasons and Scientologists called the Vril Society. This secret society group is what we know today as the Illuminati.
Donald also stated that the members of the Illuminati typically meet in underground bunkers around the world, that some of these bunkers also contain a network of highly lucrative celebrity cloning farms.
Donald said that the cloning part of the operation didn't actually start until sometime after World War II, at which point the political people started bringing, the movie stars and the musicians there to hang around with them and play music and just kind of like hang out. And not only that, but Donald said that these politicians can control who remembers the cloning facilities, kind of like with a device like that the Men in Black have. In that movie, you look at the pin, it flashes, and you don't remember anything.
I don't remember any of that.
What are you talking about?
So Donald also said that some of these clones are used for mere entertainment value, like gladiator-style wrestling, sexual perversions, Illuminati ritual sacrifices, and other things. But he did say that some of the other clones are kept as precautionary measures should the clone's original, the original person, ever need like a new liver or some other type of organ replacement, that they don't have to wait in line for an organ donor, that they have their own organ donor just sitting there in a vat of substance being, waiting to be plucked.
Donald then made an additional post that talks about the Queen, and it's short enough that we can read it all. So Hans, do you want to read that for us?
Yes. England, yes. Queen Elizabeth, Philip Duke of Edinburgh and Prince Charles are the worst of them. Unbelievable, depraved perverts, all showing off for the celebrities that go there. Elizabeth does ungodly things to them. Some she fakes being nice to, some she is terrible to, cutting them with swords while they scream. There are decent people that are there, are afraid to say anything against them because most of their children there are being held by them as some kind of hostage.
They have been torturing me terribly, so I decided that I will tell all. Vladimir Putin loves to put the fear of torture and death into people, but is essentially a cowardly pervert himself. Most of the famous people are ashamed to speak or be seen by me, as they're ashamed of the perverse and disgusting gatherings. I am a decent person and will not participate in these acts, so they use me as an example and torture me for being a good person.
Now, that was directly from Donald's post. And of course, it didn't stop there. He went on to state that if you torture a person's clone, that the original person will feel it. He also said that each new clone made decreases your mental capacity. So the more clones that are being made, the easier that person is to hurt. Also, he said that clones are notoriously obedient.
Donald reminds me of Kyle Odom.
A little bit, yeah.
I wonder if... I hate to push this off as schizophrenia, but his writing is similar to that. I mean, would you guys agree?
Yeah.
I would, most definitely.
But let's just say, hypothetically, what if it is all true? What if the Queen's down there with Vladimir Putin and they're like cloning people and torturing them? That'd be some crazy ass shit.
Yeah.
So, Hans, you want to start it off for us?
Our next theory revolves around the music industry. According to this theory, the elites in control have already been cloning people for hundreds of years, for multiple reasons. Just like our last theory, some say that the music industry is filled with human clones to keep us docile and entertained while the elites do more sinister stuff in the background while our eyes are turned away. So if the elites really do clone celebrities, who are the supposed ones that are cloned? Well, we do have a list of these celebrities in which we are going to go over.
And the first celebrity we're going to talk about is the rap artist Eminem. Now, real quick before we dive deep into this, what we know for a fact is that Eminem checked himself into rehab after a drug overdose in 2005. Now, keep that fact in the back of your head as we go forward. All right, so Eminem's rise to worldwide fame occurred in the late 90s. This theory states that the Illuminati approached him whenever he rose up to fame to see how willingly he would be to join their gang of their ultimate powerful individuals.
Eminem foolishly declined, and then shortly after he was kidnapped by the elites, who made a clone of him, and the real Eminem was killed. Now his death or kidnapping wasn't made public. Instead, it was stated that he went into rehab. After Eminem came out of rehab, his face had changed, leading many to speculate that he was killed and replaced by a clone, or else simply replaced by a lookalike. A different person entirely that happens to look like the original.
So something else to kind of add to this theory is some lyrics from Eminem. In 2003, he said, and I quote, "There is only one me, so f*** you." Then in 2009, he said, "Me, and the first one is dead."
Do you think Eminem was cloned?
I mean, he got faster for Rap God, so maybe.
I think he did. He just seems way different.
Well, I just think he got plastic surgery.
Think so?
Yeah, I mean, he's got the typical shiny forehead and weird Botox face. I just think he got plastic surgery.
I mean, there's only one way to find out. We got to find out if he is the real Slim Shady.
So we got to ask him if he needs to stand up.
Yeah, and if he doesn't stand up, dude.
Yeah. All right, so let's talk about our next celebrity clone, which is Britney Spears. All right, so this one starts all the way back in 1998, right before the release of her hit song, Baby One More Time. And by the way, how many of you remember it as Baby One More Time, the song being called that? I thought it was called Hit Me Baby One More Time, not just Baby One More Time. Is this another Mandela effect that we discovered? Or has it always been Baby One More Time?
Hit Me Baby One More Time.
Honestly, I never knew the name of the song. I just knew that one phrase.
I knew it as Hit Me Baby One More Time. I remember watching, the infomercials where it was like Kids Bop or, Now. You remember when they used to sell those CDs?
Yeah, well, apparently it's Baby One More Time now.
Well, they're wrong.
I guess another Mandela effect happened. But anyways, so during that time in 1998 when she released that single, Britney and Justin Timberlake had been dating, right? And apparently one day or one night, they got into a nasty car accident. And Justin had received some serious burns and was placed into a coma. And Britney had died from decapitation. So because human beings must have heads and clones must have heads, the record label was forced to find a Britney Spears replacement. Now, the company took a sample from Britney's dead body and started the clone-making process. However, this took time. So they decided to go to the mall and host a Britney Spears look-alike contest, in which they found a girl named, get this, Britney Shears. Like, you cut things, Shears.
You're so funny, Aaron. So funny.
No, that was really her name.
I'd kiss you right now if you weren't so funny.
All right, assholes. So they used this Britney Shears as a stand-in until the clone was ready, and then they killed off Britney Shears. Now, back in the day, I remember this announcement happening. I remember me sitting in my mom's car. I was probably like 12, 13, and the radio hosts went on air and said that Britney Spears and Justin Timberlake had gotten into a car crash, and Justin Timberlake survived and was in a coma, but Britney had died. And I remember specifically thinking, why couldn't have Justin died? Because I had a crush on Britney at the time, and I was like, oh my God.
You would.
So I was pretty upset, but then it came out that it was a hoax. So, I don't know. Maybe it really happened, and then the friggin' talk show hosts released that information that they weren't supposed to, but they ended up getting fired for doing that announcement because they said it was fake. But that's just one of the theories, that Britney Spears is a clone.
I mean, something happened to her.
Yeah. So let's go on to this next clone celebrity.
All right. So our next supposedly cloned celebrity is Miley Cyrus. This supposedly happened way back in 2010. Disney couldn't contain the rebellious teen, killed her, and dumped her remains in the California desert. Now, there are two different theories as to why this occurred.
One theory states that in early 2010, when such as leaking her nudes, smoking shit, and writing seductive songs, that Disney was pissed. And so, they called in Mickey Mouse, and he was like, we gotta stop this shit.
Oh, God.
All right. They had spent years building up the Hannah Montana brand for little girls to look up to, and now Miley was ruining that. Disney decided to make a clone of Miley and murder the original one. For them to only realize that they couldn't control the clone either, and she still went out there and shook that ass.
Yeah, that was one of the theories. Now, the other one is that Miley Cyrus actually refused the sexual advances of various Disney executives, and that the Disney higher-ups got pissed, beat her up, killed her, left her dead body in the desert, and brought in the clones that they already had prepared. Which, by the way, we have no proof to back any of these theories up. We're just hypothesizing and saying what people speculated about. So take these with a grain of salt, do your own research, and send me an email if you think of other celebrities that are clones. All right, so let's go on to this next theory we got.
All right, this theory is that long before Dolly the sheep was cloned in 1996, that the CIA had already perfected cloning, not only animals, but humans as well. The CIA was already cloning humans at the time and using them for different purposes, such as false flag attacks, other various things, and at the time the CIA was withholding this cloning technology from the public.
Now, the CIA wasn't expecting the Rosalind Institute to announce that they cloned Dolly. With this announcement, the CIA quickly realized that the scientific community was about to be able to accomplish human cloning, withholding from the scientific community. Human cloning would be available to anyone in the world, and the CIA, they didn't want that. So they had to figure out a way to get nations to ban human cloning before it even started. So how do they do this, you might ask?
Well, they got the good old CIA right-hand man, Bill Clinton, to go in front of everyone and cause an uproar with his concerns about it. So you guys remember when Bill Clinton went in front of the ethic committee, right? Right after Dolly was announced, and he was like, yeah, there doesn't need to be any more human clonings. You guys remember that?
Yeah, I did not have sexual relations with that clone in the Oval Office.
Exactly. So he went and made those announcements, right? Well, then shortly after that, the CIA, they make this scientist named Richard Seed tell everyone that he was opening up a human cloning clinic, not only in the United States, but worldwide. Like the CIA went to him and said, hey, you're a CIA plant. You're going to make up that you're building human cloning clinics. And Richard's like, okay, cool. So he made this announcement. This announcement caused worldwide panic and made, of course, a lot of these nations ban human cloning, which then the CIA was still able to control its monopoly over human cloning. And that's this theory. And I believe this theory. Like, as crazy as this sounds, I kind of believe it.
I mean, I kind of do.
It's not hard to believe.
No, the CIA, well, not just the CIA, but I believe the government has already perfected human cloning.
When the government works hard on something, and then, let's say like, Aaron, you work hard on something that's groundbreaking. What happens? All of a sudden you get all these like people that work for the government bashing you and discrediting you. So, I mean, unthinkable.
CIA's out there cloning people left and right. So let's jump into our last theory. Dan, can you start it off for us?
Our next theory revolves around 23andMe. Now, if you don't know what that is, basically it's a company that sends you a kit, you send them a sample back, and they look at your DNA sample. They then send you back a paper that tells you many specific things about your ancestry, the origins of your bloodline, connects you to relatives you never knew you had, builds bonds and relationships with people you never thought you had in common with. And it is stated by 23andMe to be a fun, innocent gift to bring the family closer.
Now, when you use 23andMe, you are giving them full consent, not only them, but their partners as well, to do as they see fit with your DNA. It is stated in their agreement, provided sample now belongs to the company sent to and any of its affiliates that may be a part of the research and publications. You give immediate consent to any research and studies involving your sample. Your sample and research is distributed to anyone who chooses to purchase it.
And if that isn't scary enough, this kind of brings up the idea, the theory, that there's a potential for the unknown sources intercepting your information and DNA and using it for whatever purpose that they see fit. For an example, the government could take it, your DNA, and make a clone of you, and then use that clone to shoot up a place. Or let's say if you were the president of a country, they could simply clone you and then get rid of you. Or they could place a clone in your place as they interrogate you as if you were never missing. The possibilities, and when you think about it, it's pretty scary. Because if they do have this capability, they could f*** your life up really easily by maybe just planting your DNA at a crime scene or whatever they see fit,
Yeah, I mean, okay, so I haven't done 23andMe. I mean, I've done Ancestry though.
I thought you did.
No, I did Ancestry.
Do they do the same thing where they send you a kit and you swab your dangly thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, you like spit into a tube.
Oh, you spit into a tube?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, and you send it to them, and then, after a while, they'll send you an email saying, hey, your results are in. Then you log on, and it'll tell you, like, where you're from, and then You can actually match it with like family members you never knew. So it's kind of just like 23andMe, but I think 23andMe actually does like a little bit more that I don't really care about. But I mean, now they have my DNA and I might be a murderer. Who knows?
Well, I think they have everybody's. They have our fingerprints too. They have everything of us. If they wanted to, they could screw us over very easily.
Yeah, as many cameras that are out there, you really think they don't have a picture of your face?
They do.
As many things as you touch out there, you don't think they have your fingerprints?
I mean, they got your fingerprints already with your iPhone, right? You use your fingerprint technology to unlock your phone, right?
Yeah, the new ones only use face.
Oh, yeah. See, they got facial technology. Snapchat collects your facial data and sells it to the government.
I mean, our job before, fingerprint, face.
Yeah.
They took the fingerprint, they swabbed my cheek. The mouth cheek.
I mean, they got our fingerprints when you're born.
And your footprints, dude. How freaky is that?
Yeah, your footprints.
Yeah, and your foreskin.
Yeah, so they have your DNA. They have everything of yours already.
All right, that takes us to the personal thoughts and theories. I want to hear yours, Dan. Think they exist? Or actually, first off, let me back up. Do you think the technology exists right now where we have perfected cloning a human?
Perfecting? No. I don't think it's perfected yet. They have it, but it's not perfected. Just because, say, Eminem, he went in, comes out of rehab, he looks totally different, in my opinion. Miley Cyrus, I was pretending to be Hannah Montana, then she comes out as this, influencer that people say, I don't know how, but okay, whatever. She's totally different. Like, the people that they say that are cloned, when they hit a certain age or they're cloned, they're a totally different person. You could see the difference, but then they blame it on something that rehab, drugs, oh, I'm becoming my own person, some random shit like that. So I definitely believe that they are cloning, but it's not perfected yet. Each one has a defect, you could say.
All right. Hans, what do you think? Do you think that cloning exists and is being withheld from the public and that the government's already perfected it?
Yeah, most definitely. Cloning does exist. Is it being withheld? Yeah, it is. But guess what? A lot of other things are being withheld besides cloning. But we're not going to get into that on this episode. My personal thoughts and theories is it's been going around since World War II. Look, like if you all hadn't listened to the Twin Town Theories Thursday, there is a town of twins, identical twins in Brazil that are all blonde hair and blue eye. And guess what? Joseph Mengele, the angel of death and crazy Nazi doctor, he was so adamant on twins. What if he's been cloning them? I mean, you got to look at areas like that with like dense, like a twin population and identical like that. Wow, does cloning exist? Like, I get it, identical twins, it's a thing, but when it happens in such a high rate, it kind of leads one to think like, what's in the water there? The only person I would be okay with them cloning is?
Who?
Macho Man Randy Savage.
Oh.
That's right.
Ooh, Macho Man. Yeah, man, they need to bring back all the deceased wrestlers.
Dude, Robin Williams, bring him back right now.
Oh my God.
We actually need some real comedians out there. Ooh, shots fired.
Dave Chappelle's a pretty good comedian.
He's good, but...
Dude, that's not even the real Dave Chappelle.
Oh, yeah, that's the clone Dave Chappelle.
Yeah, notice how he went in hiding for like 10 years or 12? It was some time.
Yeah, it took a long time for them to grow him. But my thoughts behind all this is the same as yours, Hans. I believe that it was perfected around World War II, that they've withheld it from the population because they're using it for their own purposes. I believe the elite have access to certain things that us regular people do not. I believe that they have vats of clones of themselves without consciousness. It's just a body that's growing these organs in case, their heart fails and they can go and say, hey, give me my clone's heart. And it's an automatic acceptance of your body taking it in rather than you having to worry about, being on a waiting list and then your body rejecting it. So yeah, I think that's also another reason if you look at some of the higher up elites. What's his name? What's the elites that Rothschilds. You look at some of the Rothschilds, they're like 1 billion years old.
Didn't one of them die not too long ago? Like a couple months ago?
I think. I don't know. I know one is like 6 heart transplants. It's like, God damn, how many hearts is this guy going to get?
As many as they can clone?
Yeah, they're cloning them quick.
Do you think Elon Musk is a clone?
I think he's like an alien in a human suit. The dude's weird.
He is.
Him and Bezos. Bezos has got some reptilian eyes on him. He looks like he'd be on the Men in Black movie. And like his face would open up and there'd be a little alien sitting in his head driving. Sugar water.
The cloning thing and like the alteration of DNA, it reminds me of that movie Galactica. Y'all ever seen that?
I've never seen it.
Yeah, never seen it.
Yeah, it's where you can it's got a Judith Law in it, I think. Can't remember, but you basically can alter the DNA of your child before it's born so you can like have the best traits, like, oh, I want him to be 8 foot tall. I want him to have size 13 feet. And, you know, just some like, I want him to have blonde hair and blue eyes. Or I want him to have red hair and brown eyes. You know, just some weird stuff. But it kind of reminds me of that.
So genetic what do they call those? Model babies?
Yeah, genetically modified babies.
I don't think I'd ever do that.
No.
I already did.
It's like the Pokemon game where you're like breeding Pokemon to get the perfect one. It's like cloning them, right?
The $1 million question. For free, if a company came to you and said, we could make a clone of yourself, but it would start off as a baby and you'd have to raise it, would you do it?
A clone of myself?
Yeah.
Did I agree to this or did they just randomly do it? And it's like, hey, here's a little clone of yourself. You got to raise it now.
No, they came to you and they was like, hey, we can make you one. Would you accept it?
Ooh, would.
What about you, Hans?
I already am doing that.
Yeah, he is actually.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sorry, no face reveal for you listeners, but you're just going to take my word and everybody's word.
All right. Well, do y'all have any more things you want to add to today's episode for your personal thoughts and theories about cloning?
Nothing.
Not really.
All right. Well, that's the end of the episode today. So now we're going to move to On the Scene. If you're not familiar with On the Scene, it is where a listener goes out into the street and interviews unsuspecting individuals and asks them questions about current conspiracy happenings around the world. So anyone can do this. You can do it. Yeah, you, the listener, you can just go out in the street with your phone, interview somebody, make sure it's less than 2 minutes long. After you get done interviewing them with your phone, send that audio clip to one of our email addresses, which can be found on our website at theoriesofthethirdkind.com. Click on the contact button, and there is our email addresses. All right, so this week's On the Scene is from the Discord user Thinglizzy. So shout out to you, Thinglizzy. We're going to play that right now.
King Gobbler, all right.
All right, this is Thinglizzy on the Scene. Chris, what do you think about UFOs?
In regards to what? Are they real?
Yes.
Sure.
Okay, what do you guys think about Bigfoot? Is Bigfoot real?
Yeah. If it were real, would I hunt him? Probably not.
If you were to hunt Bigfoot, what type of weapon would you choose?
Elephant gun, I guess. Nuclear weapon.
Okay, excellent. These seem like great weapons of choice. If you guys were to encounter an alien, would you let said alien clap your cheeks?
Absolutely not.
Andrew, would you?
I might try it. It's an alien.
Might be fun.
All right, and there we go. You heard it here, folks. Might be fun.
Absolutely not. He goes, absolutely not. Oh my God. I like that.
Would you let said alien clap them cheeks?
Hey, speaking of Bigfoot, I have a story real quick.
Tell us.
I went to my cottage this past weekend and I showed up late at night. I go to unlock the door to the camp and I hear something in the woods go, "Rrr." And I'm like, whoa. Flash a light over there. There's nothing there. So I'm like, what could that be? And I hear it again. "Rrr." I'm like, that's fucking Bigfoot. So I run inside and I close the door and I go to sleep. That's my story. Pretty shitty, I know.
I'm kind of disappointed.
Yeah.
But I was going to say, maybe it was that fucking bear that walking around.
Oh my God. Hey, a couple weeks ago, we saw giant bear tracks on the beach there. Giant bear tracks.
At the camp?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh.
So there is a bear back around that area.
I mean, last time we all slept in tents.
Yeah, that was scary as shit. I literally thought I was going to die.
Right?
That night.
Dude, I was in a tent by myself. I thought I was going to die first.
Yeah, bear walking around while you're in a tent and it's like rubbing up against it. Oh my God.
Yeah. I mean, lucky I'm pretty sure it was a black bear. In that area, it's a black bear, but still.
Yeah. But thank you, Thin Glizzy, for this week's On the Scene. I love you.
Yes. Thank you for that, Bigfoot.
Oh, I love you so much, baby girl.
Nice. All right. So let's move on to shout outs. So I'll start off on Instagram real quick. I don't have that many this week. McKenna, TJ, Grace, Bianca, LHA, Katie J, Isaac Lucero, Maria Lazarus, Jermaine, Luke Walton, Donald Spence, Jeffrey Enos, Corey, Kyle Robuck, Vinny B, Kitty, Ryan Chestnut, Elizabeth Curtis, Jordan Poole, Lucas, Chris Warble, Ryan, Levi, Nathaniel, Austin, Charlie, Haley, and David. And that's all I have for Instagram shoutouts. What about you, Dan? What do you got for Facebook shoutouts?
All right, for Facebook shoutouts, I have Priscilla G, Aubrey J, Jacob G, Lewis A, Dustin G, Trevor J, AJ G, Shelby C, and Santiago. Then got a couple from Instagram since, now we all have our Instagrams. Have Anxiety, Shane C, Jordan and her Bigfoot loving self, Sam Koak and Christian M. Then shout out to Erin Gray from Discord. She sent me a care package of Bigfoot stuff. I'm going to have to take pictures and post some of that stuff on Instagram. She bought me a badass button-up shirt, Bigfoot style. It's very awesome looking, so I'll post those.
Dude, I don't get anything. Oh my God.
I know, right? Dude, like, this is so much hate to us other hosts.
Yeah.
Y'all actually got something from Senor Jalapeno. He sent us some jalapeno stuff. I just have to ship it to you. It's some jalapeno seasoning.
Ooh.
So I shipped that to y'all.
Nice. Thank you, Senor Jalapeno.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Then Jazzy Faye sent me some rice.
Oh, yeah, Aaron, you don't know. We have a thing where the listeners have to fill up the P.O. box with rice, and then we're going to basically force face reveal you.
Sorry.
How are you going to force face reveal me?
We're going to get up there to
We're
Maine.
going to beat you down with all the rice bags.
Yeah, that's right, dude. Rice in the freaking socks.
Come get some.
Hey, I already got a couple bags. It's on. But then Harry Scallywag, he sent me a patch that says that my dad was a Vietnam vet. I really appreciate that. It means a lot to me. And that's what I have for shoutouts this week.
All right. Sweet. So, Hans, what do you got for shoutouts this week?
Oh, it's a short list, but I'm going to kind of knock it out. We got High C from Discord, Zumba Zombie, Red Dadpool, Lissa Davis, Kaiser Soche, Aaron from Theories of the Third Kind.
What?
Sleepy. What?
You shouted out me?
Yeah, dude.
Oh, man, thanks.
You're welcome. And another shout out to Danielson from Theories of the Third Kind. Oh, shit, son. Queen Pin, Jamie, Glitch Bitch, Tosh MJ, Tori Renee, Harry Scallywag, Thin Glizzy, Stevie Ray, and Steffi Lisi. Yeah, that's it.
Oh, shout out to Lissa. You suck.
Yeah, shout out to you. Love you. All right, so do y'all have anything else you want to add to today's episode before we roll it out?
I think I'm good.
Hans?
I'm good.
All right. Well, I want to thank you for joining us today. And again, thank you for all your support. You are amazing, every single one of you. So with that being said, Dan and Hans, you want to roll us out?
Sure will. It's okay to be out of this world with your thoughts.
Because you're not alone.
Get an inside look at Hollywood with Michael Rosenbaum.
Let's get inside of Mark Paul Gosselaar. How hard was it, by the way, working on a series like NYPD Blue?
Glad I'm not like walking onto a show that like that now, because with all social media and everyone has an opinion. In early 2000, there was one guy with a blog. I just remember reading that I was going to bring the franchise down. I was horrible. And by the way, I thought they were right.
Inside of You with Michael Rosenbaum. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Beautiful day. You too, to kick off the show, Steve.
Absolutely.
The Ricky Gervais Show with Steve Merchant.
Hello there.
And Claire Sturgis.
Hello, boys.
Carl's ill. Well, he's not here. I mean, I never believe people when they're ill. I think they're always malingering. I never take any days off work. I just think you can drag yourself in unless it's life-threatening or...
To be fair, Rick, can I just stop you there? It's not so much that you take days off as you'll just suddenly decide around lunchtime that you've overeaten and need to go and lie down.
But I'm my own
with
boss.
a cold compress.
Yeah,
and
but
a
I'm my
Swedish
own...
masseuse.
I'm my own boss.
Yeah. So it's not so much you take days off. It's not so much you take days off as you never actually do a full day's work.
Yeah,
you actually
exactly.
prevent that.
I never take that hour and a half off a day.
Exactly.
XFM 104.9.
So what's the story, Claire? Do you know anything about Carl? Do you know what his illness is?
I think he's got this this sort of cold virus that's going around. He phoned me yesterday. He did sound poorly in his defence. A little bit croaky.
Well, I'll tell you what.
He coughed a bit.
I'm not being funny. He better be in hospital.
To miss this show.
To miss this show. Flagship show of the week on XFM.
Do you know, you are right, because, and you've been away, haven't you?
Been away 2 weeks. We had the best of again. But let's put out the best of.
Yeah.
Let's put out the best for the last 2 weeks, shall we?
Yeah.
I mean, we're going to try and get him on the phone. We're going to phone him, and I want him to really explain himself because, you know, I think he's malingering, to be honest.
Well, he phoned me in the weekend entry on Friday night about Oliver the Humanzi, the human monkey. He said to me, it's going to be brilliant.
And it wasn't.
And it wasn't brilliant.
It was...
I've specially stayed in and watched it.
I taped it and watched it afterwards, and I've never seen so much hype and desperation. They kept showing the same clip of this chimpanzee that walked upright like a lot of chimps can.
Exactly,
right? It lost its hair, so it was half human, because all humans are bald.
Yeah.
So that's the half human bit. It didn't have hair. I'm sorry, humans do have hair on their head.
Yes.
The other thing was, this desperation to go, could it be half chimp? No. It's a chimp that superficially looks less like a chimp than other chimps. So Lee Evans looks a bit like a chimp. Is he half chimp, half human? No, he's a human who looks a bit like a chimp. That's libelous.
Yeah.
That's a bit insulting,
Evans
isn't
could
it?
have you
Should
there.
we just play some music
Yeah,
now?
I'm really sorry about that.
I'll get back to you on that.
Yes. TikTok, that's Coldplay and Clocks on XFM 104.9.
Actually, can I tell you a Coldplay coming in a couple of weeks' time to co-host Zoe Ball's show?
Right, 1, don't ever interrupt me. 2, don't tell them about other people's shows.
No.
Okay, moving on, thank you.
Please do not mention that there are any other television celebrities on this channel, on this station. We are trying to convince people it's only Ricky.
But the interruption was the main thing.
Sorry.
Well, we can't get hold of Carl, right? We looked, it's got his old number out there.
His home number?
Yeah, it's hold on, alright. So, we went to the new records. He hasn't even given him this new home number, so something's funny going on. He doesn't want to be contacted. He hasn't given me his home number. I've tracked down a friend who's looking it for us. That phone might ring any moment. I apologise for that. But why is Carl not available?
It's interesting that neither you or I, and I like to think of ourselves as being fairly close friends of Carl.
Yeah.
We have made him the man he is today. We cannot get in touch with him.
In the same way that bloke bought Oliver.
Sure.
I think that Carl is now ours.
Yeah, exactly. Well, exactly. I think very much that's true, yeah.
Yeah.
Carl is very much like a humanzee.
If we look, we're going to lose contact with him and find him 5 years.
On him.
Yeah, and they go,
we can't figure him out.
Yeah. Well, there's something wrong with his
looks
chromosome.
like a human,
he acts like because usually humans stand upright.
Yeah.
And Carl likes to walk on all fours whenever he can.
Yeah. He's not interested in other human women. He's only interested in apes.
Yeah. It
doesn't make sense.
Oh my God. And he's bald.
He is bald.
oh, look, there's as much evidence for Carl being a humanzee as Oliver.
Yeah.
I think there's more. And, oh...
Well, Carl barely walks upright.
I know.
Scared of fire.
Yeah, I know. It is interesting, isn't it? Oliver was built, wasn't he?
Yeah. I don't know. Why were you looking, Rick? I'm interested that you I couldn't. What? Your eyes were kind of uncontrollably drawn
Steve,
towards
they were
his.
just there.
No, I didn't say anything. I was just looking at his face.
No,
sorry, Rick, but if there's something you want to get off your chest.
Yeah, and that was the human part of it then, was it? Being built like that? Because that's humans, but... Yeah. Although Carl's is very tiny and hidden behind. And he's got... I've noticed something else as well. He's got a big red arse.
That's true.
Hasn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, it's all beginning to slot into place.
And I've seen him climb up a cabinet and eat a banana as well. Just to... Yeah. Over lunchtime.
And peel it with his toes.
It's all coming together.
Yeah.
Right, we're going to track him down, because he's malingering. He's definitely... Yeah. I'll tell you what, he's at home now, in the garden, swinging on his tyre. He's not ill.
I think, more truthfully, someone said to me that I said Carl might be ill. They said, right, are you not going to do the radio show then?
Well, that's what annoys me.
I mean, that's the biggest problem, is that, let's be honest, we haven't got anything without Carl.
All we've got is the hook. People are staying listening, because eventually they think we might get through to him at home.
Yeah.
And there'll be fun on this show to be had.
If we don't get in touch with Carl... I think we may as well just shoot off and leave Claire to do the show.
I've got some great music. Is that not a...
Well, it's a small...
Well, you could leave the music with me. I could just play
There's not really
That is true, isn't it?
to be here.
Okay, well, play some.
Wedding present, Steve.
Yeah, I'll explain what it is afterwards. Just play it. It's a joy.
There's a monkey theme.
There is a
monkey connection. Call in if you know the answer.
Wedding Present doing their cover version of Pleasant Valley Sunday. That's from this new compilation of those... remember they brought out a load of 7 inches in 1992?
Of course I do. It was my favourite day.
Yeah, absolutely. And on the B-side, do you remember on the B-side of each one there was a cover of a different song?
Steve, I even played the B-side of each one and listened to the song. The connection there that we're talking about was, of course, it was by the Monkees.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Indeed. Brilliant.
They turned up in yesterday's episode, didn't they?
A lot of people, I'm sure, won't have seen this documentary. It was on Channel 5 after all. So I always feel like we should remind people that what we're actually talking about. If we just happen to mention Oliver, a lot of people don't know what that means.
Yeah.
If we explain that it is the primate version of Carl.
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
a sort of shorthand, isn't it?
Yeah, the half. Yeah.
Yeah. But they were on a
Humanzee.
The Humanzee. He was on a Japanese TV show. They were doing experiments on him to find out if he was half human, and the Monkees happened to be there.
Yeah.
Mickey Dolenz saying, I'm quite interested to find out because, I'm a monkey. One of the monkeys. It was
excellent.
It was utterly bizarre. Of course, we've been off jetting around the world, Claire. I don't know. I don't want to boast. I'm sure you don't want to boast either.
Carl told me you'd been off, off to the States.
Yeah, that was the reason we weren't here the last couple of weeks, that we went to Los
Angeles.
Business or pleasure? It was a little bit of business, a little bit of pleasure. I like to combine the two.
Nice.
It was, we were meeting a company about doing The Office for America.
Actually redoing it.
Yeah,
redoing
not with
it
Ricky or any of the cast, but with American actors.
American actors do it, yeah.
But the thing was, they were flying us over, and it was like the whole business class trip, spending a little bit of money. And,
Virgin Upper Class, actually.
Virgin Upper Class.
I'd like to recommend
that.
Excellent.
Excellent
it's brilliant.
Very good service.
Definitely get free flights now.
Yeah, definitely.
Easy.
Brilliant, yeah.
Richard Branson, lovely bloke, and I love Tubular Bells.
I don't think he owns it anymore.
Does he not?
But he's still a lovely
great
bloke.
Guy. Does he involve with Virgin Records anymore?
Wouldn't have thought so.
No, V2.
Well,
what does he do?
V2 and Virgin V.
What's that?
Right.
Virgin V's some
Is that
beauty products or
Brilliant.
something.
What about
Virgin underwear?
Brilliant. Whatever.
Yeah, give us some of that. Give us some of that, Branson. Give us some of that.
But I was going to New York before going on to Los Angeles, where all the meetings were, just for a little, just meet some friends over in New York. And it's amazing, because Virgin Business Class, they pick you up in a sort of chauffeur-driven car, they drive you down, there's no you don't have to check in with all the wish...
Virgin Upper Class, it's like,
Yeah. You don't need to sort of queue up with the great unwashed, with screaming kids, with ordinary people.
Yeah.
Basically, they just send your information ahead to the airport, and you just drive through, a kind of drive-through McDonald's-style check-in, they take your bag, they check your passport, boom, they drop you at the executive lounge, where there are, I swear to God, lovely free plums. I had 2 lovely juicy free plums in the executive. I haven't eaten plums for years.
He forgets the bloke's name, but he had lovely juicy free plums. All right, that's the sort of wit that I'm capable of. I heard the word
he is
plum.
Flying first class to America.
He meant
to
sucking them through. I changed it, I transposed the whole thing, so suddenly he was sucking on a man's testicles who he'd never met before.
Exactly.
For money.
Exactly.
That's the sort of things I'm capable of.
Which is only half true. So he's used his
there
comedy
was
mind.
no money involved. Right.
That is why he was being jetted off to America to talk comedy. That is the kind of quality.
But it was great. It was a really lovely flight. It was a lovely car, luxury car, and the flight. It was like the advert. They've got those beds that sort of just
the
totally
seats kind of recline, so it's almost
and you got anything you want as much. And I sort of I was falling asleep, and I sort of woke up, and one of the air hostesses was like covering me with a blanket. It was like the advert. It was just brilliant. Oh, the lights came down.
A woman comes around and says, "Do you want a massage during the flight?" You can have a massage
you can have as
during
much
the flight.
drinks, although you can't drink. You have a drink and then you fall asleep because it's so comfortable and they take the lights
So
out. Anyway, it's
I
brilliant.
can't believe my luck. So I'm driving down. I get to the airport in my chauffeur-driven car. Right, I'm sat there. I'm phoning people, my mum and dad. You never believe what I'm off to. I'm just in a car. And you just hand your passport through the window of this car to this little woman who comes over. And I'm just there. I'm just sort of buzzing the window down, handing it to her, buzzing it back up. Like, I don't want to talk. Check the passport, take my luggage. I don't want to discuss things. You know who I am. And she hands the passport back through the window. She says, "It's expired." I went, what do you mean? She went, "It's expired." I said, "It's business class. What can you do? Can you do anything?" And she went, "No, we can send you to America, but 8 hours later you'll have to just turn around and come back. They won't let you through immigration." I was like, "What am I going to do? I got to go to Los Angeles and talk about, like, the office and that." And she said, "Well, it's up to you." So, the chauffeur-driven car drove me straight to the passport office down in sort of Victoria, which I have to say.
Back into town.
So I had to come back into town. I didn't get on a plane. I'm wearing my suit because I thought I'd wear the suit so I look like a real player. So I'm wearing my suit.
I love the fact that you wore a suit. I wore a tracksuit because I thought I don't need to get upgraded. I'm first class.
Exactly.
I wanted to go on in my pants and slippers, but you know,
wasn't that why she covered you with a blanket at one point? But, so they take me back down to, the passport. I don't know if you've had to go down and get your passport changed, but they treat you like you are an illegal immigrant, sneaking into the country. I'm wearing a suit, I've got luggage, you know, I'm clearly a dignified kind of guy, that's obvious. I'm speaking with a certain eloquence, I've got certain pennies. I've just been working on it in the car.
Oh, right, okay.
And,
go on.
and they said you've got to come back that night, so I had to come back. I had to get my passport photos done. I had to buy a sandwich. I had enough change for the machine because there was not. It was an absolute nightmare. I began the day in a chauffeur-driven car on my way to Los Angeles to discuss business with Universal Television Pictures, and I ended the day on the tube in a suit with my luggage. Stood next to one of the posters advertising this radio show, which was just embarrassing because people kept pointing and staring and laughing.
He called me, like they said, "Rick, I've really much." I go, "Go on." He went, "My passport expired." I went, "Oh." He said, right, I quote, he went, "I didn't know passports expired."
Yeah.
I went, "What do you mean?" He went, "Well, your driving licence doesn't." I went, "What are you talking about?" He said, "How old do you have to be to know that?" He said, "When will I know all these things?"
Yeah.
It is. When will I know all these
Steve,
things?
I want to just come and hug you.
But do you know what I mean? Did you know that? Did you genuinely know that your passport expired?
I did, because my passport expired
because she's
2
alive.
years ago.
Because she's alive in the world.
There is so much stuff that I don't know because I don't think I've reached a certain age yet. I remember you walking down the street once and you said there were some roadworks, and you said they're probably doing those roadworks because it's the end of the financial year and they've got to spend their money.
Yeah.
I thought, well, how do you know that information?
Can I just tell you?
Yeah, exactly.
But I don't talk to cabs. I'm in chauffeur-driven cars. I put the little window up so they don't talk to me.
How old are you?
28.
Are you old enough yet to help a long-distance lorry driver back into a car park?
Definitely not.
Oh, you an idiot. Play a record.
And I'm also, I'm not old enough yet to be able to say, can I have a pint of lager, please, Chief? In a pub. One day I want to get to that age.
No, you're a long way off. Another classic there from Oasis, Supersonic on XFM 104.9, Ricky Gervais, Steve Merchant, Claire Sturgis standing in for Carl. But where is Carl? Where is Carl?
So we've failed to get in touch with him at home.
Well, look, he doesn't want to be
listening?
contacted. He's turned up every phone off. He hasn't given XFM his new home phone number. He doesn't want to be contacted. I can't believe he's not listening, to be honest.
So you think he's listening now?
Yeah, he listened in Manchester. If he's not listening, he's out and about. I mean, has anyone spotted Carl?
What's your message to him, Rick, if he's listening?
Call up.
Anything else? More sort of...
Call up or you're fired.
Okay. Any bad language you want to use? Obviously, you can't really swear.
I can't really say it.
What sort of words? I mean, the F word, would you say?
I'd say the F word. I'd call him a twat.
Would you use the P word? I'm thinking of prick.
Prick, yeah. Okay. Definitely use that. Not a prick.
Would you just say you're a tit?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Little...
All right.
Little... You stupid little bag of tits, I'd say to him. I mean, privately.
What about the MF word? Because that's pretty intense. That's pretty hardcore. Do you think that this is not appropriate now? Do you think that would be too extreme?
I'm worried if I use that, and he was genuinely ill,
Sure.
I'd feel a bit of a
C word.
Cop, sure. Yeah.
Cop.
Yeah.
Because I wasn't thinking of that C word.
I mean a male bird.
Sure, because we've got into trouble with that before.
Meaning penis, and we don't mean that.
Yeah, we don't mean penis.
But if anyone out there, sorry about that. There was a discussion about bad language. We weren't actually using it. But if any of you out there do see the little twat, get him to call XFM immediately.
Yeah, and likewise, if you're listening, Carl, you cheeky MF. Well, you sexy MF, as Prince once said.
Yeah.
Then give us a ring, because we'd love to talk to you. We just want to find out
Just
how you
call
are.
in. We know you're listening. Little shit. Amy Mann, Red Vines.
Brilliant.
Lovely track. On XFM 104.9, Ricky Gervais, Steve Merchant, Claire Sturgis, in for Carl Pilkington, little... He hasn't called.
He may be really ill. I'm feeling a bit guilty.
How ill is he, though? I mean, do you know what I mean? How ill have you got to be to not be able to make a phone call?
Yeah.
I find that hard
I
to
got a
believe.
sore bottom, and I made it in.
Keep talking.
I pulled a muscle in my bum.
How?
I don't know. And it really hurts.
Have you tried to trace back through the week and figure out what may have happened?
I went to see the osteopath yesterday. He put an elbow in it for half an hour. I cried.
His own?
Yeah.
Is it? Oh, they got detachable elbows for that. Prosthetic elbows.
The elbows. Just hold this elbow in there for 2 hours and...
Yeah. Can I take that away? You can take that away. I won't be needing that elbow for quite a while.
We had an email about Oliver the Humanzee. For those that didn't watch it, there was a documentary last night about a chimp that was supposedly a human or was half human or might
favourite
seem
programme ever.
Yeah.
For a week, Carl has been saying it's gonna be brilliant.
I wish he was here
and
to
he's not here to
discuss
this. Lee Cranston has emailed in and says, I thought the best part of the Oliver programme was the guy Vincent Pace, the camp fella at the piano, telling how he first met Oliver. Quote, he grabbed his female owner, turned her around and bent her over and went to mount her. I made her an offer to buy him the next day. Vincent was then shown in a very nostalgic mood playing melancholic music. He obviously wanted some monkey action.
He really, that's
I mean, it is potentially liable.
That's liable. It's a joke there, but...
I don't take any responsibility for what Lee Cranston says, or indeed the fact that he puts at the end, did he want to turn Oliver into a gay pansy? Question mark. That's Lee's thoughts and opinions, they don't necessarily reflect those of XFM.
He sees the chimp mount a human and go, I've got to have that chimp. I must have that chimp. Oh, poor Carl. Where is he?
As you mentioned earlier, he was very well endowed, apparently. I didn't see it myself.
It was a big
boy.
chimp.
Sure.
A big half boy. A big half boy, half chimp.
Okay.
Honestly, Juan on XFM 104.9. Right, I just called Carl again. I've been calling him all the time, trying to get through to him, right? He's changed his message, so he is listening, and I've got proof. So, can you just call the number, Claire?
Yeah.
Right, call this number. Now, listen to this. This is really annoying.
We should tell you now that this is not an amusing sketch or setup.
No.
What's happening there, Claire? Not quite happening for you?
No, it's all right. We'll try that again.
Try that again, Claire.
Yeah.
I'm livid now.
I'm genuinely annoyed, because you'll see, when you hear the message, you'll realise why. Right.
Let's try again.
I don't know who he thinks he is now. I'm beginning to wonder if his minor celebrity is going to his head. All this nice write-up in Heat magazine.
Yeah.
It's changed him. Richard Anderson, incidentally, has emailed in.
Go on.
Dickers Anderson. It's not happening, is it, there, Claire?
Why not?
I can't work it out, can I?
Can't figure it out.
How would you call someone normally?
Well, normally I just pick up the phone and dial it.
Sure.
No, I don't mean... I mean...
But it's like I have a problem getting it through the desk. I tell you what, can I play an ad break and practice? Pretend this didn't happen, and then come back
in a weird way, it's
like having Carl. It's like having Carl play the ads.
I'll get back to you.
Bit of Snoop, never. And when did a bit of Snoop ever hurt anyone, Steve?
Absolutely, never.
Right.
I don't think.
Okay, Carl's away. He pulled the wool over Claire's eyes. There's a few people out there that believed he was ill. I knew he wasn't. In fact, at one point I thought, maybe he is ill. His message on his answer machine has changed in the last 5 minutes, and listen to it, and this is evidence that he's not ill. Right.
Okay, here we go then.
Yeah.
Who don't read out? Anderson, Richard Anderson, I should just say, has got in touch.
Okay.
Here we go.
Hold on.
Oh, Claire.
No, I can do it. Just tell
All
me
right.
about Anderson.
This is ludicrous. Yeah. So obviously Richard Anderson, he's emailed in his thoughts. Dickie Anders, Randy Anders.
You. Dickster, Dickmeister General.
Dickmeister General. And he says there's something making... Have we got it, Claire? He says there's something making strange yelping noises in the thicket at the end of my garden. Shall I go and prod it to see if it's Carl?
Sorry I'm not in today, but not well on that. No more Rockbusters. I think that's what's affected me. It's got me down a bit.
So joking.
Yeah.
The doctor said I'll be back swinging on my tyre in no time.
So...
See you later.
So he was listening.
He's clearly listening.
So he was listening because we said about swinging on the tyre.
Message.
At any time.
Right. Carl, call me. In fact, I'll tell you what, we play a little game. Carl would appreciate this. Call me, Carl, or I'm going to give out your number. What's the first 5 or 6 digits, Claire?
Well, it's 079.
Okay. Phone now, Carl. Start calling now. Right, give the next number, Claire. You said give the next number.
1.
Make a note of this, because if you want to call Carl yourself...
07968, and the first number to be given out is 1. He's not ill. How do you feel now, Claire? Because he's made a fool of you, because you believed him.
I actually
He's
felt
made a monkey
really
out of
sorry
you.
for him last night. But now, passed out, I feel a little bit let down.
Right, okay, so we give a number out every 5 minutes until Carl calls, because we know he's listening now. He's taking the piss. He's not ill, obviously, you can hear that. That was as long as a link, so he could have been here. He could definitely call.
Are we leaving this message? Is this a message we're still leaving on his phone?
Yeah.
We're still leaving it.
Good.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Why don't we leave the rest of the show on his phone?
Yeah.
As a message.
Leave it up.
He's got to listen through it all so he can delete it.
Yeah, exactly. And the other thing, of course, is that he's not going to get paid for this.
No.
So he's thrown away 80 quid.
That's 80 pounds.
Now, in Manchester, that's a week's wages,
Easy.
so he's obviously been spoilt. So for all his mank charm, he's down here, he's living the life of
He
riding.
thinks 80 quid's nothing.
He thinks 80 quid's nothing
Up
already.
there you could be buying you could buy yourself your own horse.
Yeah.
You could probably get yourself a deposit on a flat.
I'd have thought so.
Up
I'd
there,
have thought so,
easily.
yeah. And so, or sun lamps, because it's always dark.
Yeah.
He could go mental up there. Now,
Dog piece of string.
So what's the first few digits we've given out?
07968.
Yeah,
That's
and
the
then
code.
and then
we've got
1. Okay, we give out a
number of Carl's phone number digits.
So take that down because we love calling him. Shall we have a little bit of feed or something?
Let me just tell you what Dick has said. He said Richard Anderson. He also said, "P.S. The show's still rubbish without Carl."
Still rubbish without Carl. Now is that a compliment? It's still rubbish without Carl, which suggests he thought it might be better without Carl.
No, I think he means it's equally rubbish.
Right.
Yeah,
Brilliant. Thanks.
Changes.
Thanks, Dickers.
Yeah, he's
Beautiful
definitely
Dickmeister. I'm feeling on XFM 104.9. Ricky Gervais, Steve Merchant, Claire Sturgis. Well, he's defying me. He's not calling in. We're going to give out his number, and he's not calling in. That's even more annoying. Who does he think he is?
I don't know who he thinks he is. I'll tell you who he is.
Yeah.
He is a little bold Mancunian.
Let's never let him forget that.
I don't know who he thinks he is, but there's the fact.
Just, Carl, call in, because you're annoying me and Steve. He's been slagging you off as well, Steve.
Well, go on. What's
in the week, he was slagging you off. I mean, in the week, I was joining in and laughing along, but now I'm thinking but now I'm thinking that you're more on my side than he is.
Thanks very much, Rick. I'm glad to see you've come round.
He said he was. I was in the pub with him and Johnny.
Oh right, so there's a little audience. Good.
And he went, have you seen Men in Black 2? I went, no. He said, have you, Johnny? He went, no. He went, there's a thing in it that looks just like Steve.
Mm.
And I went, what? He went, it's a thing, he's got really gangly arms and bulbous eyes, and it just works really fast in the Aliens registration thing. And I went, all right. I said, we'll bring that up Saturday. Since he's not here, what do you think of that?
Well, the reason is, I think the problem I have is this, that if I was to say things like that about Carl, I'd destroy him. He'd be a broken man after I'd finished with him.
Call in, Carl, or Steve's going to say a few things about you.
I'm going to get a couple of home truths out there.
I can't believe it. I cannot believe it. Yeah, we were, at the time I was joining it, we were having, slagging you off on other things as well.
Sure.
But now I'm thinking, maybe
maybe you were wrong.
Maybe I was taking the mickey out of the wrong person behind their back.
Because the Night from Patti Smith, co-written, of course, with Bruce Springsteen.
Oh, it was a co-write, was it?
Yes,
I thought he
indeed,
wrote.
yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow, there you go, learning something. Learning something on XFM 104.9. Ricky Gervais, Steve Merchant, Claire Sturgis. No, he's not playing. He's not ill.
Another digit from the number?
Yeah, just do one more digit, Claire.
You serious?
Yeah. Yeah.
Five.
Yeah. 5. Good.
5, so 1 5. Okay, great. We'll keep doing that. But I'll tell you what, the best revenge is living well.
Indeed.
Why don't we just do a brilliant remaining 50 minutes of show, and show the people that we don't need Carl.
High five. Let's do it.
You don't need Carl. Right, let's go. Starting now. Some brilliant stuff.
Oh,
you're going to say something?
Yeah. No, I remember when I was growing up in Manchester.
No, you can't. So it's funny to me. I'll tell you. XFM 2.9. I said no. I saw a weird thing. I saw where in Leicester Square I was coming through. I saw a hairy Chinese kid.
No, I don't.
It was weird because they're not usually hairy, are they? Did I tell you about me Auntie Flora?
Is that supposed to be Manchester?
Did I by Eck as like? Did I tell thee about me Auntie Flora who shot herself for 3 hours once? Did I tell you? Oh, I don't... there was a woman born
Carl,
once...
you have to phone us, we've got nothing!
Oh, God, he's so annoying. Little twat. That's the new one from Blur. Out of time. Only 3 now. Probably had a sort of Carl equivalent who sort of thought, well, I can't be bothered. Graham Coxon there, probably at home, listening to that.
Exactly.
Playing guitar, and they calling up and say, well, you could play along. He went, no, I'm ill.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm ill. Come on, Graham, if you're playing... I can hear you playing guitar now. No, I'm ill.
Yeah. Have they replaced Coxon?
No.
They haven't replaced him?
No.
Oh, right.
Well, they probably will do when they go on tour, but I think they are essentially...
Well, I play guitar, I don't know.
That's true enough, you're pretty hot on the...
If, Diamond, you want someone to,
Oh, actually, Steve,
strum along?
it's one of the blokes from the Verve.
Oh,
Ex-Verve, remember?
Did she interrupt me again?
I think so.
Mate.
I'm a fear in it.
God, I can't
think I was talking.
Yeah, I don't know if you were...
You know, I might be mental, but I think I was talking.
Claire, when's your radio show on? Normally, when do you host a radio show?
Am I allowed to plug it?
Go on,
yeah, go on.
Just tell us.
Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m.
Right, maybe we'll come along and start talking over you.
No, I'm just wondering, Rick, who's listening at that time? We've got a prime time which everyone is sat at home listening on a Saturday afternoon, Claire.
Yeah.
It's one of the best radio slots
no one's
in the
going
business.
to football matches or shopping or anything like that.
No.
I want a piece of the action. I need it.
Yes.
I need it.
Well, you've got it.
And they're playing a few dates here and there. Old Blur. Blur.
Good.
And that's off their new album, probably, with all the other songs and that.
Rick, I was watching TV last night. I just, it might have been during the Monkey Show, actually, I'm not sure, but there was an advert, and it reminded me of a little crush that I just felt I should express, because I wonder if, I've often used the platform in the past to just express my feelings for people.
Yeah.
And I realised now, for many, many years, I've had a big crush on the Scottish Widow, from the Scottish Widow adverts. I just want to say to her,
Is it because she's sort of mysterious and hooded?
Partly that, it's also because I guarantee she's available.
Because she's just lost her husband.
A widow.
Yeah.
And I just think it's time to stop grieving. I think you've been grieving too long. I want to say to her, you're a beautiful lady.
She's probably got a big lump sum.
I'm thinking she's probably got a sizable amount of cash.
Yeah.
She's obviously got a lot of spare time on her hands, not working or raising kids, because she's wandering across the moorlands most of the time.
Her kids are probably grown up.
I'm thinking it's time.
Or they turn to crack or something.
But I'm just saying this. I think it's just time to say, yes, he was a great man.
He was a good man.
He was a lovely guy.
He worked hard.
But he's gone. It's time to move on. He wouldn't want to see you like this.
No.
Still grieving after 25 years.
No, he'd want to see her being humped by a big lanky thing with steamed up glasses, I reckon.
I'll be honest with you, he hasn't got much say in the matter. Frankly,
she's still not over it.
She is squandering that money. She could be out, she could be in Europe, she could be in Barbados or Hawaii, she could be spending that cash, she could lose the hooded short and maybe slip into a nice bikini.
Do you know what? I think
she's kept herself in shape.
I reckon she's wearing nothing under that.
That's
shroud.
what I'm thinking.
Dirty slut.
And I'm assuming, as she's Scottish, that he was a little bit thrifty. She couldn't
wait for him to go. She couldn't wait for the poor bloke to go.
He was obviously, I bet he was a little bit thrifty. He's probably got quite a lot stashed away that she's slowly working her way through.
Yeah. And I want to find out. I want to find out how he died.
Yeah, I'm intrigued.
Because if I find it's like, there was a roller skate on the top of the stairs,
Exactly.
I'm going to reopen the investigation.
If it was in any way suspicious.
Yeah. Yeah.
Questions
So, your
could
husband's
be asked.
dead, and she went, oh no, where's the money?
Yeah.
Steve
Absolutely.
Merchant's outside.
Exactly. Yeah.
Built like a donkey.
Yeah. He's built like he's built like Oliver the chimpanzee.
Yeah, and he wants to get at it.
Yes. He's bought his tandem. Hop on the back.
We're going off to the moors.
Yeah. He's going to fly executive class.
Yeah.
His passport is valid.
I know
He
that.
knows that
He's
much.
got another 10 years on the passport. Well, I'll tell you what. The boys from Blur, they don't rock.
Sure.
Should we show them how to rock with a bit of Bad Company?
Do it.
It's a classic. Turn it up, Claire. Bad Company. Can't get enough of your love. I'm in a rock mood because
Yeah, I'm
Carl's
enjoying that.
made my blood boil.
Yeah.
Really. I might even play a song, you're probably too young, called Spirit of the Radio by Rush. It's sort of like, for rockers, and people like that, it's like the ultimate sort of pomp, rock, progressive pop song ever. It's classic.
Yeah, sounds amazing.
You might hate it, or you'll love it, or you listen to it ironically. I love it.
Well, you know, I was listening to Led Zeppelin recently. I never really understood the rock phenomenon before, but I just understand it now. It just gets in your blood. It's extraordinary. Crank it up, amazing. And, I wish I could play the guitar.
Sure.
Do you know what I feel like doing?
What?
Writing a little sort of hymn or a ballad.
About to Carl?
To Carl.
Yeah.
We've tried threatening him. That's not worked.
Give out one more digit. We got half hour to go. Because they're 3 digits, so it's what is it?
07968
Yeah.
15
Next digit, please.
7.
Okay, 157.
I hope you're making a note of that. You'll be able to phone Carl, leave messages, tell him what you think of him. Unless he phones. He can stop this at any time by just simply calling here in the studio.
You can just call and say, okay, don't... you can just call and say, please don't give my number out. And I go, as I always do, when I'm winding him up and I'm slapping his head and I'm sort of like spitting on him and stuff. Eventually he goes, shouts, stop it, and I go, well, you only had to ask.
Exactly.
So if he calls, I go, you only had to ask. Yeah. Flaming Lips on XFM 104.9. Well, we got through it without Carl.
I think so, yeah, I've enjoyed myself.
Didn't mention him much, did we?
No, I don't think so.
Don't think we need him.
I always quite enjoy it when he's absent, actually.
I
like
know,
having
because,
Claire in.
because we can have a nice chat as opposed to him just going, remember when I had Chinese hair and there were old woman eating her own legs
It's
and my
just
dad
gobbledygook
put
when he's there.
a Forrest Gump in a wheelie bin.
Yeah. Claire brings a certain kind of level of class to it, dare I say that, you know. She's inept in her own way.
In her own way, yeah. I mean, there's no one... Oh, no, there's no one any good working
No,
there. I mean,
no, I don't want to give you that idea.
There's no, like, proper... the only proper DJ is probably Camfield, I'd have thought, because he's nearly 13 now, and he's been in the he's been in the radio 12 and a half years. See, he took they tested him, and he's half human, half Vance. which is quite
he's got quite
weird.
a lot of. I think he's got the 48 chromosomes that Tommy Vance has got. That makes one Tommy Vance.
Tommy Vance, and a little bit extra.
Because one of those chromosomes is Daniel's chromosome. It corresponds exactly to a Jack Daniels.
There's some Lemmy genes, I think you'll find.
In there as well.
In there. But, although, I'll tell you what, I share with Camfield a couple of loves. I agree that one of the greatest programmes of all time is Columbo.
Columbo is brilliant.
It is amazing. And they're showing them all. There's so many channels showing them now. I think Granada Plus show them. I think BBC show them. I think everyone's got a bit of it.
I think he's made 18,000 episodes, apparently.
Are they still making them, though?
I think they keep turning up.
No, they did in the 90s. They're not quite as good, but I think the original ones, they're great. He's got this great character, and I share that with him. I do like a bit of rock. Should we play Rush? It's just Spirit of the Radio. I mean, we get canned by people who like new metal and Blur and that and those trendy bands, all that, the kids bands and that.
But you think this is pure?
Yeah, I don't
pure
think
rock.
this would feature in X-Ray magazine. They've got some great bands in them. They've got Kaloop, they've got Demp, they've got Flap Nibble coming out with their new single. It's an EP, and Strep, the early, not the later Strep, the early Strep, the unrecorded years, which is the only ones I like by Strep. And that guy in it, you know, the drummer Kibble, he's got his own. It's going fringe. He's in for a chat with Christian on the Breakfast Show, where you could win a trip to O'Neill's in Camden. This is Rush. Rush. and Spirit of the Radio. Everything in that. Let's look quick. Let's put every type of music. Okay, go to reggae, into okay, opera. Go mental now. Go mental on the drums. Double that. Double the. How many bass drums have you got? Just the one. Go mental on it.
Yeah.
Right.
It is obscene.
That is everything in that, isn't it?
How long is it? About 4.5 minutes.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
That's lovely.
They should people don't play music like that anymore.
There's only 3 of them. I just think of them. Yeah. There's that. And just one day in Canada.
Yeah.
They just went right. We're only going to make every type of music into that single.
It's almost like a Stars on 45 version of music of all time.
Of every
music
rock
they've heard.
Exactly. Yeah.
Brilliant. Are they still going? Do they still play?
I don't know. I've no idea. But that was for Camfield. There was Bad Company there in Rush for Camfield. Colombo. That was for Camfield as well. The A-Team. Do you remember once when we were talking about the A-Team and I was slagging it off on your show in the old XFM?
Yeah.
And I was going, I mean, I quite like the A-Team, but sometimes it's too far-fetched to enjoy without it being ironic or it being for kids. And I could hear fuming from outside. I could feel him going... He didn't know who to call. He wanted to call Vance or someone or Lemmy. He didn't know... Right? And then I said, and if you can't find find the A-Team, they outwit the might of the FBI every single week. But an old woman who's having trouble with her landlord can find them.
Yeah.
And the door burst open, and Camfield went, "That is because Hannibal sometimes disguises himself as an elderly Chinaman." And that was his explanation for the whole series.
Yeah.
Ah, that was for Camfield.
That's lovely. That's for his 12th birthday, which is coming up very
13th.
soon.
Oh, he's 13. Yeah.
Teenager, yeah.
Oh, he's gonna rock, Steve.
Indeed.
Oh, the phone's going. Play that break. I'll answer the
Oh,
phone.
it might be Carl.
Oh.
XFM. 104.9 in London. XFM.
Wow, here's a bit of a turn up for the books. Carl Pilkington on the line.
Right.
Yeah, where you been?
I'm off ill, aren't I?
Right. Okay, what's the matter with you?
Just a bit bunged up and that, and got the shakes, got that sort of that shaky thing I get.
Yeah, that's because you didn't eat last time when Suzanne was at work.
Yeah, well, I think that's what brought it on. Plus, she was away in the week, and I put some wet jeans on. The problem.
Well, when did you put them on your head?
No, they were just on the Maiden, and the legs felt dry. But
Just on the what? On the what? Have you got the Maiden? What was she doing there? What do you mean?
On the Maiden that you put clothes on.
What? Your clothes horse.
Maiden.
Your clothes horse.
Well, yeah.
Right. Okay. So you put wet jeans on, yeah?
So that's why I'm ill and that. I'm
Right.
not having a good time. I've been watching the football.
So you're just sitting at home watching telly, where you could have been sitting here?
Well, I would have been better off there, because I've got a chair there. I've got no chair at home at the moment, because I sold it last week.
Why did you sell a chair?
What, you only had one chair?
What?
Look, can't we just, I just was calling up to let you know I was alright and that.
We're not interested in that, we want to know about the chair.
I sold it. I had a little two-seater, and I sold it because I'm getting a new one, but I've got to wait another month.
So you've got to sit on the floor for a
So
month?
you sold a chair before you had another one?
Well, she might not have wanted to buy it in a month or something. So I got rid of it whilst I could. She was alright, buddy. We'll talk about that next week.
Oh, you're going to be in next week?
I look forward to that then. That's a dynamite piece of radio to tune in for. The day Carl sold a chair.
Brilliant.
Alright. So you alright then? It's going alright?
But why did you take this long to call? We asked you to call since the very beginning. We've been phoning you. Why is your phone switched off?
I heard the beginning. I heard the beginning of the show. I thought, yeah, it's going alright. They're there and stuff. Turned it off.
You turned it off?
No, I put a tape in though, because even though I'm ill, I'm still showing an interest in it.
Well, you're not. If you're watching football and shaking.
Yeah, well, I'll listen back to it later, so I hope you haven't been dissing me.
No.
Right?
Definitely not.
Don't listen back to it, it's not worth it, but we haven't been dissing you, no.
And I've just been watching a bit of football, right?
Did you watch the Monkey programme last night? You told us to watch the Monkey programme. We all stayed and watched the Monkey programme.
Alright, wasn't it?
It was rubbish, wasn't it? Obviously not half chimp, half human.
Well, I mean, they missed out a lot of the interesting bits.
They didn't have any interesting bits in.
The bits that I told you about 3 months ago before they decided to make the programme.
Yeah.
What were the bits that you came up with?
Well, they missed out the bits about, the zookeeper.
Right, there wasn't a zookeeper, yeah, go on.
Well, there was, but they left that bit out.
Well, okay, fine. And they left out the bit where it ran for mayor in 1975.
In terms
Did
of those that did research, they actually went and filmed it. You read it on the internet.
Yeah. Yeah.
Chances are you're the one with the facts wrong.
Yeah, I think they also left out the bit when it jumped over 3 double-decker buses on a motorbike.
On Evel Knievel's motorbike.
Yeah. So, I can't believe it. I cannot believe it. Not only do you not bother turning up, but you turn off the radio and start watching football.
Yeah, I turned it off, but I've recorded it. I'll listen back later and sort of...
Well, what good is that?
Sort of, I like to keep it in shape and that. I'll have a word next week.
All right. If you receive any phone calls from people you don't know, we don't know anything about that. Instantly, we don't know why that is happening. That is just going to be a weird, spooky thing. So
and don't bother telling the story about Men in Black 2 either, because I don't think people will be interested.
Actually, on the subject of Men in Black 2, what?
Have you seen that, Steve?
No, I haven't, Carl. Tell me about it.
You should see it.
Go on. Why?
Because there's this thing in it.
Go on. What, a stupid, bald Mancunian tosser?
No, weirder than that.
There isn't anything weirder than that.
Big eyes, it was gangly.
Keep talking.
And, you've got to see it, because you wouldn't believe how the likeness and that. You've got to get the film out tonight.
Right.
It's not as weird, it had a normal voice, right?
He's done you and he's not even here!
I'll tell you what, mate, it ain't worth coming in next week.
Oh, stay on the... Kings of Leon, Molly's Chambers. What do you think of that, Carl?
Alright.
There's a surprise.
Another
insightful remark.
Steve is not a fan now. Not only does he know you've been slagging him off behind his back...
No, I wasn't slagging Steve. If you get it out on DVD tonight, you'll know I'm not slagging you off. It could be your brother.
I love the fact that it makes it worse, but he's thinking you're going to go, oh, he wasn't slagging me off. It does look like me. I do think I'm an alien. I love the fact that you hope Steve will go, he's got a point. It's a spitting image. Yeah.
I am, seriously, Carl, I'm really angry. I'm so angry with you at the moment.
You haven't seen it yet?
No, I know, because I know what it's going to be, and I'm just...
Why?
I'm fuming. I'll tell you why I'm angry, because he doesn't do it in jest.
No, but what do you think it's going to look like? What do you think this thing's going to look like?
Going to look ludicrous. It's not going to look anything like me, but he's going to, like, pretend it does. Go on, what? Go on.
No, it does look like you.
Yeah, of course it does. And you looked like the, Human Z.
Well...
I mean, to be honest, you did a bit, Carl. You walk like him, you're bold like him, you got a sort of gormless face like him. Any more?
I don't smoke. That does. I'm not arguing with you, I'm not well on that.
Oh, you're not well.
What exactly is wrong with you, you whinger?
Well, it's just, do you know, like I always tell you about the restless leg syndrome I've got? It's like that, but all over.
So you're just shaking around the house?
I'm just, yeah.
What do you look like, Elvis? What are you doing? You're shaking around the house.
I'll tell you, with your bald head, you probably look like an enormous vibrator.
Oh, God.
That's what you probably look like if you strip naked.
Oh, you'll have the Scottish widow coming round. Oh, dear.
That's, what's her name, by the way? I heard you talking about that. That's,
Amanda Lamb.
Amanda Lamb, who's in the Place in the Sun programme.
Is she actually a widow?
Hoots, man, my husband's dead. Do you want any money and a bit of my clam?
Brilliant.
All right?
That's the sort of quality you've missed out on today. Well, anyway, you're going to be back next week. We need you back next week.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, how do you know? Also, how did you know you were going to be ill today? Because you phoned and arranged this yesterday.
Convenient.
And I spoke to you yesterday and you didn't sound very ill.
I felt ropey yesterday.
You've got a bit of a bunged-up nose.
Even though
I have a bit of a bunged-up nose.
I was ill, I still sorted it out. Yeah?
I'm a little bit sweaty.
Carl, sorting it out does not mean you phone up Sturgis and send her down.
That's not sorting it out. That's making things worse. Have you learnt nothing?
Thanks, Claire.
If you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem.
Mate. Yeah. Oh, my leg's a little bit achy.
Oh, wearing wet jeans.
Oh, I put wet jeans on again. My lasagna wasn't, it was frozen.
Can you hear the venom and hatred in our voices today? We genuinely are upset and angry with you.
Yeah. Can't believe it. I cannot believe that I mean, oh.
Right, well, the thing is, we'll be back to normal next week, right? We've got Billy Elliot doing the film next week.
Right.
Any prizes?
got some good stuff.
Have you got any films with Burt Reynolds in to give away on VHS?
And well, I'll see you then.
Great, we're looking forward to it already.
I'll see you later.
See you later. Hot heat, bandages, XFM, we're off, innit?
That's it, it's all over.
Yeah.
Back next week.
Yeah.
Thanks, Claire.
Bye.
Total respect.
Yeah, nice one.
Keep it real.
See ya.
Absolute twaddle. Absolute rubbish.
When all that was
Oh,
yeah.
don't talk
Right.
shit, Carl.
So, anyway, so
oh, Carl, you're talking so much shit again. You must know that's not true. There's no way. You're talking rubbish again.
No.
This is such shit. This is. Oh, Christ!
Right, calm down. We haven't got much time left.
Oh God! What do you mean this is?
Forget it.
No,
Forget
don't forget it.
Carl, do not press that. Switch the record off. Switch the
America for the on the Enterprise. It was all about space. And there was one question that answer 3 right, and it was who was the first one into space? Yuri Gagarin. Who was doing that. And then the third question was how much bigger than the moon is the sun? Is it twice as big or 4 times as big? And this one went 4 times as big. Went correct. It's not. It's hundreds of times bigger. I can't believe. Can someone look that up on the internet? How many times bigger is the sun than the moon? It's not 4 times. It's huge. It's like beach ball to a pea type dimensions.
Which DJ was it? Do you remember on Virgin?
I can't remember, but it was the one on sort of about 11 o'clock.
I
Wouldn't want to be him. Yeah, he's embarrassed himself, hasn't he? When we do quizzes, we never get anything wrong.
That's true enough.
During that track, I'm chilling out. I'm loving it, aren't I? Carl goes, do you know how baguettes came about?
Do you know how baguettes come about?
I went, go on, and Steve went, no, save it.
Wait a minute, though. I'm thinking, Rick, people are going to be desperate to know the answer to that. Why don't we play some ads and some music and stuff?
It's like a cliffhanger.
Exactly. How did baguettes come about?
Whatever he says is going to be good,
Stay
isn't it?
tuned to XFM to find out.
Hives, hate to say I told you so. So I love that sort of stuff. That and the Strokes. So much better than this new metal rubbish, isn't it?
Definitely.
Now, most people think we talk rubbish on air.
Yep.
If they could hear the conversations
Off
that
air.
go on, I know, but someone just emailed in saying the sun is indeed about 400 times bigger than the moon. Thanks for that. That DJ must have looked it up and said 400 times. That can't be right. It's probably a printing error. 4 times.
Yeah.
Nothing can be 400 times bigger than the moon. Carl went, yeah, but the sun's only got 1 million years, isn't it? I went, what? He went, on that space program, it said that, and he said, and then we're all shafted. Right? I laughed. Steve went, no, it's okay. By then, we'll be on another planet.
No, I think that's true. We'll have colonised other
Right?
planets.
Carl went, yeah, but there'd be no sun. Steve went, well, there's other suns, which is true. Carl went, well, I went, well, yeah, every star is a sun. Carl went, well, not really. Not really. Don't believe that, do you? And I went, no, it is. The sun is just a star. It's not even a particularly big star. Carl went, well, why didn't they say that instead of worrying me? Instead of worrying me.
In 1 million years' time.
Yeah.
I love the idea of Carl. He's been preserved, brought back to life, and is now the ruler of the world.
Just a head in a fish tank. And he speaks like this. I am Pilkington.
The reason you became king of the universe, of course, is because of your fascinating French bread anecdote.
Oh yeah, yeah.
What
Come
was
on
the
then.
story?
How did baguettes come about? If this is going to be someone cooked a loaf a bit wrong and said I can still make a sandwich out of it, I'm going to hit you.
No.
Go on
then. Right. Napoleon, when he was at war and that with Russia.
1812, yeah.
Yeah, all his soldiers were like, not used to the cold weather and that. So they said, take some clothes in your bag with you because it's going to be
Chilly.
nippy out there. So they put all the clothes in the bag.
Sure.
Did what they were told. It's Napoleon, for Christ's sake.
No room for any food.
You're joking.
So
couldn't they make some sort of like sandwich?
No, it wouldn't fit because of all the clothes. You had to take extra gear.
Sure.
for them. So anyway, he said,
I can see where this is going.
I'll be honest. Is there a baguette-shaped gap left in their holdall?
They thought, let's make some bread that you can fit down your trouser leg.
What?
That's not true! No, it's not,
I read it in Euston train station. I was waiting to go back to Manchester.
Where did you read
What, scrawled on the wall in graffiti?
Yeah.
Do you know
Was it also meet me here for cock fun at 12 o'clock?
Euston station. It's on the wall.
What do you mean it's on the wall?
Do you know how it says, like, sail on at Dixon's, whatever? next to that, there was like a bit of information. Once you've read the stuff on Dixon's,
I get information.
There was a big thing about the history of the baguette. I read it and I thought,
we got to make a sandwich we can spit down our trouser leg.
But how can you march and fight with a huge piece of bread down your trouser?
Although it would be intimidating. You see them coming, you go, sacre bleu, look at the size of them. They're big fellas. Well,
blimey. I can't help but feel that could be a practical joke at your expense.
Yeah. Well, the Earl of
Do you
Sandwich...
ever question anything you read? If it's printed up, is that, like, fact for you then?
well, it's not funny. I mean, if they were trying to be funny, it's like, it's not, is it? So it's information.
Have you heard us? Things sometimes want to be funny when they're not.
That's exactly what happened with the sandwich. The Earl of Sandwich wanted something he could fit down his pants. And it was those triangle cut sandwiches wrapped in cling film were perfect. You might be right. You might be right.
I am.
Because the Cornish pasty, so they could drop it down the mines, isn't it?
Is it?
They wrapped it up in atheists. We don't believe in ghosts, anything like that, anything supernatural. We're followers of James Randi, a genius of our times. But Carl saw something that proved us wrong. I'd like Carl to tell you what this proof was, what he saw it on, and look at him. Go on then.
It was on Wednesday night.
Yeah.
I was watching. You see, the problem is I didn't get the full story, so you could pick holes out of it.
Sure.
Unlike your usual investigations into the supernatural,
which are
it was called. Can I just say what the programme was called?
Mr. Exorcist.
Oh, brilliant.
So
sounds like an academic work to me.
Yes. The bit that I caught, I just flicked it over, sort of seeing what's on the telly, and I thought, oh, Exorcist, I've seen it, but there's nothing else, and I watch it, and then I realised it wasn't the same thing.
Yeah.
I thought, oh, I'll have a bit of this. And there was an old woman and a daughter, and as far as I was aware, the bit I picked up on, unless you've been through it, you know, you've had ghosts in your house and that, you really don't know what it's like.
Yeah, sure.
And the main thing that seemed to be getting them down was the fact that the budgie was getting stressed.
The budgie was getting stressed?
Because animals can sense the other side, can't
okay.
they?
Can they?
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
and how was that manifesting itself? You don't know. What was the budgie doing?
I think it just wasn't happy.
Right. Did it explain that to people, or
no,
how did it express that?
Budgies are known for being chirpy, aren't they?
I see, and it wasn't chirpy.
It normally swings on its little perch and that. And
just depressed because it was possessed.
It was just sat around in its pajamas.
So
no. Come on,
Steve.
Come on, Steve. You're making this a mockery. So the budgie was depressed because he could sense the ghost.
Yeah, and then this guy, this Mr. Exorcist, came round.
Was that his name?
Yeah.
Okay. Was he a priest or something?
Yeah, he might have been.
Yeah.
Like I picked
did he have like a black coat with a little white collar? That's usually the.
He had his coat on, so you couldn't tell.
No, sure. Okay.
But so he came round and he sort of did his thing, and then.
And was he trying? Was he trying to exorcise the budgie?
No, the ghost.
House. Right. So it wasn't that the budgie had a demon or anything.
No.
Okay.
No, this wasn't a possession, was it? This was a straightforward. It wasn't a poltergeist or anything. It was just a.
Well, a haunted house.
Yeah, but that's the thing he was saying. He was saying you can have like your ghouls and that aren't that bad, that aren't going to cause you any problems.
Yeah.
But obviously the budgie, they've got weak hearts and that, haven't they? And
sure. So he go on. So
anyway, basically he sorted it out, did whatever he did, and the next shot you see is like the budgie making a noise and swinging it's over the moon again, and the old woman was like happy because she couldn't
believe it. Yeah.
And the priest didn't come in and go, well, you should feed that bird. Give it a bit of millet. It was happy. It goes, right. No, see you later. No. It was a...
budgies are... my mum's got a budgie. And they're fairly happy all the time.
Right. You never see a budgie sitting down going, I feel like topping myself, to be honest.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean, though?
No.
Do you know you can have, like, a moody dog? You can see a dog when it's unhappy if it's walking down the street.
You can have a moody canary, can't you? And what they do is they often tell the police what you've been doing. They're known for that.
Mm.
Yeah.
So basically...
So that, for you, is proof that the supernatural exists. A bird in a cage got a little bit annoyed, wasn't chirping as much as it normally did. Who knows why? There could have been a little draft up its, and...
Cloaca.
Exactly.
That's a medical term.
Anyway, a man came in and did whatever he did.
Yeah. Mr. Exorcist, though, Steve. Yeah. This wasn't any bloke off the street. This was Mr. Exorcist.
Yeah.
Yeah, so...
And for you, that's the proof that there's...
Just because, like, if it was a person, you go, they're playing up for the camera.
Yeah, a budgie could possibly act like that, Steve.
Yeah, I see what you mean. You're saying a budgie would not be trying to... It wouldn't be trying to become famous.
No,
or not like telly.
Not like Lassie.
No, sure.
It was basically a show-off.
Yeah, or Champion the Wonder Horse.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I think
I've changed my tune, Rick. I don't know about you.
I have, and I think we should play a record.
I'd love to get Mr. Exorcist in. Wouldn't that be amazing?
Never dabble with things you don't understand.
Sorry.
Like women. See what I did there?
Oh, he's turned that back on me. I've never had this sort of
Steve was thinking, he's not that ugly.
Blimey, here we go. We were laughing at Carl. Can we focus on one person at a time, Rick, please? Let's destroy him first.
Oh, God. Tell him what you said to me when that record was playing about the Jaffa Cakes. He bought some Jaffa Cakes, which was lovely. He went across the road and he handed out the Jaffa Cakes. And then I went, oh, thanks very much. And then what did you say?
I just remember learning at school. I'm not like making fun of the illness because it's not funny, but they cure cancer.
Jaffa Cakes cure cancer?
Not like fully.
Right. They just go some way to helping.
Yeah. Do you know? It'll sort of help. If you've got it, you can't say, right, get me a load of Jaffa Cakes.
Right.
So if you haven't got it, do you know what I mean? It's like having vitamin tablets.
Is this medically proven? Should we get Dr. Fox down here to confirm that?
I can't. I actually can't cope. You're just play a record. Play a record.
Can I just, if anyone has ever survived cancer thanks to Jaffa Cakes, please call in.
No, but I didn't say
He
that.
said, and then he went, it's the orange thing in it. And then he tried to read it. He said, I wonder if it's, and he tried to read out this scientific name. Farrah Munch, got ya. XFM 104.9. Well, as we promised, some feng shui. What do you want to know? Ratio of witness. It's one of those little books that you see at the sort of like the front desk of like Waterstones or Dillon's or one of those. And it's just it's a little guide. It's should I say what it is? I'm allowed, aren't I? Lillian Two's little book of feng shui. And obviously you can't go into it in depth, but it's some little, you know,
just some little sort of nuggets, I suppose.
Yeah, ratio of windows. The ratio of windows to doors in your rooms should not exceed 3-1. Too many windows cause all your luck to seep away. Obviously. Hello. It is also better not to have windows on the wall opposite the door.
Is that the case in your place, Carl? Because you may need to brick that up when you get back later.
I always remember I used to work nights.
Yeah.
Right. And it was when my brother just sort of got kicked out of the army.
Yeah.
And my mum and dad went away on holiday, so he was staying with us.
He's got to write a book, this bloke. You have got to write a book, Carl. Go on.
I came back,
Yeah.
and there was women everywhere. There's women in every bed in the house. I thought, where am I going to sleep?
Had he set up a brothel? What?
So no, it's just a bit of a one.
That's impressive, though. A girl in every single bed.
Oh,
I mean,
he was mad. So I slept on the sofa downstairs, and I didn't sleep that well.
Yeah.
But I slept on it before when it was facing a different way.
Sure.
And I had a good sleep.
So for you, that's proved the worth of
something in it.
Did you honestly think there's something in it, though?
Yeah, I do, yeah.
Okay, we'll just read a few of the others, Rick.
Okay, well, it's not. I think most people know this one. Display the three-legged frog for luck. Look for a three-legged frog. You can buy one from any Chinese supermarket, and place it in the vicinity of your front door, facing inwards as if it has just come into the house. Don't place the frog facing the door. Please.
Oh, come on, people.
What?
Think before you place your frog.
I mean, this really is. I mean, but.
What's the last page? Because that will be the most important one.
Do you reckon?
Yep.
The last one, I
the wealth vase. Make a wealth vase and keep it hidden in your cupboard. It can be made of gold, crystal, or glass. Can I just say something? If you've got a vase made of gold, you're probably all right for money anyway.
Yeah, sure. But this is
the
wealth vase. How to make the wealth vase?
Fill it with semi-precious stones and with soil taken from a rich man's garden.
So just find the soil of a rich man. Take some soil from a
This is like bury a piece of steak and the water will go.
Yes.
I have tooth of frog. This is...
It's the one where with the gods. Can you find that one?
Oh, where's that one? Yeah.
What do you make of feng shui, Carl? Is it something you believe in?
Well, like I said, I didn't sleep well on the sofa when it was.
So for you, that's proof positive.
Yeah, you've got to get it right, haven't you?
I'd like Carl to read this out.
Okay.
Yeah, do you mind? Read it out. Just read it out loud.
Which one?
Yeah, the gods are here. Right. Okay.
Just read that. That's a good bit.
Invite the gods.
Yeah.
Of wealth into your home.
Yeah.
The Chinese have several gods of wealth.
Yeah.
Which they display in their homes to attract what? Prosperity.
Prosperity.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. My personal favourite is T.C. Chi Yi.
Yeah.
Who sits on a tiger.
He sits on a tiger?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait.
It's pretty difficult to find this fella.
Yep.
if you could use Kangkung or the 3-star gods. Oh no.
Read him out.
Read out the name.
Read it out. Just read out. It's a Chinese god. You're allowed to say Chinese god on the radio.
No.
You are allowed to say.
Well, if you're allowed to say it, you say it then.
Well, look. You're so immature.
Read the 3 of them out. Rick.
Okay. If he is difficult to find, you should use Quan Kung or the 3-star gods, Fuck, Luck, and Sao, all of whom bring wealth and prosperity.
Now, what were the names of the gods again? Because if I'm making a note at home, Rick,
well, it's a Chinese god.
Yeah, there's Quan Kun, or you can use Luk Sao.
You can't.
What? But it's a god. F-U-K. That's how it's pronounced.
Yeah, I assume. I don't know if we're pronouncing it wrong. I really apologise.
Apologies if we're offending anyone who's of an Oriental persuasion. But that's Quan Kun or Luk Sao or Fuck. And any of those gods are available at a Chinese supermarket.
Near you?
Yeah. That's Feng Shui. It's an ancient art. You can't give me that look.
I mean, when you've been saying I've got a round head, I was a bit like, yeah, everyone has. Stop having a go.
Yeah.
And then I saw this picture last week. I thought, God, he's right.
Can't we just pop it on the XOM website?
I'd rather not.
I'll go on.
Steve, have you seen that man in a jar without a brain?
Sorry, is that something? Is that a product you can buy? In like Sainsbury's?
Is it a dream you had yesterday?
Man in
You
a
wondered
jar.
if you could. Can I? Yes, hello. Could you make my dream into reality, please? Oh, we can't actually, sir. In plastic would be good.
Sorry, what do you mean?
In the future, you'll be able to download your dreams and then just like act them out again, probably in the year 2000 or something.
Soothsayer.
No, there's some museum somewhere.
Yeah.
That's got this little fella who was born without a brain, and he's in a jar, and it's just that he's got a really round head.
Right.
And when I saw this picture, I thought, God, it just reminded me of this little fella in a jar.
Oh, and what do you mean he's born without a brain?
He was born without a brain.
So it's a baby?
It's not a little fella.
Yeah, but it's working.
Do you know the difference? Do you have conversations with, like, people in prams thinking, that fella's little, and he doesn't talk much?
Yeah.
You know babies aren't, like, little people?
Well, maybe...
Well, they are little people, but I mean, they're midgets.
They don't do a job of work, is what we're saying.
Yeah, you're very... No. What do you mean?
I didn't read about it, I just saw the picture. And
This is where you're going wrong, Carl. This is always your mistake. You see the picture, you don't read the little caption.
But what do you mean? How do you think...
guess at what you think the meaning
But
is.
how did you know he didn't have a brain?
He said something like the brainless man.
Yeah, but people say that about you. It doesn't mean you haven't got a spinal cord.
I bet somebody's seen it and knows what I mean. It's a famous picture.
Right, like... call in 08700 800 1234. Once again, you win a prize if you can tell us what Carl is talking about. Just in general. It's an ongoing competition. We're trying to find some CDs to anyone who knows what Carl is talking about. Stereophonics, Vegas, 2 times. Well, we've had calls confirming that there was indeed, a fetus, or a stillborn child.
A pickled baby.
A pickled baby. No wonder it died. Born without a brain. But everyone has, you know, pointed out that it wasn't a little fella.
It certainly wasn't a little fella.
No.
But because it had been in the jar for a long time, I think it had aged a bit.
What are you basing that on?
You do carry on growing, yeah. Yeah.
Well, your ears and your nose.
Your ears and your nose. And your eyes don't grow, so, you could probably, yeah.
I'll dig it out for you.
Yeah.
Imagine if, like, there was an experiment where they were raising a child just based on the information that we said on the radio. What kind of a person
it was like download, yeah. And
what kind of information would they have?
And it took everything literally.
Exactly.
Who needs enemies? Good question, lads. Nobody. 6FM 104.9. I'm Ricky Gervais.
Oh, they should print a little book of those. They're great. Oh, how you can relate any song or artist to anything else.
Easy.
Joyful.
Easy. Well, yeah, so, me and Carl went out, for a beer, and it was great, wasn't it?
Yeah, enjoyed myself.
We started
yeah,
off,
good.
and you met my mate Robin, didn't you?
Yeah.
And some of them things about Robin that you learned.
Do you know him well?
Yes.
Well, do you know about his worm problem as a kid?
Go on.
Right. He what I can remember is he had worms as a kid. Not sure how you get him. He never answered me. He was getting a bit touchy about it.
Right.
But this is like the second time I met him. I think he was a bit annoyed that Ricky told me about his problem.
What now? Now straight away, you not being there, instinctively, what do you think went on with this story about worms?
My suspicion is rather like when you told a group of people that Robin had once suckled milk from a cow's udder.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did he mention that as well?
Yeah.
Yeah. My suspicion is that, like the cow story, the worm story is not true.
But why would he get so sort of uppity about it.
Well,
Because
imagine
it's
if
not true.
imagine if that wasn't the first time he'd done it. Imagine if he did that every single time he was with somebody for the first time and Robin was just met them. He will tell that story to anyone.
But they do say there's no smoke without fire.
Oh, Robin! I also told him.
That's a fable.
I also told him that the way Robin cured these worms was because the doctor told his mother, right, to hold a piece of ham or cheese near Robin's anus so the worms would come out for the food, and he believed it.
I'll tell you why, though.
I said to Robin used to sit on Spam to try and get the worms out, and he believed it.
But Steve, right, do you remember that story about 3 or 4 years ago where there was some bloke in the army, he went away to somewhere, Vietnam or whatever, he was messing about in the woods,
Messing about in the woods?
Shouldn't he have been fighting?
Whatever.
Yeah.
Right, and he walked through some lake, and I think he'd cut his toe or something on something, and some worm of some sort crawled in the gash.
Yeah.
And it was in his body, and the doctor said, we've got to get this out of your body. So what they did was, they said, right, the thinnest part or something of your body that things can crawl through is on the top of your head. So they wrapped
Where the skull is.
So they wrapped some bacon.
They
didn't. They did. That's
all
that
right.
thing. Everyone...
So he's gone in by the toe. So what we do is, I'll tell you what, that worm's probably heading straight for the head. We'll put a bit of bacon on it. The thinnest part of the body is the skull. Of course it's not the thinnest part of the body. It's where your brain case is, isn't it? It's the skull.
There was a reason for it. And it was like they stuck some bacon on his head. And
as ever, the vital piece of information, i.e. the reason, Carl seems to have forgotten.
Because the worm was in his body, and they said everyone likes to smell of bacon.
Including worms. Even a Vietnamese lake worm. They love bacon.
Remember last week when I said about the little fella with the bone with no brain, and you were proved wrong?
No.
Please.
No. We were saying it wasn't a little fella. We were saying it was a stillborn child. It wasn't a little fella.
You're changing it now. You weren't having any of it last week.
Right, hang on a minute. I'm getting confused. There was a Vietnamese snake that went inside of a soldier.
A little, like, maggot or some sort that you have to get out of your body because it causes problems.
Yes, and so in order to get it out of the body, they strapped bacon to his head.
Yeah.
That is great. This doctor.
And did that work?
I think so. They had a picture of him smiling.
Oh, God, what, the worm or the bloke?
The bloke.
Oh, dear.
Honestly, I hope someone knows the story. Right. It was about 3 years ago, I reckon.
Okay.
And, yeah, it did work.
GI bacon.
So this is why
so what the worm burrowed out of his head to get the bacon?
Get to the bacon.
Right. That's great.
So this is why when Robin was telling his story, I was a little bit disappointed if it wasn't true.
Right.
Because in a way,
you know, Robin's never been to Vietnam.
No, but what do you really think that Robin, well, as Robin said at the time, cut on ham, then tell Ricky Gervais? It's a very good point.
Because if he was a kid, you do daft things like that as a kid.
Right.
See, it's the telling Ricky Gervais, though.
Yeah.
No, I mean, you might call up.
Yeah.
But no, I keep myself to myself.
Yeah.
Then you don't get bogged down in the office politics and stuff.
Yeah. Is there a lot of office politics here?
I don't know. I don't get involved in it.
Oh, yeah. Proved your point.
So when we're away and we're, like, out of action, who, other than Suzanne, who will you talk to of the day?
How will you get a sort of feedback from the world? How will you get sort of, like, input and...
I always, if ever I've got, like, a question on anything, the internet's sat there and I can just go online and find out.
The internet is good.
It's brilliant.
But it's not all verified.
What do you mean?
It's not all verified.
It's not all necessarily factually accurate.
Anyone can put things onto the internet. It's it's freaks and things that put on things
one, right?
like...
Here's one that I read in the week, right?
Go on.
About this woman.
Yeah.
She was a bit of a punk. And, to get her hair done like she wanted it.
Super glue?
Right, no. She got lard. Apparently it's a popular thing, you might know. Put lard on your head.
Yeah.
And you put it in the oven. Now, apparently the heat that you get from the oven is different from the sort of heat you get from an hairdryer. Right? And she had to do that to get the style that she wanted. But anyway, she comes into money or whatever, treats herself to a microwave. right?
It's not true.
Opens the
Carl.
door, jams the things, you know, like the little catch. So the microwave works. She jams it with a screwdriver or a knife or something.
Yeah.
Puts the microwave on, sticks her head in, boils her brain.
Don't be ridiculous.
Right? Well, why is that ridiculous?
Boils her brain.
She boiled her brain.
She boiled.
I went straight from that, and there was a subject about brains. And do you know that Russell Crowe, when he dies, is giving his brain to charity or something, some sort of some people who can do stuff with it.
She gave hers to Pot Noodle.
Vesta.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's the
boiling
sort of
a
stuff.
skull.
Yeah.
That's not true.
It's
no.
not true, Carl.
It's the same as the woman who put her poodle in the microwave, isn't it? And all that.
Just urban myths.
They're urban myths.
But again, where does it start?
Someone made it up.
Yeah.
For a laugh.
They're just too convenient urban myths. Everyone's you can tell an urban myth's not true because it's always this happened to a mate of mine, and when you say what happened then, they go, don't know, that was it. Was it? Was that it? Was it? Someone boiled a brain and that was it. There was no more story.
Well,
were there any dates, locations, times?
I think it was in Belgium.
There's that one that a bloke, right, was going to get a phone call at 4 o'clock to find out if his business was, you know, okay, right? And if he didn't get the phone call, he knew he was broke, destitute. So dead on 4 o'clock, the phone didn't ring, so he went up to the roof of his office and he jumped off to commit suicide. And as he was passing his window, the phone was ringing.
Oh no.
Carl, it didn't happen.
Didn't happen.
Think it through.
Think it through. Who told that story? Who told that story? As he hit the pavement at 120 miles an hour.
He's the only person who could have known that series of incidents.
Also, why didn't he wait?
Dead.
As his life's at stake, why didn't he wait till 5 past? I'm going to give it 5 minutes, just in case.
In case the lines are busy.
Yeah. And what sort of bloke goes out, I'll call you at 4, okay, if your business... Well, call me anyway. No. If I don't call exactly 4, then, no, you commit suicide. Commit suicide? I would, because if I don't call at 4, that's the end of it. Well, call me anyway. No, that's not the way I work. Well, I'm telling you how I do it. If you're bust, I don't call. Can't you just call to verify in case something goes wrong? What if it's engaged? It won't be engaged. Just commit suicide at 4, please. It didn't happen, Carl. The other one, right? A bloke, right? He's on a train station, and I'll tell you how I heard it. He's waiting for a cruise station, waiting for, and he shits himself. As you do. And so he goes, oh, my train's in 5 minutes, So he runs across to Millets and goes, quick, Levi's, 36. The bloke just puts it in a bag, he runs onto the train, he goes into the toilet, takes his, trousers and pants off.
His soiled trousers
Yes.
and pants.
Throws them out of the window, I won't be needing those again. Cleans himself off, open the bags, it's a jacket!
Oh.
No, it didn't happen, Carl! At what point did he go into it and go, quick, Levi's 36, and the bloke went, sorry, Levi's 36, what, a pair? No, shall I wrap them? Them? It? Shall I wrap? Just wrap, whatever it is. Do you want to look? No, I'm not looking when you're putting it in the bag, please. Right? Well, 36 way story is don't say anything.
I've told you 36 Levi's. They put it in a bag and charged me for it.
Yeah.
I don't want to discuss it further.
Yeah.
There was one.
Here we go.
There was one about a woman whose husband died, and she had him cremated.
Yeah.
And made like a little egg timer out of him.
Right.
And she said, I did that so it can still help around the kitchen.
Well, that might be true. That might be a joke.
That's quite sweet.
That might be true.
That is true story again. It was all.
No, not again, because the ones I just told weren't. Nor is the boiling the brains in a bag curry microwave
head story true.
Yeah, they're too convenient.
Cremated.
What?
Will you be buried or cremated?
I don't know. By cremated. I imagine.
Like you see.
I don't know. It's out of my hands.
Yeah, I haven't thought about it.
I've not thought it through, and I don't care either way.
Have you heard the one?
Sorry, I'm just worried that we're getting into a macabre world now of ashes, boiled heads. I think we should play some music, let people just calm down.
Levi's.
Just think about some of the urban myths they've maybe heard, assess them, maybe they are absolute bollocks.
Yeah.
And they can move on from it.
Well, it's just that the death thing, right?
Yeah.
There was an argument on there about, do you know that Twilight Zone or whatever it was, Tales of the Unexpected?
Oh, yeah.
Where the woman got buried alive.
Yeah.
They were saying how, like, years ago, they'd bury people thinking they're dead.
Yeah.
And they've recently, like, dug coffins up, and then the people who were in the coffin weren't dead. They might have just been, like, in some sort of deep sleep or whatever. And they've lifted the lid off.
Yeah.
And there's scratch marks on the thing.
Yeah.
And that's pretty scary.
Makes you think. I mean, I hope they check these days. That's all. I'd like to play a beautiful song now by Cat Stevens. On the flight. How did you enjoy Edinburgh, by the way, anyway? Because I saw you up there briefly with you and Nick Frost, your new mates, Nick Frost and Simon Pegg. You know, he prefers them to us now.
I know, apparently, I could tell that from just talking to him earlier.
It was just, the way he was sort of looking at them, everything, he was just smiling at Nick Frost. It's his new best chum. You love Nick Frost, don't you?
Would you have preferred it, right, if I went to Edinburgh and had to sit with some people that I really didn't like? Would you have been happier for me?
No, do you know? But
so I had a great time with Simon and Nick, and they're nice people.
But he kept going to oi, Nick, tell Ricky that story. And Nick and Simon, well, all it was, right? And they're ghost stories. He loves them because they believe in ghosts.
Oh. It's not just
they're
that.
great blokes with great sense of humour, just because they believe in ghosts. You go and tell him that. He goes, how do you explain that? I was going, well, I wasn't there. What was that one you told me and it was completely wrong? About the...
It was, years ago.
Oh, yeah.
In olden days.
Oh, sure.
When ghosts roamed the earth.
Once upon a time, you mean?
Yeah.
Some doctor or something who was into, like, the way bodies work. They got their head cut off.
Who did? The doctor?
Yeah, he was doing a bit of an experiment.
And he cut his own head off?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it was about, he said, when my head's in the basket, I'm going to blink my eyes.
Right. Okay, sorry, hang on, let him finish.
And,
so the doctor has chopped his own head off, and he's told everyone, I'm going to blink my eyes.
He's in the basket, and he goes like, right, I'm going to blink my eyes about, as many times as I can. So quick, count them. And they count, and he got to, like, 15 before he died.
Now, this is how Carl told me that. Till Nick Frost explained that, Carl told me, he said, right, well, a bloke, right, he had his head cut off, and when his head was in the basket, he went, count how many times I can blink. And I went, well, that's rubbish. He went, no. And Nick went, well, no, he actually said, when my head's in the basket. He went, and Carl went, all right. I said, Carl, do you know the subtle difference? Do you see the subtle difference?
I have to say, though, guys, I still don't really understand what went on there. You've both lost me.
The story is that a bloke who'd been found doing,
You mean that Carl just explained it and that was a clear version? Because I still don't know what you're talking about, Carl.
Well, this bloke had his head cut off for experiments against God. He was a doctor in the, in olden times.
Yeah.
And when they cut his head off...
Why did they cut his head off?
Because it was...
he was executed.
Crimes against... Exactly, he was executed, yeah. And... he said to his assistant, when my head's in the basket, I'm going to blink, count how many times I blink and write it down as an experiment, right? Carl told it to me, like his head was cut off and he went in the basket, and when his head was in the basket, he looked up and said, count how many times I blink. Yeah, I love that. I love the difference in that story.
Yeah.
Both rubbish, but, one's possible and one isn't.
You believe anything that you're told, except when we tell you the truth.
Right, here's one. Christ. Ghosts and that we got... Nick said, right, he said, you'll like this one. He said, my auntie was having loads of problems.
Why are you whispering? It's not illegal to talk about ghosts on the radio.
No, but
he's hearing this.
So, the auntie's in the house and that, and furniture's moving about all the time.
Oh, God.
And they were like, no,
Steve, you told me this one. This is such rubbish, mate.
No, come on, let's listen.
I'm going to leave it to you. I'm going to sit back and enjoy it. I'm just going to watch your face, Steve.
Right.
Sorry, so I missed the beginning there, Carl. There's an auntie in the house.
Basically, Nick's auntie.
Right.
In the house, things moving around all the time. And it was just annoying every time she tidied up. It was like...
it's just annoying.
Making a mess.
It was one part annoying to two parts scary.
Yeah.
So... so stuff was moving around all the time, and they said, right, rather than
we need an housekeeper.
Rather than having the house a mess, until we sort this out.
Stop it! I've got the vicar coming round. Stop moving stuff around.
Oh, yeah, go on.
They said
that shouldn't be in the pants drawer.
Let's put all the furniture in one room, right? So just have one room that's a mess, and have all the others empty.
Because I love the poltergeist can't really... it can move wardrobes around, but it can't open the door to put it in another room.
Yeah.
Poltergeist going, oh, I'm just making this room messy. I wish someone would open the door so I could... Go on.
Yeah, but So all this stuff's in this room.
So they
right?
moved all their furniture into
Everything,
one
they
room.
put like the drawers in there and everything, and it was really uncomfortable because they were all like on top of each
They
other.
sat in the room with all the stuff.
Yeah, they had to because that's where the 3-piece suite was.
Okay.
Oh God!
Right.
All right.
Oh God!
So they sat there like all crumpled up and that, but nothing can move because it's so tight. Things, I think things were trying to move.
Yeah,
but everything was so tight. It's
They
just like,
foxed that poltergeist.
So anyway, one night they sat there like sort of a bit awkward watching the telly and that, and they hear some banging.
Yeah.
In the next room. So she goes, "Oh God, what's that?"
Oh, he had the empty rooms.
So there's this
He's moved some friends and family in.
There's this banging about going on.
No,
so she
she
gets up, right?
Yeah.
And what it is, they had the baby in the next room because there wasn't much room for the cot.
Right, so they left the baby with the ghost.
So they go into the room where the baby is, and the banging.
Yeah.
Is like, do you know those plastic balls you get that you can chuck around the room and like they go mental?
Right.
The ones that you chuck once and you keep bouncing for ages.
Yeah.
That was bouncing around the room.
Wow, what, the baby had thrown it?
Hitting all the walls, and the baby was there, stood in the cot, sort of laughing.
Right.
And looking at the ball, and wherever it looked, the ball went.
Yeah.
And then she said, stop doing that.
Yeah.
And the ball just stopped.
Did it?
And it rolled a bit and stopped.
Right. So the baby had thrown the ball and it was watching it as it bounced around the room?
It wasn't throwing it, it was in control of it.
No, the point is, Steve, the baby has been doing it. It would have been the baby all along.
The baby had been messing with the furniture. It was
So
a
it's
baby
a
that had
super
the power. Yeah, it's a baby that had the power.
Special baby.
It's a baby that had
powers.
the power. It's
What
a baby that had the power.
What-
the
what's
power
the power?
of telekinesis.
Right.
They were then trying to convince me that telekinesis was not like all the other stuff that I didn't believe in, but that was a science.
Right.
Telekinesis was possible.
Yes.
Yeah, it's not like ghosts and demons and all that sort of. Telekinesis is different.
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
a science.
But Nick's auntie saw it, and
I love the fact that you're telling me that someone else's auntie saw it. So I should be satisfied with that.
Yeah.
I should be satisfied with that. I mean...
So does she still live in one room with all her possessions?
No, I think...
The baby grew out of it, apparently.
It grew
The
up.
baby grew out of it.
So it doesn't use its telekinesis powers anymore?
Well, no, it's like in Carrie, innit? She was upset for a bit, and then she got over it.
Okay, I'm just going to say one thing, Carl. That was a film. Do you want to play a record or...? Get free. All right, on XFM
Absolutely.
104. Carl told me a couple of weeks ago.
Is this another ghost story, another
yeah,
spooky
it is,
story?
Yeah. I called him out. I was, what are you doing? He said, I said, I've just been reading ghost stories again. He went, he said, right, he said, you don't believe in them, but how do you explain this? Right, I went, go on. He said, I'll tell you as he told me. He went, bloke, right, just sitting at home, doing, you know, watching telly with his cat. And the phone rings, and it's a bloke going, is that fire in your oven okay now? 'Cause your wife called. And he went, Carl went, well, 1, there was no fire in the oven. 2, he wasn't married. I went, right. Go on. He went, well, then, right, there was a knock at the door, and there was 2 sort of people in sort of white coats, and they came and said, we've come about that fire. Your wife called us. He went, 1, there isn't a fire in my oven, and 2, I'm not even married. Right? And he said, and they saw the cat, and they looked at the cat. It looks a bit weird, the cat came out, nothing. And he said, and then he went back, sat down, phone rings, and they said, did they sort out the fire in the oven that your wife told us about?
Oh.
He went, 1, there is no fire in my oven. 2, I haven't got a wife. And Carl went, what do you think of that? I went, that's not it. He went, yeah. I went,
that's the end of the story.
What? He went, well, how'd you explain that? I went, explain what? I thought he was going to say, a year later we got married, but she died in an oven fire. Right? I thought it was going to be that. And I went,
that's what? People winding him up.
Yeah, or someone did report a fire oven, and their name was Johnson, and they looked up Johnson, they got the wrong thing, it was the gas board, and they sent it round to the wrong person, right? You know, he went, yeah. I said, I explained it to him, he went, yeah. Why did they look at the cat funny?
Oh, man alive, Carl. This is really weird, right? I was in my house once, right, and the doorbell rang.
Yeah.
Right, I opened the door, and there was no one there.
Yeah.
Right? And then I looked across the street. Yeah. Now, how do you explain that?
Yeah.
There was another time, right, where, like, I opened the door and there was a bloke goes, "You've ordered pizza." I went, "I haven't ordered pizza." And I heard my mate upstairs giggling and putting the phone down.
Yeah. How do you explain that? Carl, seriously, why did you tell me that story? What did you think it was weird about that?
The fact that it was 3 different people.
Is this all the information? Is that the entire story?
It was 3 different people.
Did you fall
hassling
asleep
him
and not read the
about
end?
A fire that didn't happen, about a wife that didn't exist, and a cat that didn't look happy.
Oh, I'm gonna have a heart attack, Carl. What? I mean, why did they look at the cat funny?
Because cats don't like spirits, do they?
What? The other blokes were ghosts?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
So these are kind of beetle about type ghosts. These are ghosts who walk the earth as the undead, just winding people up slightly.
That's lovely. That is lovely.
Seriously,
and a cat that did not look happy.
But seriously, why would ghosts wander around just like winding people up?
Oh.
Maybe something did happen there years ago. Some fire, some woman might have died in a house of a fire or something.
Yeah.
And it sort of all happened again.
Yeah, it's certainly a mystery.
Well, if you don't
It's a mystery. I mean, I can't.
What's this book you were reading? You were reading a book, which is interesting enough.
It was the Fortean Times.
Oh, Carl.
Yeah. Well, I don't know what to say.
Well, I'll tell you this, Carl. There is a track that will spook you right out. This is Warren Zevon from what was it, like about 1979, early 80s?
Oh, great track.
Werewolves of London. Play this, Carl, but don't be scared. From 1978, Carl, Werewolves of London by Warren Zevon. Are you a fan of that?
It's alright,
great track, isn't it?
Fans of Warren Zevon, maybe if you should know he's got a new album out. As we speak. Although, if you're a fan, you probably know that already.
Yeah.
If you aren't a
People
fan,
who hate him would be interested in knowing that I think lycanthropy, is it not called?
What's that, sorry?
Lycanthropy.
What's lycanthropy?
Isn't that werewolfism?
Really?
Isn't it? Do you believe in that, Carl?
They've found stuff, haven't they? They've found kids walking about who are all hairy. Because they've sort of grew up with wolves and that.
Yeah.
So
no, you see, 2 things there. You cannot take on acquired characteristics genetically. So if you grew up with wolves, it wouldn't suddenly make you hairy.
There's been pictures, there's been stories on it, and I reckon most people a lot of people have seen the stories. It's a popular thing.
You mean the kids that are born hairy?
No, there's kids who've been born hairy, right?
Yeah, that's it.
No, but listen, and they walk around on all 4s, and they drink milk from a saucer.
Steve, this is
remember that time with the maggot in the head? Getting out with bacon, and you were like laughing, and then people called up and said, "Yeah, I've seen that. I've read about that."
Yeah,
this is the same thing.
Have you seen an XFM listener up close? Have you ever looked?
They drink milk from a saucer.
Yeah, they've got to be kept on leads. People who listen to this show.
There's no point me telling you about stuff.
There is. It's comedy gold.
When you were at school, did you keep arguing with the teacher saying you're talking rubbish there?
Teachers didn't teach us about werewolf boys and ghosts. They taught us maths. God, right. Tell the story about the manhole cover.
Right, in the same magazine as the one with the cat and the fire and that.
Don't tell me that story again, it gives me the shivers.
Yeah, a cat that's got a weird expression on its face is against God.
Anyway, this isn't a scary story, this was just like physics.
Yeah.
It was going on about the nuclear bomb and how powerful it is. And they put a manhole cover on top of one.
Okay.
Blew it up.
Yeah. Man alive, Carl. Unexplained.
What's going on there? Something weird is happening there. Oh.
If anyone has ever seen that manhole cover, please get in touch. We'd love to know where it is.
Oh, that's fantastic. What sort of experiment is that? I imagine all these scientists on multi-billion-pound research budgets, they're going, we test everything. What would you do to a manhole cover? Don't know.
That's like letting a couple of students
yeah, exactly,
have control of a nuclear
Do you reckon it can send a traffic cone into orbit? Go on then, put it on there. I love that. Imagine that. What?
What value is that? I might tell you what we could do. We could put the manhole cover on it and aim it, and then blow the bomb up, and the manhole cover would have someone's eye out. Fire it. See if you can fire manhole covers off the nuclear bomb. Tie bangers to a bomb. See if it's louder. Oh God.
Okay, listen, Carl. Play another track, and then afterwards, can we probe your views on the week's news?
If you want.
We'll do a bit of a white van Carl session.
Carl, I've met Carl a couple of times in our sabbatical, and he said to me once, he said, oysters. So I said, have you ever tried oysters? I don't like them. And I went, I said, oh, it's just a thing about swallowing them whole, you know. He went, well, the reason you have to do that is just they're fatally poisonous. And if you bite into them, they kill you. And I went, well, of course they don't. He went, yeah. I went, well, of course they wouldn't. What if you chewed on it? He said, no. I said, well, so you swallow them whole and they're not poisonous. He went, yeah, see. He said, when you swallow heroin in a Johnny, he says, that doesn't kill you, does it? That was it.
Oh.
And then, about a week later, he went, I was wrong about them. Yeah, I went, well, he said, yeah. And what did you say?
They turn deadly when whiskey comes into contact with them.
Yeah, when they've had a drink.
When they've had a drink, they get a bit rowdy in your stomach. They start fighting, they can cause...
So what are you saying now? Are you saying you don't believe that?
Am I saying what?
Are you saying you don't believe that?
Look, he thinks he's got us here. He thinks he's got us here. Yeah, I don't believe that if you eat an oyster, then drink some whiskey, you die.
You might not die straight away, but you won't feel...
Eventually, 50 years' time.
If you've got to keep on drinking whiskey.
Yeah,
a bottle a day.
50 or 60 years later, he was dead. Yeah. Oyster and a bottle of whiskey a day. Oh, then out of nowhere, 40 years later...
Where does this information come from, Carl?
If some doctor called up now...
Yeah.
...and put you right, would you believe him?
If it wasn't Dr. Fox, yeah.
What about the airy lads growing up with the werewolves and that?
They didn't grow up with werewolves.
Grow up with werewolves.
You've confused about three different stories.
Just a genetic mutation where they were born with very, very hirsute.
There were a couple of kids, yes,
they didn't grow up with wolves, and you can't kill them with a silver bullet. I mean, you're confusing two things.
There were some kids who were very, very hairy, yes. Yeah. They're in folklore. There were some kids who grew up with wolves, yes. I don't think the two are connected.
Yeah.
There's no such thing as werewolves, Carl.
You
believe me, I saw a documentary on it on the History Channel. You'd have loved it.
You grew up with a magpie. You know, you don't flap around, do you, and steal people's jewellery.
What was the thing you told me about snails?
Have you ever had any post that looks like it's been opened?
Occasionally, yeah.
Right. Well, what it is, it's not your postman having a
sneaky look.
A sneaky look. Problem is,
right.
Slugs.
The problem's slugs.
Slugs at night, they like nipping about and that, and it gets a bit cold. And in London, like in the country, they go into the grass, don't they?
Right.
But in London, it's like, they go in letterboxes.
Slugs go in letterboxes.
Get in letterboxes. It's nice and warm in there, dry and what have you. And
these are homeless slugs, aren't they? The ones that have lost their shell.
When they're in there, they only found out that they love glue. They've been eating the glue off the stamps.
Right.
And people have been getting charged for post because it hasn't had stamps on it. It's like, well, I put a stamp on it.
Yeah.
It's like slugs have been eating it.
Sure.
And they also eat the glue that's on the actual envelope shutter. And it's a real popular problem, this, that letters are being lost and opened and all that stuff. Yeah. Slugs.
Slugs like stealing postal orders and things and cashing them in and stuff.
Yeah, again, you know, if there's a doctor, if there's a postman...
Yeah.
Well, with us two expert witnesses, a doctor and a postman. So postage is a real problem.
When we see a slug's trail or a snail's trail,
it's glue.
That's the glue they've stolen, is it? That's a little.
I'm not going to say yes to that because I'm not sure.
But we could follow that trail and find them, and they'd have a big sort of
big pile of letters.
Our stamps and
there they are,
like birthday cards from aunts.
Yeah, but £2 notes.
Yeah.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Wow.
Slugs.
Wow.
So oysters and whiskey kill you, and slugs.
Be very careful if you're going to go out this evening. You're thinking of having a whiskey, maybe some oysters. Be very, very careful.
Yeah, and if you are going to post a letter, please do not use tasty glue. I met Carl, in the week against
I
Steve.
told you shouldn't do
I
this.
know.
You know, you should
But
wait
then
till
when
the weekend.
he starts saying things like, "Oh, is this love with the people?" I go, "No, save it," and we just sit there, and I'm scared to talk in case he goes. But you did tell me a couple of little things, didn't you? True stories that that I mean, I enjoy. Can you tell Steve about the doctor?
Right.
Oh God. Is this something that happened to a friend of yours, or is this?
No, I read about it.
You read about it, okay.
There's this little lad, right?
Okay.
First of all, it's they didn't have decent doctors in like every town and that.
Yeah.
And this little kid is dead ill, right?
Yeah.
And the local doctor.
Well, there's a phone call involved, so I don't really get the impression that it's like medieval
times.
Yeah. Yeah. But I didn't say that. I just said it's years ago.
Go on
so
then.
this kid's ill, right?
Yeah.
And he's lying in the bed, and he's all going funny colour and that.
Yeah.
And his mum says, "I'm going to get the local doctor round." The local doctor comes round, and she says, "Oh," so I don't know what's up with him. He said, "Leave it with me."
Leave it with me.
He
Well,
said,
the doctor said that.
I'll have He said, I'll phone up a top doctor.
Okay.
Who was in America or somewhere like that. Yeah. And so he goes to the phone in his office and he calls America, and because it's years ago, the phone line isn't that good. It's all crackly and that. Right.
Yeah.
So he's talking to the doctor and he's saying, "I've got this kid. He's a funny colour and." He's really weak and that. I don't know.
He's not giving him much to go on.
Right.
Sure.
So, so the American doctor, right?
Yeah.
He goes, "Yeah, what you want to do?" And it's all breaking up, right?
Yeah.
He goes, "What you got to do? You got to." It's all breaking up. You've got to give him some parrot's blood, right?
Some parrot's blood.
Well, that's what he thought he said, but the line was really bad.
Yeah.
He meant parents' blood, but he heard that he said parrot's blood. He said, "Right, I'll do that. Leave it with me."
I can see where this is going.
He goes to a pet shop.
Yeah.
He says, "Give us like half a dozen parrots."
Sure.
Takes them round to the kid's house. Takes the blood from the parrots, puts it into the kid. Kid's fine.
The kid's fine.
It worked.
Such a load of shite in my life. I've never heard just made up, enhanced, exaggerated bollocks in my
a
life.
load of old rubbish, Carl.
I mean, when he told me this, he said, the doctor said, "What do I do?" And the doctor on the other end said, "Give him some blood." And the doctor went, "Where do I get blood from?"
So hang on, wait. I just need to.
Where do I get blood from? Give him some parents' blood. Give him some parents' blood. Give him some parents' blood. Yeah.
But hang on, I just need to know where you read this.
Carl.
Where was this? Where did you
I
read
stitched
this?
you up. You know what he said? He said, "So do you believe it?" I went, "Tell it to Steve." He went, "Do you believe it?" I went, "Tell it to Steve." Carl.
But where did you read it?
That was on the internet.
What?
About
Where is it on the
illnesses.
internet?
I'm always looking at stuff. I was looking at stuff this morning because of Yoragella last night. eating all that funny food and that, and also they all got a bit scared last night, didn't they, with a snake?
I didn't see that. So is this I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here?
Yeah, he got all worried about a snake getting on the sort of wandering about in between the sleeping bags and stuff.
Yeah.
And they were all scared, and it is so
Leave
easy.
it with me. Sorry, the doctor says, "Leave it with me." Yeah. Leave it with me.
Well, they were all scared because there's a snake, and it's so easy to find stuff out. Before they, where are they? Where is this jungle?
Australia, I think.
Before they went, give it half an hour on the internet. I found out with snakes, you don't need to worry, right? They're deaf. They haven't got any ears.
Right.
So as long as you're really quiet,
Creep around,
it'll
yeah.
probably leave you alone.
Yep.
And also, they don't have eyelids.
Uh-huh.
So they were suggesting if one's coming towards you, just like kick sand in its eyes because it can't blink, and it leaves it a bit like annoyed, and it wanders off. But they didn't do any research before they went.
Yeah.
And that's
I think your knowledge would hold you in good stead. I don't think you need to know any more than you know. Well, we're going to come back. A saying comes from that I want you to be part of. But
and also you should mention as well, Carl, you've come up with a competition. Is this right?
Brilliant competition.
Have you dressed this up?
He thinks this can go to television.
Is this an idea you've come up with?
Yeah.
Carl, I'm so looking forward to it.
I mean, I'm looking forward to it. Continuing our exposure of myths. and Legends of Rockfall Tale, we exposed that myth that some maybe older rockers have had it, and they've got they were never any good, and the kids today,
I don't want to hear that.
People like Rod Stewart.
Rod Stewart's a great artist.
He's
a slightly laughable man, but a great artist.
Let's go back to when he was rocking.
When he cut the mustard?
Yeah. Rod Stewart, You Wear It Well.
Great tune.
On XFM 104.9. Yeah. This doctor, I mean, we should find out who he is, really, and if he's still practising, because it worries me a little bit that, he did that. Also, I mean, he thinks he's got away with it, but how could he be sure those parrots wouldn't talk?
True.
Do you know what I mean? There were 6 of them. They probably got together and they probably put it on the internet.
I mean, I feel that story, Carl, it asks more questions than it answers.
Yeah.
Really.
Like most of your stories.
Yeah, that's the problem. I always feel like I need a little bit more information. Like, did the parrot boy continue to live?
Yeah.
To a ripe old age, or did he die weeks later after this charlatan doctor who was going around, spurious information?
Did he break his nose trying to crack a big nut?
No, I think he was all right. He lived to a...
See, I'd have shouted, if I was that doctor, I'd have shouted that down the phone. Are you sure you said parrot's blood?
Yeah.
You sure it was parrot's blood?
Listen, I mean, I'm not the best doctor in the world, but did you say parrot's blood?
Yeah, but what you're forgetting is you're going back to the time where, like, they used leeches to do, like...
No, we're not. We're going back to the late 70s, if there's a phone call to America Direct.
Come on, Carl. They weren't calling America, like, in the medieval times or in the Victorian age, Carl.
Yeah.
This has got to be like the 30s or 40s, the earliest.
Right.
I'm intrigued to know where this. I think there's someone on the web who's just putting information on there to lead you astray.
Yeah.
Because you're the only person who finds this stuff. Other people are using this to write theses.
What were you looking up that then? What were you looking?
I always look at weird stuff.
What were you looking for?
But what do you type in the search engine to find parrot blood stories?
What were you looking for?
There was this woman with a weird head.
Why were you looking for that? What were you
Just because I'd heard about it. I'd heard, like, someone talking about it on another station.
Right.
About this woman with a funny head.
Right. I love the fact you're intrigued with these things. You go in the basement of Waterstones or Dillon's or somewhere, and there's these medical books that you'll love them, mate.
Yeah, but this is free on the internet, isn't it? It's all there.
Yeah. So what you typed in? Weird head woman or?
I think
lady with head.
Yeah.
Weird people or something I put in.
Sure.
Yeah. Did you come up?
Yeah. 7,000 hits, Carl Pilkington.
But it's all there, isn't it? It's interesting. The one that I was telling you before about, what's the name? The lost letter.
The lost letter? What's
the lost postcard that's just turned up. Some woman sent a postcard years and years ago to a niece or something, right?
Yeah.
And a niece was like 3 years old back then. And just now, I think yesterday or the day before, it turned up. The postcard turned up 74 years late.
74 years late?
It took 74 years.
And that 3-year-old girl's been living in the same house that whole time?
Well, yeah.
Sure.
There's not weird
you see
about
what I mean? There's always a question you can ask to just scratch the credibility of these stories.
Yeah.
There's always... It's like the apocryphal tale.
Was this the slugs? Was this those slugs from last week?
Yeah, well, they hold him back because they're slow, because the postman slug is useless. It's round. Got to go back to the beginning. He's got 74 and they can't carry the bag. That's where they go. That's where they turn to glue. That's where they turn to glue.
Oh, it's pitiful.
It is pitiful.
So you don't believe that someone sent a postcard years ago and somehow it's been stuck in the bottom of a post bag or something, and it's only just
stuck in the bottom of a post bag? Yeah. That means that there's like a 95-year-old postman who's still wandering around.
Did she have to pay like the difference on the charges?
Because
presumably.
It wouldn't have had Queen Elizabeth's.
It was a penny black, presumably, was it?
Yeah. What would be on the stamp? It would have been invalid, surely.
Don't know.
See, these are the questions you should ask yourself.
Because if it's the postman's fault, the post office can't turn
around. Who was only
He's
3
dead.
at the time himself, wasn't he? He was the...
No, he is dead. Yeah, he'll be well and truly dead now.
Yeah.
But the fact is that the post office made an error, right? They lost this letter.
Sure.
It's only just turned up. They can't turn around and say, sorry about this, I hope it isn't urgent. It's turned up 74 years late, and by the way, you owe us 25 pence.
Yeah.
They wouldn't do that, would they?
That's true.
So
that's true.
you
You're asking questions, though, you see? That's true, you see? So, you're interested in, like, where sayings come from as well, aren't you? Because you told me one in the week. What that? I don't know if Steve's aware of that. Do you want to tell Steve this one?
What's this saying?
Can we do this quiz?
We'll do the quiz later. I know you're excited about the quiz. Let's do that later. But what's this saying?
Right. What is the saying? Chucking a baby out with the bathwater.
Yeah.
Have you heard that phrase?
Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Right. How would you use that?
Well, how would I use that? Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. I suppose if you've been discussing something, you've come up with some plans, but you're slightly worried, and you might abandon the whole plan, whereas there might be some ideas in there which are still worth retaining.
Exactly.
So you don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater.
There might be something you can just change, and you don't. Yeah.
There might be a few ideas you can salvage from an otherwise worthless one.
Well, the saying, right, comes from like years ago again, and
pre or post phone.
Ages and ages ago, when the bloke worked in the house. He was like the coal man, and then you had like.
No way, it's important.
Then like the mum is like, she stays at home making the dinner, looking after the kids.
Yep.
And you've got like the little kid who's just growing up, just messing about and stuff. So, what happens is, back then they didn't have like fresh flowing warm water every day. So all they could only afford to have like one full big bath of fresh water. So they'd fill up the bath, right? And then the dad would come home and he'd say, I've had I had a tough day at work and that down the pit. And his wife would say, it's all right, I'm putting the dinner on. You're going to have a nice warm bath.
So, because he gets the bath first.
Because he gets the bath first because he's the grafter.
And he's covered in coal.
He's covered in coal, so the water's like minging by the time he's finished.
Yeah.
Right? And then the wife says, after all my cleaning the house and doing the cooking, I'm a bit sweaty now.
She's covered in dust and grime. She has the next one.
I'll have a bath, right? Yeah. At the end of the line, there's a little baby.
Yeah.
It's been playing out all day. Also got like little grubby knees and stuff. Needs to have a bath.
Yeah.
It goes in the bath, right? But because the water's so dirty,
sure,
they go and empty the water out of the window. Can't see the baby in it. Chucking the baby out with the bath water. That's where it comes from.
I don't know what to say, Steve. Because I've heard this. I'm just. What do you think, Steve?
So firstly, that sort of, that doesn't explain
where do you start? You're struggling, aren't you? You're struggling where to start.
Well, firstly, I can't see how we've now applied this to
I've been
the
thinking
example
of this.
that
I've been thinking of this for days, Steve, waiting for you to hear this one.
These coal mining parents deeply negligent.
Yeah, I love
They've left their baby in the bath unattended.
That's the way round to do it. The one covered in coal.
Yeah.
You go first.
Sure.
You go first. Don't wash the baby and then get in that.
Yeah.
You one covered in coal goes first. That's the best idea.
Yeah.
Second most dirty one goes. Yeah. I think we should do him last because he's done nothing towards this family.
But more than that, Rick, leave him to his own devices.
Yeah.
Jack, I'm just going to throw the water out.
Yeah.
In the bath.
Don't check first.
Have you checked that the baby's not in there? No, I'm not even going to waste my time checking.
You'd see it.
I'd be able to see a baby.
You'd see a baby in there.
If a baby was in here, I'd be able to see it. I'm just going to throw it out.
Yeah, I'm not even going to look, to be honest, Jack. We've all had our bath.
Yeah.
If the baby's in there, then it should be making
careful,
sound.
Jack. We have lost 3 children this way. Don't worry. Where did you read that? With the acid.
Right, tell the other story that you totally believe this as a true story, don't you? The fella with the being killed.
Right, do you know how the other week we were talking about some fella who had his head cut off, and he said, when my head goes into the basket, I'm going to blink a lot, see how many times I can blink.
But if you remember, when Carl first told me that, it was, I think it was Simon or Nick that pointed out. He goes, no, that's not quite right, Carl. Carl told me that he had his head cut off, and when his head was in the basket, it looked up and said, count how many times I blinked. But he believed that as well. So he was happy. He was happy with that.
Sure.
Do you know what I mean?
So yeah, a couple of weeks ago there was a guy. He had his head cut off, and before he had it off, he'd said, "I'm going to blink to show that there's life after death."
And he did 32 blinks, right?
Sure.
So you two were sort of putting that down the other week.
We were sceptical of that.
So I looked again
on the internet
at some other website.
Yeah.
And there's a guy...
Sorry, it's the website. Just to clarify, the website is the place where you bought that property on the moon, didn't you? Because it was a bargain.
Right. So this guy
been gazumped.
Look, we'll see who's been gazumped when this world ends. I've got somewhere to go, right? And I know you'll be calling me up, saying, "Oh, can I come with you?"
Haven't you got like 2 square foot?
No, I've got acres.
You're gonna have to stand deadly still on the moon in your 2 square foot.
I've got about 20
There's no
acres.
place for Suzanne. It'll just be you. I'm off, love.
It's all those people with big heads and web feet that've been buying it all these years.
Well, listen, right.
Go on.
Anyway,
play a record.
Oh no, there's no record.
Play a tune. We'll come back with this. What's this? Another ghost story?
Let's play one of my favourite songs of all time, because I'm going on holiday and getting into a lovely Serene move. Sorrento's probably from that. It's Neil Young, After the Gold Rush.
Beautiful. Still to come, that competition as well. Look forward to that. Carl's quiz.
Yeah. What an amazing track
Beautiful
that is.
tune, yeah.
Neil Young,
Dynamite.
After the Gold Rush. So go on, Carl. Sorry. Go on, Carl.
So let's take us back a few steps, Carl. What's the story?
Right, so I did some research. Right.
Let's just recap again. There was a guy you read about who had his head chopped off. He was guillotined.
Yeah.
He had said to the people around him, I am going to blink once I've had my head cut off to
so
show
the brain
that life,
can still...
Or the brain can continue to work after death. Okay, so yeah, we queried that.
So you weren't having any of it?
Well, no, possibly for a few seconds, till the oxygen stops being fed to the cells because the blood has drained away. But, you know, nothing spectacular. So
right,
go on.
Well, along the similar sort of lines, right, this is quite a few years ago. This fella sort of upset the royal family doing something, right? So they said that this isn't good.
Wasn't Ben Oughton at that Jubilee thing, was it?
I can't remember what it was, and they said, right,
that was terrible.
We're gonna cut your head off. You know, you gotta show people that you can't be doing what you've been doing.
What was this, the 1970s? When you said a couple of years ago, you mean maybe sort of...
Was it the olden days when the phones weren't very good?
Ages ago.
Yeah.
Ages ago, sure.
So, so yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
So...
Very philosophical.
Yeah, imagine that, when you wasn't here
Cut your head off.
This was literally ages ago.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Simon Sharma's History of Britain.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, so, and even before that, which is yonks before, when it was all mental and different. Sorry, Carl, go on.
So he's having his head cut off, and he's resigned to it.
It's the day before, he's kind of got it into his head now that I'm not going to have my head much longer.
Sure.
So he said, let's make use of this.
Yeah.
He said, I wonder how long, like, the body can stay alive without my head on it, right? So they were like, oh, I don't know. So, whoever he was asking.
These jailers with one eye.
Yeah.
Get that punk.
So he said,
no, wait a minute, I've got an interesting scientific experiment, jailer. Well, fair enough.
What is it?
So, he said, what I want to do, right, he said, you know, surely it's my last right. You know, I'm gonna be dead tomorrow.
Sure.
So let's do a test.
He didn't draw it out this long, did he?
Yeah, he said let's test this out. You know, he said do us a favour. He said, you know, it's my last day. What I want you to do is you're gonna cut my head off. Let's put a white line on the floor.
Right.
And see if, you know, because there's no point asking how far he can sort of walk without an head if there isn't a line, because you don't know what to count. Do you know what I mean? If he loses his head and he's running around all over the place, you can't really count
That's
that.
not impressive enough, yeah.
So they said, let's make a white line.
Sure.
Yeah. Who said this? He did or they did?
I think they started to join in with him and saying, well, let's make this a...
Sure. You guess it, go on.
So,
they got Norris McWhirter down. The Guinness people.
Oh. Yeah.
So they said, let's get this white line.
Yeah.
And,
dedication's all he needs.
We'll do this tomorrow. And he said, all right, then, I'll see you in the morning.
Yeah. So I'll see you in the morning. Night, sleep tight. Bye.
I love the fact that Carl knows exactly what was said.
Yeah.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah. He doesn't know the story or what order it is in or when
but
it
he
was.
knows exactly what was said.
But he knows the intricacies. All right then, see you in the morning. Bye, little kissy. Oh, I'm not like that. Oh, you joker.
Don't let the bed bugs bite.
Yeah. Anyway.
So he gets up.
Do you want a paper tomorrow? No, I'm all right. Go on.
He gets up and they say, right, you know, today's the day and that. And he said, well, you know, I've got used to the idea. So here's a white line for you.
Got used to the idea.
Go
on. So they go, right, you ready then? And he said, I go on. And they cut his head off. And the body walked 32 steps without a head.
Wow.
32 steps.
Incredible. Did it get as far as it walked along the white line, did it?
Yeah, it stayed along the white line, did 32 steps, and then started to stumble a bit, and it just fell over.
Yeah.
But, you know, it was a test that your body can still keep alive for a little bit.
Yeah.
When you've lost your head.
Absolute twaddle. Absolute twaddle.
What do you reckon you can do then without an head? How many steps?
Nothing.
There'd be muscular spasm, right?
Yeah. It would twitch a bit.
It would, yeah. You could not distinctly take 32 steps. The body... Well, don't...
Yeah.
Is the doctor still on the line?
Yeah.
The fellow that bought 6 parrots?
Yeah.
And, you know, you could have got 32 steps.
Right, so
a
you don't
beheaded
believe
man
that.
doing a bit of line dancing.
Right, you don't believe that, but something that you do believe that a cockroach can live a week without an head.
It can. Slightly different kettle of fish there.
Why?
Wow, insect to human is what I'm thinking. that difference.
There's not that much difference in
Well, of
some
course there
insects.
is.
Do you know that a snake has a heart and lungs and kidneys and stuff?
Go on.
No, well, I'm just saying.
So?
You're making out as if, like, they're a totally different, like...
Species. I am making that up. I mean, call
Rick,
me old-fashioned.
Do you know what you're talking about, mate? I don't want you embarrassing yourself, Rick.
Yeah, I am suggesting they're totally different beings. Yeah, that is... Yeah. Now, Carl, the cockroach is very... You've got another hour, but have you got anything at all?
I've got that feature Educating Ricky, which is a bit of a play on words as well. Right? Do you know the film, Steve?
Educating Rita?
Yeah.
I'll see what you've done. Go on.
I'm doing that, and I teach Ricky stuff.
What do you teach me, Carl?
Well, I've got a few different topics.
Go on.
Do you know, like, how you taught me about Hitler and Che Guevara and Winston Churchill? Mm-hmm. I'm going to come in with topics every week, and this week I've got...
Ghosts?
No, hanging bacon is one of the topics.
Say that again?
Hanging bacon.
Hanging bacon?
All the titles...
Francis Bacon?
No, all the titles are sort of named to sort of make...
Hanging bacon? Well, you've certainly intrigued
Go
me.
on, what's another title one?
Hairy Chinese Kid.
I'm going to go for that one.
If there was a university degree with that title...
Yeah, no, I'm going to go for Hairy Chinese Kid,
And
I
the
think.
final one,
Yeah.
Alien Gives Man a Beard.
Right.
Alien gives man a beard.
I am going to burst. Right, listen, Carl, you've got to tell me. Right, first, right, let's do it in
No,
reverse
we're
order.
not going to do it now anyway.
What do you mean? We've got to do it now. I mean, this is the first interesting thing you've said in an hour. Okay, the listeners have just been subjected to rubbish and mistakes and everything for the last 6 months. Please, we've got to do Alien Gives Man a Beard. What is that? Tell us that.
Right.
Sorry, this is just you telling me something, is it? This feature is you telling me something.
Well, teaching you something. Educating Ricky. Huh?
So are we playing it now? We're already into this feature. Well into this feature, are we?
Yeah, I suppose we are, yeah.
Should there not be a jingle or something?
Yeah, can we have a
Well, there's
jingle?
no point, because look, I come up with ideas and you dismiss them straight away, so I'm not wasting my time making stuff
Right.
if you don't like
well, okay,
it.
let's play Educating Ricky.
Right.
Brilliant. Go. Right. Ding-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling.
Educating Ricky.
Right, what are we going for then? Hanging the bacon, Hairy Chinese Kid, Alien Gives Man a Beard.
I think Alien Gives Man a Beard.
I'd like to do that.
Right, there's this fella, I think it happened in America, and he saw a bright light in the sky. And
God, if you're bored.
And he stood there.
This is a true story, is it?
Yeah. He stood there.
Yes, of course it isn't, Steve.
And he saw this bright light, and it came closer and closer, and it was a UFO, right?
Yep.
And he looked at it, and it disappeared, right? And he gets back in his car.
He looks in the mirror.
And he looks in the mirror.
Yep.
He's only got a beard.
He has.
You sure it wasn't someone else out there?
No, right?
What?
And it turned out, he got home and said to his wife or his girlfriend, it's a bit weird. So I just got out of the car to look at a bright light, and I got back in the car and grew a beard, and she said, never mind your beard, where have you been for 3 days? And what had happened is...
He passed out because he was pissed.
No. The UFO had taken him for 3 days, but he'd only thought that he'd only looked at it and it went away.
Yeah.
But what had happened is, he took him and he grew a beard because he hasn't had a shave.
Right, okay. I mean, was Will Smith or Tommy Lee Jones anything to do with this at all? Did you see this on a video maybe and thought it was an educational film?
No, it's from a book that some kind person sent in to me. Here.
Can I just ask again, just again, I'm just throwing this right back at you. Do you think there's any other possible answer here? Right? A man is absent for 3 days from home.
He's
the
grown a
length
beard.
of time that it could take to grow a beard, lest we forget. What if he hadn't actually seen a bright light in the sky?
What if he
he'd
was
been
lying? What if
drunk?
he was lying?
He'd got knocked unconscious. He'd had a car crash.
Just
any
lying.
number of
No,
other things.
just lying.
Or he was just lying.
Yeah, he'd been on a bender, getting pissed for 3 days
and that
with
was
his
his
mates.
excuse to his wife.
And they went, Dennis, what are you going to tell your wife?
Well, wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
She's not going to believe I was out with you, lads.
Just say you're only away for a minute. No, I wasn't away from it because of the beard. Oh, yeah, look, it looks like you've been out for 3 days. Well, we have. That's
exactly.
Right, okay, we've got to cover that then. Alien abduction.
Great one.
Okay, let's try that.
Do you see? That's a little scenario there that could have been played
So,
out.
when you say educating Ricky, what have I learnt from this? Never listen to you again. That's all I've learnt so far. Never listen to you.
Yeah, we'll add a little bit more in here, right? To
Well,
spice this
no,
up.
what do you mean add a little bit more?
We'll add a bit more to this what I'm educating you about.
Go on.
Right. There's only a law in America that says you're going to get done. Now, why would they make a rule? I don't know that. Do you know, like, all their rules have a carry?
Carl, I genuinely do not know what you're talking about.
Right. Do you know, like, how here they might have...
Do you know what?
I have no idea.
Right.
Okay.
Do you know, like, over here?
I'm listening to Capital on these headphones. I got Foxy on from yesterday.
Right, let's bin that.
No, wait, it's great. No,
I want to hear about Airy Chinese Kid.
Let's play a tune.
Okay, play a tune. Come back with Airy Chinese Kid, definitely.
Some doors.
Yeah, I just thought I'd go back, take it back to the 60s. This is a tune that a friend of mine sent me.
If you touch a UFO, you get done.
Soul Kitchen from the Doors.
It's shambles today, this.
David Bowie, Slow Burn, yeah. Quite a Eno trilogy feel about it. Lodger and sort of low type, yeah. But yeah,
enjoyable.
Now, okay, that's stressful, isn't it? I think we've got things working now. We've had people coming in and out, just shaking their head, going, "Shouldn't have bought that desk." But it's all sorted now, I think. And
you notice how it took about 25 minutes for them to come down as well, though? Do you feel like we're maybe quite low in the pecking order in the building?
Definitely.
You know, it's like Capital First, Capital Gold. They can shoot off to other sort of pirate stations. People's car radios, then they come back here.
Oh, dear. Oh, I had a job at Richard Sounds. Light fitting was buzzing. Now, but we've got... thanks for staying, listening. Right, okay, educating Ricky. What have we got? Airy Chinese Kid, go on.
Right, yeah. This is the... I didn't want to do this.
What do you mean you want to do it?
Well, I wanted to give you three, and I gave you one. It was like the alien man gets a beard or whatever.
Yeah, which was total rubbish, so this one should be better, maybe.
Hairy Chinese Kid. Right, well, we've talked about hairy people in the past.
Fair enough.
Haven't we?
Yeah.
You know, the little kids who grew up in woods and hung around with wolves and that.
Yeah, again, you're confusing it. Yeah, they're not... there were some people that were born... very hirsute. They were not the people who were brought up with wolves. You just put that together in your Homer Simpson type mind.
Right. Well, this is like a sort of close to that sort of story.
Yeah.
But the weird thing is, right? Chinese people aren't that hairy as a nation. No, seriously, that's a well-known fact. They don't have that much body hair and stuff.
Okay.
So this little kid who was born over there. He was like covered in stuff.
Was he?
And it was only his nose that wasn't hairy. The rest of his body was caked in hair, right? And his hair sort of...
What
grew.
sort of hair was it? Was
thick hair.
No, what I mean is, was it sort of like a pony's mane, so he just looked like an Ewok? You know what I mean? Just like hanging down sort of straight, dark hair.
In the picture, it looked like... it grows from his eyebrow. It grows from his eyebrows quite thick. And then it just goes all the way over his head.
You don't think it was just really long eyebrows that he'd done a comb over?
No, it was all over his body. It had a picture of, like, his back and that.
Yeah.
And,
had he styled it? Had he styled it at all? Did he have it in a quiff, or...?
No, it was just
hanging
all over him.
Yeah.
And they were like, you know, this is a bit weird. Happening in China, where we're not normally that hairy.
That was the scientist speaking there.
Yeah.
And the local press and that were getting him down, calling him Monkey Boy and all this.
Oh.
And
thinking Chinese press.
But the doctor...
Yeah. Oh.
They're cruel, aren't they? It's like those game shows.
Well,
that's Japanese, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's cool. Yeah.
And the doctor said...
was Carl talking through all that time while we were just like talking to each other then? Because I turned round and I still saw he was talking. Go on.
So anyway, the local press came in to see the hairy boy, the monkey boy.
And they were like being tight, taking the...
Showing him nuts.
Said he's only hairy. Said he's a healthy young kid. The only faults he's got is he's got a little bit of eczema and a boil. And he said everybody should just treat him the same. And I think he grew up a healthy kid. Yeah, so that's the...
That's the end of the story.
That's not a story.
Why?
But I've got nothing. I don't know what to say to that. So someone in China was born slightly hairier than the rest, and he was normal apart from eczema and a boil. That to me isn't a story. But if it is, I've got a million. I mean, it's sort of like bloke from Manchester went a bit bolder than the rest, got a job on radio. He was normal. I mean, that's not a story, is it?
Some great adverts there on XFM
I enjoyed
104.9.
Absolutely. We have to give away these 3 pairs. We have to give these away, Rick.
Yeah.
We've got 3 pairs of DJ
I know, but
Shadows.
this is
just not enough
so
time.
jam-packed. I think we've planned too much for this show.
We have indeed.
Next week, I think we have a little bit flabbier next week.
Rick,
do less.
Rick, can we chill out next week, please?
Yeah. Go on then.
So yeah, we any ideas, guys? Any questions? Sort of DJ Shadow related questions? Any Shadow or DJ questions? Carl, any ideas?
What does the word DJ mean?
Yeah, it's too easy. I'll tell you something I do know.
Go on.
Right. But I can't really get a question out of it.
Go on, just tell us.
There's a shadow somewhere.
It's already good, isn't it?
I'm loving it already.
No, right. There's a shadow. I think it was in America.
Yeah.
And it's on a quiet road. I'm guessing somewhere like Boston. That's what I imagine.
Okay.
Right?
No.
Somewhere like Boston. And people at night used to see this shadow moving about. And they'd go, what's that? Right? And it got known, the town, the little local town got known for this shadow, but it didn't cause any problems. People
what are you talking about?
Well, it was like,
you've lost me.
What are you talking about?
No, do you know, like, some places get famous, like, Scotland's got the Loch Ness Monster and that, but
it doesn't exist, go on.
Right, so there's this shadow walking about on the road.
What do you mean? No, what's he, again? Rubbish.
Right, so it's
nonsense.
Walking about,
where did you read this? Where did you see this?
It's walking about, this was on the internet, and I'm sure...
sorry! Sorry! Right. I thought it was shite. I didn't know it was on the internet.
Right, so this shadow is moving about, and...
independently of an object.
Yeah, and the local mayor and that is like, yeah, it's a bit weird, but it's not harming anyone.
The mayor involved!
Was he elected to that post?
Hey, mayor, we got a problem down here, seems like a shadow. Well, it's not causing any... No, it's just...
causing any problems?
Yeah,
but that's the thing, it was left for years, and then it did start causing problems.
I see, that's it. If you leave these shadows to go unchecked, Rick, they go crazy.
Yeah.
You let them run amok in the city.
Yeah.
You've got to stamp down on
What did it do?
shadows.
What did the shadow do?
It was pushing people off the bikes.
It was what?
It was pushing people off the bikes.
Oh,
I'll find out more for that next week. Right, that'll tease them.
Oh, you're a maniac!
We'll do more on that. We haven't had time for educating.
Please never have children.
Right, listen.
Just
promise me now you'll never have kids.
No, we haven't got time.
Okay, listen. All right, DJ Shadow, have we got time to give these tickets away?
Yeah, if they just call up, we'll.
No, I'll tell you what. I've got a question. Right?
Go on.
Where does Carl think this may have taken place? If you've been listening to the show, where do you think this evil shadow has been running amok? Let us know. The number, Carl?
Good question.
08700 800 1234. So,
excellent.
But that's it. We are actually out of time.
We are indeed.
Now.
Have I got time for a song for the ladies?
It's a bit tight. I was told to finish now. I know, but we've got to get finished early today. So
why?
Just because we have, and we're wasting more time talking about why we have to.
Oh, this is pathetic.
So they call up. Where did they see the ghost?
Yeah.
And you've got to pick the tickets up from reception. You can go tonight, see DJ Shadow.
Shoddy. This is shoddy.
Right. See. Lobe of this.
Yeah, get a lobe of this. Yeah.
Well, that's a story about a girl who she was deaf, right, for 4 years, and it happened quite a bit back this.
What year? Or was it?
I think it was
ages ago. Was it?
About quite a bit back. She was deaf for about 4 years. Having an argument with her mum, it said, which I didn't quite understand, because I don't know how they do that.
Yeah.
But she was having an argument, and a man pushed her against the wall, and she banged her head, and her hearing came back.
Okay.
Was she wearing a Walkman, and it fell out, and she'd realised,
there's no explanation.
There's no explanation? Well, why is that teaching me something then?
Right, so I knew you'd say this, right? So I thought, right, I'll stick something on it. Do you know that bees are deaf?
No! No, you can't just... No! If you ask someone something they don't know the answer to, they don't tell you something else. Just, I'll tell you something else then. I can't answer that, I'll tell you something else. Imagine that, if you asked a teacher. Look, how do birds fly? Wow, if you're going to do that, tallest building is... I mean, what...
Well...
That was the equivalent, Carl, of running away when we asked you a question.
Yeah, the intellectual equivalent of going, look over there, there's a monster.
Yeah.
Listen, what do you mean? What she... Okay, so...
So her hearing
There's no
came
explanation. There's no explanation. Or you don't know.
Well, there isn't one, is there, really? It's a bit weird.
Did the doctors not look into it?
No, I think they just said, oh, that's good.
So again, I don't. Where did this information? Is that if you read this on the net? Is that all they put on the net?
There was once a deaf woman who hit her head and she could hear.
Came back.
It was bizarre things about being deaf.
Was there three Was there?
I've got that book. Yeah, it's a good book. That
was there 3 more pages you just couldn't be bothered to read on?
Yeah.
No, it was just a little bit. And it
was there a little picture, a cartoon picture?
No pictures. I just read it.
Ow!
Look,
ow!
If you don't want to know, if you don't want to.
Okay, it's not his vault. Let me have it's not his vault. You've got to save this. This has got to teach me something. It'll be an interesting story.
Right, it's not his vault. This fella.
Yeah. What year? Ages ago?
Olden times?
I'd say in the 70s.
Okay.
Would you? Any evidence for that?
And,
does he wear flares in the story?
Right,
is that your reason?
No, it's a bit like Uri Geller, this fella, right? Where he's electric.
He's electric.
And, if he walks past the telly would fizz. If he walked past the radio, it all goes like that.
Ooh.
His hair stuck up all the time. And he'd be having a bath and everything would be alright, and then the power would sort of switch on in his body, and the electric in his body made him jump out of the bath. So...
What do you mean, so? What is that so? What does that so mean? You've given us nothing. You've given us nothing.
You'd have to at least give us the scientific explanation.
Yeah.
Electric eels have 400 volts in them.
Oh, is this the running away again?
What was that one called?
Yeah, but but
it's not his vault.
But there's a reason that not his vault. It's not his vault. I thought it was going to be something about keeping it in a safe.
I think we should do these the other way round. I think you should tell us the story and then we'll hear the pun.
It's not his fault. It's not his fault.
Right, let's leave it.
Play a tune. Educating Ricky.
Doing it. We're not doing it.
No, we are. Oh.
I'll tell you what, though, talking about ghosts and that, do you know how I'm into them?
Yeah.
Right? How weird do you think this is, right?
Well, it's not true. Before you say it, play a record.
No, go on.
Go on.
Right, it's this woman. I don't even know if it's ghost, really. It's just a bit weird.
Sure. Yeah, sure.
There's this woman, and she's... Well, she's not a woman, she's a kid.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
She's walking down, like, a street in her area. It's a nice day and everything. Everything's normal. Comes up, cycling past. Right? The woman on the bike looks at the kid, absolutely terrified, right? Got a really scary face on her.
Yeah.
The kid's thinking, why is she doing that?
Yeah.
Right? So anyway, she thinks nothing of it, goes, I think she was playing in the park or whatever, goes and has a nice day. About 15 years later...
Oh, right, yeah.
She's, I don't know, I think she was going to work, right, on a bike.
She was riding her own bike?
Riding her own bike, cycling down the road.
Oh, yeah.
Looks at the kid. That's the thing that happened, like, 15, 20 years ago.
Right.
It's her on the bike looking at her as a kid.
Right. Not another child.
No. So
right.
It's her. She's seen herself.
Carl? I mean, I don't know where to start.
Firstly, where does this information come from?
But, I mean, why do you ever... I mean, I don't know what part of that you think can be true. I don't... I'm honest, I'm speechless. I don't know what to say. What are you talking about?
Bit weird, though, isn't it?
But it's not true.
It didn't happen. Nothing happened like that.
She said it did.
Well, she's wrong.
Who? She said she saw herself.
She saw herself as a kid, didn't she?
Did she carry on riding
as an adult when she was a kid.
Did she stop and talk to herself? Or did she ride on by and think, that's a bit weird, there's me as an 8-year-old. I won't stop, I'll be late for work.
Yeah, if I'm late again, the boss said he'd be in trouble.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, and where is this information? Did it happen to someone you know?
No.
You overheard it on the bus?
No, it was in the 14 Times.
Ah, right. Well,
okay.
That's the answer.
Good.
We've got to the bottom of that.
Right, good. Brilliant.
Now, what do you make of David Blunkett accusing...
That was the main bit of the story, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But this one, right, we have sort of talked about it, and you weren't having any of it at the time.
What?
This next bit of science I'm telling you about.
Go on then.
Right? Remember when I told you about a lad, Dad, right? Everything's, normal life, go to school, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Then, I think his mum and dad had an argument, and it kicked off a bit, and he thought, I'm sick of this. It's happening all the time now. They kept having arguments, so the kid ran off into the woods.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Yep.
Right?
God.
Now, he left, he went and ran in the woods, and he ended up living with some monkeys.
Right.
Right? And he thought, this isn't a bad life, there's no arguments going on.
Sure.
He was getting on with them. And the
He
weird
loved
thing
bananas.
is, this is where the science bit comes in.
Oh,
Sure.
He grew a load of hair on his body.
That's not true. It's not true.
It is true.
It's an acquired characteristic.
I bet someone will back me up on this.
But no, you can't. You can't grow hair like that. You might get a little bit more down here. They might the erectile tissue might, they won't fall out as much. That would, but you don't actually grow a big mane if you're cold and you're a human.
Well, he did. He did. This lad did. I know it sounds a bit strange and that, but he was living with the monkeys, and because it was cold, his body reacted to it.
Listen. He was no hairier than he would have been if he was walking around naked on a cold day, with or without living with monkeys.
The fact that he was living with monkeys makes no difference.
No, I know, but I'm trying to get, picture it in your head what it's like.
Although Mickey Dolenz was always pretty hairy.
Right? So he was living with them, and he went into town or something one day to get some food, and the people there were like, hang on a minute, that isn't a monkey.
He went in naked.
No, he was there covered in hair.
Yeah, but naked, but covered in hair, so it was decent. It was.
Yeah. But that was a weird thing. They thought it was a monkey in the shop. And then
So presumably he had a big long beard as well, because he couldn't shave, could he?
No, he just covered. He looked like a monkey.
And they were happy to serve the monkey, were they? There's a monkey. He's
How
buying
did he
a
walk?
newspaper.
How did he walk, upright or whistling along?
The picture that I saw on the internet, he was on all fours, but I don't know if that's when he was running away after they'd sort of, realised he was a kid. But this was a picture.
So he was a kid as well. He wasn't even like an adult with the beard.
No, he was a kid.
Brilliant.
And
The beard kicked in a little bit.
So
earlier.
listen, the people caught him.
You're an idiot.
The people caught him.
Yeah.
Shaved him. Right. Got it all off. Didn't grow back again.
Right.
You're an idiot.
Well, like I say, people will have heard this story or read about it.
You're an idiot.
And they'll email in. They don't let me down.
And they'll agree that you're an idiot.
No, they'll have seen the story.
You're an idiot.
So that's a little bit of science.
You're an idiot.
The weird thing is, right, looking around in the week at weird stuff on the internet, there was this woman who's got a big head.
Oh, yeah.
And she was fed up with it because when she was walking down the street, it was so big, she couldn't hold it up.
Right. She couldn't hold it up. Oh, God. Okay, shut up.
So when she was walking, her eyes were hurting because she had to sort of look up all the time because her head was that heavy. Her chin was sort of balanced on her chest.
Right. And she'd have to peek up, yeah.
So she goes to the doctors, and this was after years and years, and said, I thought I could put up with it, but I can't.
How big was her head?
It's big, Rick.
I don't know if it was like big because there wasn't a picture. I don't know if it was just big or a lot of bone. So it was heavy.
Very heavy.
Right, like the Elephant Man, just outcrops.
Right. So the doctor said, we can sort that out. But we'll have to take your head off.
Right.
Okay. No, listen
keep
to
going.
this.
Okay,
listen,
keep going.
Because what you don't seem to understand is I have the same reaction to you when I see it.
Yeah.
What? Right?
You're quizzical yourself.
So I looked at it. They took her head off, chipped away a bit of the bone, made her head lighter, put it back on.
Right, play the Smiths. His arse by the Smiths. Yeah.
And if you'd like to ask Carl something, details coming up soon. How's that?
Got a couple of things under the banner of then educate me.
Yeah.
We've got this is interesting, right? Do you know if you have an operation on your brain, right? What they do is this is why I'd never go to the doctors. I don't like doctors because this sort of stuff freaks me out, right? They can operate on your brain, and what they do is they put you to sleep first, cut your brain case open.
Your skull, yeah.
The brain case.
Yeah, yeah.
And then wake you up and operate on you. So you sat there with your head open, messing with your brain, and you don't feel anything.
Well, there's no nerve endings, is there, in the brain?
But still, it's not right, is it?
What, you think they do it for fun?
No,
they go on, Reg, wake him up so he's all freaked out.
Is it necessary that you're awake, do you think, or...
Well, they need the brain active, don't they?
Yeah, but it is when you're asleep, you're having mad dreams. I had a mad dream the other day.
Go on.
No, I might tell you about it later, but there's no sense to it. But, so your brain's still...
Where is this conversation?
Yeah, I mean, it'll turn out, I go, no, Carl, I was there, that wasn't a dream.
No, but... So, I mean, if I had an operation
on your brain, heaven forbid.
Well, operation anywhere, I'd like to sort of think, well, I'll have an injection, I'll go asleep, but when I wake up, it'll all be sorted.
Yeah.
The fact that
your brain case is open,
and they wake you up and you think, oh, is it all done? And they say, well, have a look in the mirror, and your brain.
See, I don't think they do that. I don't think they try and frighten you when you're during an operation.
Yeah, I don't think that you go about your business and they sort of follow you around, dabbling.
Yeah.
No, but it's almost like they are having a bit of a laugh with you.
Right, well, I'd just like to say now that they don't. Anyone who's going in for an operation on their head, do not ever listen to anything Carl says.
Why have you got to be awake?
Well, they give you a telephone directory look, and they say, look how many Macs are in there. That's the Scottish telephone directory. And, you know, time flies when you're counting that sort of thing.
No, but do you know, like, when you...
What are you telling me? What are you
I'm
asking
just saying
me?
how weird it is. It's weird, isn't it? It's like, do you know when you go for a haircut, right? It's a bit embarrassing. Well, I don't anymore, but when you go for a haircut, it used to be...
you go for a haircut?
It used to be a bit embarrassing when, like, they'd wet your hair and they'd make you have that sort of Hitler cut because your hair's wet, and I used to hate it, and I think, do you have to do that? Do you know what I mean? You know
it's
what I mean,
similar. It's very similar to open skull surgery.
What I'm saying is, it's almost like barbers like to do that to make you look daft and feel daft for a bit, and there's women coming in and out, and you're sat there with a daft haircut.
Yeah.
And this is what that reminds me of.
Do you think they do it in a shop window? This brain operation?
I'm just saying, it's a bit weird.
Do you think, why are we doing it in John Lewis's? Just so more people
I love the idea that that's what doctors are doing. Let's make this guy look a bit stupid.
Yeah.
Open his brain
Look
case.
at the twatty look for this brain out of his head.
Take a Polaroid, Reg. Take a Polaroid.
Look at him. Look at his face. Right, clock his face when I give him the mirror. Get this on camera.
Put this fake nose and glasses
on. Did you teach me something then? Was that educational?
I taught you that your brain case can be open with your awake, and you just sat there sort of letting them get on with it.
Brilliant. I've learnt that. I'll never forget that. Right, go on. Anything else?
You'll love. Let's play a song, because the next one is amazing.
What, even more amazing than that?
Yeah. Play a song?
Yeah, a bit of Bowie?
No email still, by the way.
No, I don't think it's working.
It's not working today.
Lady Stardust.
We'll have to do a phone-in for Rockbusters.
Off the Ziggy Stardust album.
Alright. Old woman, about 70 years old.
Yeah.
She's normally fit and healthy and stuff, nothing wrong with her, she's having a good life. And one day, she goes for a check to the doctors, just to check herself out, because she's getting on a bit.
Yeah.
Says, take your clothes off and that. So she does, and checks her out. Turn round. He said, oh, God. He said, you got a tumour on your buttock. Right? So she goes, oh, can you do anything to sort it out? So they go, yeah, we'll book you in for an operation. It's best if we remove this. Books are in for an operation. Operation day comes, strip her down and that, they're all stood round, the doctors, start to operate. It only turns out it's a pork chop that she sat on 5 years earlier, and it had stuck to her buttock.
Right, Carl.
I can forward you... listen, serious.
Right, okay, Carl, I'm telling you now, I'm leaving. I'm never doing this show again.
No, I'm serious, honestly.
You're talking, I've never had such... You are... Play a record. Play a record.
I couldn't believe it.
What do you mean you can't believe it? Stop the record. Stop the record. Stop the record. Right, okay. Right, what do you mean you couldn't believe it?
No, when I read it, I said, I've got to tell Richard...
This woman had a pork chop stuck to her arse for 5 years, you mental case. Of course she didn't.
I don't think I did answer it. I just said, you know, the odd
You
thing.
just said I'm asleep.
Little things. Like, I ran home the other night and said, oh, I've just learnt something today. She goes, go on. And, you know Lego bricks?
Oh, yeah.
The name came about because some kid's mum, the kid was messing with the bricks, and she said, let go of them and come and have your dinner.
Play a record.
It's got to be rubbish. It's got to be rubbish.
It's always rubbish, isn't it?
Well, they're Scandinavian for a start. So,
the Scandinavian.
There is no... Let go.
Interesting. Thanks for that.
Whereas Lego was
Yes.
invented when a mother had sent someone to get some, though there's no name for them. She went, can you go and get some? There was a gap. He went, oh yeah, I'll go and get some, because they weren't called anything. Brought them back, started playing with her. And then he went, no. She went, Lego, you idiot.
Yeah, the actual explanation, various people have emailed us in or phoned in now. The company was set up in 1934. It's a Danish company, obviously.
Yeah.
Lego comes from the Danish words leg got, which means play well, and it was later discovered that it was also a Latin phrase that meant I study or I put together. Yeah.
Didn't they?
I mean, whatever. Do you know what I mean?
Why? What's the matter with you? What's the matter with you today?
I'm just saying.
What you're fed up with people taking issue with some of the stupid things you say? Lego was invented by a mother going, let go of that. What are we going to do with all the buildings? The earth might collapse. What do you expect people to say? Even our listeners know you're talking rubbish. And some of those aren't allowed to wear socks. I mean...
Listen, right, last week...
An idea. I can see it in your eyes. He's got a brilliant idea. Wait for it. Go on.
No. It's something, when I was looking on the web, found something out.
Go on.
It's a story about a woman who had a baby.
What are you talking about?
What?
A woman who had a baby who was having a baby.
It was no clearer when you repeated it.
No! Go! I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do for the common good, right? Pursue this line of inquiry, right? Because I don't know where it's going, or play a record. I'm actually torn. I don't know what to do.
No, I remember seeing it and thinking, I've got to tell Ricky about that. It's brilliant.
What should we do? Should we go with it? It's entering into the abyss. It's opening Pandora's box. It's peeking. It's going down to the cellar.
I've got a couple of questions though.
Go on then.
Well, come down there with me.
Okay,
come down in the cellar with me.
Okay, right, Carl. What? First of all, it was on the web. What do you mean? The baby was what? Had another? Was it? She didn't give birth. They didn't. The doctor didn't find one of those set of dolls, whatever they're called.
That's what I pictured it like. Those dolls where you take the head off and there's another one in there that all look the same. But no, the story was there's a woman who's...
No, don't just say it again. That's a headline. That's not a story. There was a woman who had a baby, That's not a story. Imagine handing that in as a thesis to loads of the BMA. There you go, and read that.
That's a children's rhyme.
Yeah. There was a woman who had a baby What do you mean? So she had a baby, right? Yeah.
And,
that bit's fine. We're okay with that.
That's normal. That's normal.
A woman had a child.
Yeah, totally normal.
She gave birth. Fine.
Yeah.
Next.
Well, I don't know that much more, apart from the fact that the baby's, like, roaming about, and then, 12 months later, she's like, oh...
Interesting, so the gestation period of that baby was actually 3 months more than an adult.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Weird, though, isn't it?
So, was the headline, my baby's 12 months pregnant? What are you talking about? 12 months later, it had a... What are you talking about?
Forget it.
No, you haven't even finished the story. That's what you said, and 12 months later, you didn't even finish the sentence. So what do you mean?
No, I didn't read any more into it, because I just saw that and I thought, that's weird, and then I just was thinking, oh, like, imagine the kid at school, at parents' evening.
Go on.
And it's like, well, your kid's pretty good, now let's have a look at your work, sort of thing. Don't you think that'd be weird?
But what? Did the child have a baby?
Yeah.
Of course it didn't! Play a record!
We shouldn't have gone down in the cellar. We should have just left the cellar door closed. I never learned. Monkeys, Pleasant Valley Sunday, brilliant. XFM 104.9, Carl Pilkington.
This show is monkey heavy, isn't it? It is monkey heavy. Carl, if you were president, would you sort of make it compulsory to maybe have a little monkey? Everyone has limps out when old age pensioners.
It's not a bad little, It's funny, you know, because there was, a story the other day, when I was looking for Monkey News, right? There's a story about a couple who couldn't have any kids, right? There's something wrong with them, but they really wanted a kid, and they got some, dodgy email address where they could buy a baby online, right? It was someone who would have a kid, and you could buy it for $3,000 or something, right? Yeah. So anyway, they got picked, and they're like, brilliant, there's the money. Got the baby and everything, they were loving it. You know, playing with it and stuff. As it got older...
Feeding it.
It got airier.
Oh, shut the Oh, Carl!
Turned out they'd been sold a chimp.
You maniac. You stupid mank twat.
How
Don't
on earth?
talk shit. That is as if...
They
what?
didn't know it.
Oh, don't talk. Are you mental? You
I love the fact
stupid.
that didn't make it into Monkey News.
I know, yeah.
Well, it's a bit sad though. We don't like to bring the feature down.
Yeah.
But
and how
anyway.
long was this into... It got hairier. They're born hairy. They're not born like humans, then develop hair because they go, hold on, we better get the chimp stuff kicking in now because we're in the jungle.
School photograph. They were like, hang on a minute. He looks a bit weird. With all the
Oh,
other kids.
you are just the rubbish. Mad, innit? Mad, innit? Mad, innit? Imagine, oh God.
But
Just
anyway.
imagine if he was in charge. We did put him in charge of the country.
Go on. Talking about this the other day.
Yeah.
Oh, what was it now? Listen, a fella.
Play a
No, listen.
record.
Do you want,
Play
this
a
is, all right.
All right, no, come on. All right, he's got it now.
Go on, go on.
This fella goes
Yeah.
to the doctors,
Yeah.
right?
Oh, right, okay. Right, if this isn't any way possible, right, you are never, ever speaking again on radio. So make sure this is at least possible. I'll tell you what, I'll even give you improbable but possible. So if anything that breaks the laws of the universe or logic, okay, that's all you have to avoid. On you go.
Right, so this fella, right, he goes to the doctors because he's got earache.
Right. Okay, if a chimp's living in his brain... that he
Go
gives,
on.
Go on.
So he's got earache, he's sat in the waiting room and it's all, his ears all bunged up and it's hurting a lot and what have you. So the doctor comes out and he goes, Mr. Smith, come in, right? And because his ear's all bunged up, he doesn't hear it that well, right? So he thinks it must have been me, right? So he wanders in.
Keep going, keep going, keep going.
Anyway,
I'm going to hate this. I can just feel it in my bones. Steve, I'm going to let you take over. Okay.
Let's hear it. Come
so
on.
the doctor says, sit yourself down there, right? So he sits himself down. He goes, right, take your pants off, right? So he's thinking that's a bit odd. Anyway, he heard
that though.
He apparently he took his tackle off. The doctor did some operation.
What, there in the waiting room?
No, in his office.
In his office, yeah.
What?
Wait, so he removed what? His genitals?
Yeah.
In his office.
Why, Carl? Why, Carl?
Because he hadn't called him in.
Oh, he'd called in the bloke who wanted his testicles taken off, and he didn't do it. What? So the doctor went out and said, Mr. Jones, who's here to whip off your cock and balls, just here and now, right? Bloke comes in, didn't it? It must have been me. So the bloke who wanted his balls taken off didn't say, oh, I think he said me. So he didn't interrupt then. So the bloke goes in, he starts taking his testicles off, and he doesn't say, I'm here for me ears.
New Year's Eve, I taught him something, right?
You know, it things that taught me. I was saying you're talking shite. He says they found out your soul weighs an ounce.
Your soul?
Yeah. Your soul weighs an ounce.
Right, who found this out?
I read it.
Your arsehole weighs an ounce.
Yeah.
There's no such thing. A soul weighs an ounce. You're talking drivel.
Have you got any monkey news?
So what did they do? They measured. They weighed someone who was alive, and they will wait for you to die, then weigh you again.
There was someone
Now
who-
you've lost an ounce. Yeah, it must be your soul shooting off to heaven.
It was someone who was really ill, and they said, we can't do anything for you here, but we've got a bit of an idea that we want to do. We've been wanting to do this. Stuck him on some scales. He said, right, you weigh 9 pounds and an ounce or whatever, because he was wasting away. He died, 9 pounds. Right?
Fine, well, that's proof if proof be needed.
Talking shite.
Monkey news, we might as well leave it.
No, come on,
come on, tell monkey news.
No, it's nothing that great, really.
Is it worth playing the jingle? Quickly?
Go on, then.
Oh, chimpanzee that monkey news!
Right, it's about a monkey.
2004,
It's about this woman monkey who was born in 1834. Right? Half monkey, half woman.
No, not true.
It happened, apparently. It was
Impossible.
it was in the Daily Mail. Right?
Okay.
The Victorian ape woman was her name.
Yeah, I christen this thing Victorian Ape Woman. Well, we thought Sandra. No, I'm calling it Victorian Ape Woman.
She was about 4 foot.
No, didn't happen.
She had lovely thick black hair on her head and on the back of her legs and her arms.
Yeah.
Alright.
So stockings.
Let's have a look.
And she didn't need a bustle because of a huge ape-like arse sticking out the back of her dress.
She was good at reading and sewing. Well,
well, good because they didn't have opposable thumbs. So
she could speak 3 languages.
Yes.
She was
Human, monkey, and monkey human.
20 offers of marriage. Does that annoy you, Steve?
Absolute twaddle.
All right. Well,
that more rubbish than your soul weighing an ounce.
Let's leave
A
it there,
Victorian monkey
Let's leave it there,
woman.
then.
See you next week with some more twaddle.
I was worried we wouldn't have the old magic in 2004, but we're still talking shit. Merry New Year.
Bollocks.
So, what have you been doing this week, Steve?
Well, I'll tell you what, at the beginning of the week I was incredibly annoyed by Carl.
Why?
No, because I remember you had a little discussion with Carl a while back saying that you thought he was lazy at times.
Yeah.
And, you know, you had various criticisms of his work.
Yeah.
And I got a call from him. He said, oh yeah, I should have told you, I had a phone call. Someone said that they were trying to get hold of Steve Merchant to offer him some lucrative voiceover work. Now, you know...
That is money for old
It's money for old rope.
That's about, you're in there for about 20 minutes and it's thousands of pounds.
If there are children listening who are still at school, they should definitely, when the careers guy says, what do you want to do? Try and get voiceover work. Just become a voiceover artist. It's money for old rope.
Yeah.
So I can't believe my luck, because, you know, I love money for old rope.
Yeah.
And, I said, well, what's the information? He said, I don't know. I deleted the message. It was on his answer, and he deleted the message. I said, right, when did the message come? He said, last week. So he took a week to tell me that he had deleted the message.
Why, just because it wasn't for you?
I mean, I don't know how selfish that is, Carl.
No, what happened is, right, I got back off holiday. I was at home.
Yeah.
So I called up my voicemail, right, because I can do that.
Yeah.
Remote access, right, because I've got to know what's going on at work.
Of course.
Called in, it was still my day off, I was going through the messages.
Yes.
Heard one from some company saying, we're after Steve Merchant.
Yeah.
We want him to do some voiceover work.
Yeah.
Right? I can't remember the name of it, but
Thanks.
I thought, right, I'll remember to tell Steve.
A week later.
It doesn't matter, does it? You still got the message, and they
what message?
Yeah, but voiceovers have to be done in the next couple of days.
I didn't get the message. All I got was, there was a company where... how does that help me? There are hundreds of thousands of media companies. You didn't take down a number, you didn't take down a name, nothing.
I was more puzzled why they'd want you to voice anything.
He's having a go!
I don't know why.
No, but listen to that voice.
You must be annoyed. You must be annoyed.
I mean, talk about rubbing salt into the wound.
No, but listen to you.
Oh, God. I don't know how you think. I don't know how your mind works.
Well, I was thinking there must be a tractor sale on somewhere.
What do I care? No, hang on a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
The worm has turned.
I don't care if they want me to advertise, you know, the latest designs in pirate fashion wear. I will do a voiceover because it's money for old rope. I don't care what you think of my voice. Someone was interested. They were offering me money. And you decided arbitrarily, oh, they probably wouldn't want it. They probably made a mistake. They wouldn't like the way he talks anyway. I'll delete the message.
No, the thing is, right,
What if that had been a girl?
I get paid to sit here on a Saturday, right? Play CDs and that, help out with the show, get you decent prizes. I think I do me bit.
Sure.
Right? It isn't about running your voiceover work.
So hang on, so Carl, let me just get this right. If someone was ever to phone me, right, trying to get in touch with you, to offer you work, you'd want me to just ignore the message. That is what you're saying to me. You'd prefer that I deleted the message, I ignored it altogether. That's what you'd want for me to do. That's what you'd want me to do.
What, someone's calling you for some
Someone's phoned me, they say, oh, I can't, I don't know, I'm a friend of a friend, I've got your number, Steve, I would love to use Carl Pilkington for an exciting sex
scene. So has it happened?
Well, I'm saying in the future, if it was to occur, do you want me to just ignore it? Is that what you prefer me to do?
Well, it's not like that, though. I did tell you, I told you the message.
You didn't what? You told me a week later with none of the information I needed.
Carl, that doctor called last week, that kidney's ready for that, little girl that you were doing that sponsored walk for. I forgot to tell you.
Oh.
I hope it's still alright. They keep it on ice, don't they? I think they do.
Selfish, Carl. So selfish. And
bit of Snoop on XFM, yeah? Kicking it with Ricky Gervais. Yeah. Sweet. Steve Merchant and Carl Pilkington. What has happened to Carl? Because Carl, I thought, is this sort of sweet little buffoon, almost childlike in his ways. You know what I mean? Like Charlie Brown after some sort of head injury, and now he's. And now he's coming back like that, having a go at... Not caring about voiceover work. It's like... Because Heat have written about him a couple of weeks. It's like he thinks he's better than you in some way.
I do care, though. You're out of order saying that, right? Because I've sorted you out with tickets for stuff.
He doesn't turn up to.
Carl,
I received a phone call. You deleted the message offering me voiceover work. You're as bad as my agent. I'm appalled by it. And I thought we were friends.
At least his agent, when he does it, is losing himself money as well.
Yeah, exactly.
You've got no comeback. You're still sweet. And to have a go at you've got a mank whine. Right?
Voice.
Like a cartoon Gallagher brother on Coronation Street. I mean, and yes, Steve does sound like a Wurzel, but that doesn't, do you know what I mean? What about Jethro? Jethro does well. Jethro gets on Des O'Connor anytime he wants.
Just has to phone Des up.
And he's on there.
Straight on
and
there.
he's whining like a Wurzel as well. So, you know, to say that is a rubbish...
Alright, apart from that then, what else have I done that's wound you up?
Well, that's a good starting point, because you haven't even apologised.
No, it's a shock, because that's the first time I've let you down. And I didn't really let you down, because I passed on the message.
You didn't? Well, we've been through it. You didn't pass on the message. Saying I deleted a message for you is not passing on the message. I mean, I just think what's happened is that you've got a little bit of celebrity now from the show. I mean, I've seen you being recognised in pubs and stuff, or people have come up and they said, "Are you Carl?" because they've seen Ricky. Now, it just seems to me that you are not keeping yourself grounded. You are just, you cannot deal with fame. You've not got the intelligence to cope with the celebrity, and you're just becoming this kind of ego-driven monster.
Now it's getting a bit nice.
I put a lot of work into this on Saturday. This isn't even my proper job, right? Where were you in the week?
Oh, yeah, he's got you there.
What? Where were you in the week? I said, let's meet up, let's, you know, come up with some new features and that. Where were you?
Carl, you phoned me about an hour before you wanted to meet. That is not what I would call... I mean, that is arrogance right there.
That's the way I work.
That's arrogance right there. That's ego right there.
He couldn't go, when I came in, he said, "Where's Steve?" I said, "Steve can't make it." I had to tell him why. Steve was staying in to tidy up because his landlady was coming. This he couldn't get over. He could not get over that you couldn't make it because you had to stay in with your landlady. He talked about it for about the hour when we were working.
What are you talking... Last week I had a bad throat. You wouldn't tolerate that. You wouldn't accept that.
When you had a bad throat, where were you? Why couldn't we do any work then? Because you're at home with your mum and your dad.
You were on holiday, weren't you?
Why didn't you get your mum and your dad to clean the flat?
Oh, he's done it again! He's done you again, mate. Play a record.
How has he done me? What? They live in Bristol.
Yeah, the joke's on you. He couldn't get him to clean the flat.
I don't know who's laughing at who now.
Right, listen.
Can we just go back to laughing at Carl?
Okay.
Because I know where we stand there.
Okay, alright.
Do you want to,
That's the natural order of things.
I know, yeah.
The world's gone topsy-turvy.
He's stepped out of the pecking order.
Right, well, someone who I don't let down, right, are the listeners of this show. Do you want to read out the prizes for Rockbusters? We'll get that running.
Oh, we're not doing Rockbusters again, are we?
Yeah.
Well, it was a shambles last week. We cancelled it 2 weeks ago. What...
I mean, there you are right there, Rick. I mean, both you and I, and let's be honest, we're the guys with our names on the poster.
I know,
It's supposed to be your show. And
our faces.
Exactly, and yet...
we have to be on tube stations with people laughing at us.
Yeah, well, they're not laughing at me, right? They're saying it was a good
I don't know. What do you think people think of the poster, Carl? Seriously?
Just going to be insulting. My point is this, Rick.
He was looking at you.
My point is this, Rick. We used to be able to decide what the content of this show was.
I know.
Now, it's him. It's just him. He wants to do Rockbusters, he gets to do it.
I know. And it's awful, Robert. Like Tourette's Trent D'Arby. Not only is that offensive, it doesn't work as a clue.
Saying that, have you come up with anything for this week?
What's the prizes?
I'll read out the prizes. We've got...
Who's the winner?
The winner, very lucky, Sandra Cassidy of Leon C. She gets all those great prizes. You know, we've actually had people emailing in saying, this is the worst Rockbusters ever, because it was too easy, it was boring.
Oh.
This is just... don't shoot the messenger.
Oh,
Other people saying, it really has run its course. Some people genuinely agreeing with Ricky.
Oh, Carl, this must hurt, mate.
Stinging attacks on you. Some people just slagging you off generally, saying that you whinge all the time.
Looks like Steve was right when he, sort of like poo-poos your ideas.
So...
When he wheezes on your bonfire.
Someone else, I swear to God, someone else emailed in and said, don't bother sending me the prizes, take them to a charity shop, or pawn them, give me the money, I'd rather have it. So I don't know what to say, Carl, I just wonder if it really has run its course now.
Alright, well, we'll see what you come up with next week, then. Let's see what you do, let's see what you come in with.
Sure.
About 5 to 1. I'm guessing you'll be popping in with another hip-hop track full of effing and jeffing.
Well, no, I won't bring it into you, I'll do it myself at home, because obviously that makes it easier.
Dear.
Obviously you can't cope.
Oh, dear.
Are you actually going to be here next week, or are you still going to be in Cornwall?
No, you see there again, I'll be back in time. And in the week, when I go to you know, Cornwall, see the Monkey World.
Yeah, your
That
2-day
still
pass to
work.
Monkey World.
That still work.
Yeah.
Still work. What?
What, you're going to interview some of the monkeys?
I
Get some
love
stories?
that. I love that. You were going, could a monkey live without bones? And so I'm going, Carl, shut the please, just look at the monkeys and eat your ice cream. And that's work, is it?
What?
Oh, so just go back to insults briefly.
Go on,
You know,
Goofy.
saying...
Oh, no, see, that's what he said, it's in my head.
What do you mean he said?
No,
When did he say that?
No, I mean...
When did you call me Goofy?
No, he didn't. He said about what's in
Baldy?
my head.
Hey,
no, when it's...
come
Mate,
on.
come off it. Don't
What? Who's
start
calling
on
me
us.
Goofy?
No.
I'm not even Goofy. Goggle-eyed's fair enough.
Yeah, but you can sort your
Lanky?
look out. I can't.
What do you mean I can... How can I sort my look out? I'm not even Goofy. That's not fair.
You've got the proper features.
What?
Just needs sorting out a bit. I can't help it if my hair's not good.
Who do you think's cooler to look at, Steve or the Chemical Brothers?
Steve.
Definitely, yes. You're absolutely right, Carl, and that's the first sensible thing you've said for a
If
long
I was
time.
to work with Steve on some music,
Yeah.
if I had the choice, I think Steve would look better on a album cover.
Really?
Yeah.
What would you do? Would you change him at all? What would you do with his image?
I'd put him in the distance, so
I can't believe this is...
No, just so you don't look as tall, that's doing you a favour.
You know, I was on the... This is true. I was on the tube, right, coming in to meet Gervais the other day, and I was wearing a suit, and my mobile phone slipped out my pocket, and it landed on the seat, and I didn't realise this. And as I was about to get off, some bloke who was sat there like an old guy, he picked up the phone, he went, "Oi, Lanky, you dropped your mobile phone." And I was like, well, I thank you for pointing out I dropped my phone, but did you have to do the Lanky?
But you knew who he meant. I bet you turned round straight away. It worked.
Knew he meant,
Yes,
Steve.
but-
He's done you again.
But I was the only person stood up. It was a fairly empty train.
Was there any other lanky people there?
No.
Well then.
And I was on my mobile phone, and I was chatting away to someone, and, what can only be described as a prostitute.
Go on.
Stood on the street corner.
Was she a woman that gives you sex for money?
Yes.
That is a prostitute.
Yes, that's what I thought.
Go on.
And as I was walking by, she said, "Do you want to buy sex?" Now,
You sure it wasn't a market trader giving 6 plums away?
No, it was
something?
definitely...
6 for a quid?
No, it was definitely
Go
a
on.
prostitute.
Yeah.
And what annoyed me about it, what I wanted to pick her up on something, was the fact that I was on my mobile phone. It's like, can you imagine? Who would what, am I going to hang up? Sorry, Mum, can I call you back? You know you say you want me to meet more women. Exactly.
For my birthday.
Yeah. Sorry, Mr. Johnson, I'm really excited about the job. Can I call you back? I'm just going to negotiate with a whore. And it was just sort of, you could tell that she was clearly probably desperate for crack or a latest fix of smack. So she was literally, the normal etiquette of prostitution, you know, that they hang around, they show some thigh. I've seen this in
They
films.
will woo ya.
Yeah,
They
exactly.
will- yeah.
Take you out for a meal, that sort of thing.
know,
That
straight
had sort of
into
gone
it.
out of the window, and she
Yeah,
was just
sure.
there, desperate, running around
Did
the
she go out
streets.
of a window?
Like a
Because that's
zombie.
another thing they sometimes do, specialist
Exactly.
ones.
But I was
Yeah.
shocked because I've never been propositioned before like that.
Really?
In London.
That's weird, isn't it? Carl, thoughts?
I think you'd be sort of approached a lot because they tend to sort of go for people who look like they haven't got much chance.
Sure.
And I'm not being mean.
No,
you know what I mean? I've known
What do
you a
you
long
mean?
time.
Sorry, I'll let you go back to it. In what way aren't you being mean? By saying that
No,
Steve... go on.
Steve knows is a little bit odd looking.
I don't think... Well...
No, he does. Do you know
Yeah,
before...
no, but it's not what he thinks of his looks.
Yeah.
It's what he thinks of you talking about his looks on...
No, but it's
Go on.
like how you were talking before about, you know, your eyes are bad. It's nature's little way of saying, look, nothing to see here, right?
Don't get that!
I don't know what you mean.
But when you look in the mirror and that, they've gone, look, he hasn't got the looks, let's make his eyes bad, right?
Yeah.
Nothing to see here.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying,
See,
they're
I-
balancing it out, right?
Yeah.
And it's funny, right? Now we're on the topic.
Sorry,
Right, I wasn't-
Johnny Depp.
No, listen.
My chest is gonna burst at this moment.
Whenever we go
because-
into this conversation, I always think to myself, Carl, do you know what you look like?
I'm gonna...
You know, seriously, can I be honest with you? You look like, you know, if you've got like a balloon, a hot air balloon, right? Just a little balloon, like a party balloon. If you drew a little face on it, right, and inflated it about halfway, that's what you look like.
Right. I wasn't...
No,
Now you've got onto this, let's just nip it in the bud now. I'll tell you something that I wasn't going to tell you because I think it was
I
out
don't
of
want to
order.
hear it. I don't want to hear
Well,
it.
right, it was on the tube, right? Well, I was. Someone told me they were on the tube, right? And the tube pulled into a station, right? And one of the women saw the poster that's out at the moment with you and Rick on it, right?
Yeah.
So this woman apparently goes, "Oh look, there's Ricky. Ricky's on the radio, right? And the other woman goes, "Oh yeah, don't you listen to it?" So she goes, "Oh, I didn't know it was on the radio." And she goes, "Oh."
I'm sorry, Steve.
Look.
Because he didn't sound this bad.
She said, "Oh, look at that person he's with." So she goes, "Yeah." She said, "That's Steve." She said, I was sort of aware that he looked odd because Carl mentions it on the radio.
Yeah.
So it wasn't as much of a blow to me, but I can see how it was a bit of a shock to you.
Yeah.
So that's weird, isn't it?
Yeah.
And that isn't me sort of telling this woman to say anything. That was all happened without anybody else sort of bringing it on.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So...
Was it... Sorry, you seem to be relishing this. Was it because of the little balloon story that made you...
Honestly, Steve, I wouldn't have told you, but if you're going to start, having a pop...
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? I can't just sit here and take it and that.
No.
I mean... All mates.
Yeah, it's just,
yeah. Well, I mean, I was mistaken for Johnny Vegas. Steve's got a story about that, if you want to have a go at me.
Well, someone just thought you were fat with a beard, which is true.
Well, don't have a go at me, because he said you look...
Well, you started it.
No, I didn't.
Yeah,
no, I didn't.
You were milking it. You were egging him on.
I was laughing.
You were egging him on.
I sort of was.
Yeah.
But let's not,
Oh, it's a good job you got lots of good mates like Jonathan Ross. You can go to other friends, people who've helped you in your career.
This is what the phone message he left me Wednesday on my mobile. But I just is chatting about certain things that are going on at the moment. What he does need to know. Duncan, who mentions, is my agent. And, you'll understand a few other things. But this is the sort of message I get from Carl, right? Winger.
Old messages.
Alright. 12:10, Wednesday. Just getting loads of people calling me all the time about Yesterday, DVD's signing for BBC London. I don't work there, but I've been dragged into that. I've got a woman on, leaving a message from Talk PR, going on about, do you want to go and see Pop Idol again? Right? They're just saying, you and some listeners can go. So I'm sure you'll love that. I've got Jim Benner wanting you to introduce the tin buckets at the Astoria. So can you just let Duncan know that I'm doing his job whilst he's sat on his arse with his thumb firmly up his arse? Can you let him know that I'm running around like a here sorting shit out for you? Alright, see you later.
Message letter.
Do you know what I mean?
I know, but that's the kind of phone message he's leaving. Do you remember who he was before you...
But he's even annoyed that he gets a phone call. I remember he got a phone call for you to do a voiceover and didn't pass it on. You missed a voiceover. That was thousands of pounds.
No, I did pass it on, though. I told you.
You did, you said someone had phoned.
Yeah.
That's not good enough.
But who's that?
Well, she didn't say, and I didn't ask. But
of course she said.
She didn't say.
Rubbish.
So you didn't take the number down? Just when she went, oh, can you tell Steve to call me? And you went, yeah.
Yeah, well, I just thought you'd know her already. I should have known. It was a woman, so I should have known.
He's having a go, you see?
Unbelievable. I don't know how it's come back on me. You're the one who was picking on it.
Yeah, exactly. I'm saying. I'm defending. Why is he having a go at you?
He never picks on Ricky, because he knows you are his bread and butter. Seriously, you know what I mean? The only reason he's got Mondays on... Yeah. That's why he's scared of you. That's why he's like, he has a go at you on the phone, but he always picks on me, because he knows, I'm a pushover, I'm a nice guy. He's scared of you. I can't believe I don't know how it works.
Is that true?
Steve, I'm always sorting you out. I look after you. Sort you out with tickets. I sort of get lager out.
I got you today. Why are you picking on me?
What do you mean you're sorting out tickets and lager? What's this?
Right, whenever you want tickets.
Yeah,
sorry,
I don't want to use this as, moaning time and that, because I don't like to moan. I'm busy and that, right? I've sorted you out tickets for gigs.
Yeah.
Right?
What somebody doesn't even turn up to.
Yeah, we won't even go on about that. Yeah. Right? Lager.
He was sorting out the Cure, he complained it was boring.
Yeah. There was that big drum of lager that you had, and you said, oh, put that in your room for me.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to carry it home. Right?
Lazy.
So I said, alright, then I'll put it in my room. It goes missing, it gets nicked. Then you have a go at me because it got nicked.
Yeah.
I get you another one. You make me carry it around town for you for half an hour, then you say, oh, I can't be bothered taking it home. Can you take it back to work for me?
Yeah. But, interestingly, this is like a year ago, so it's still pressing on you,
Oh, hang on, and I forgot the one when we had an argument over 50p. When we went out for a coffee.
You didn't want to give me 50p back that you owed me.
That was the same day you'd given him about 40 quid worth of lager.
But, see, this is my problem. This was my point at the time. It's not the 50p in terms of money is not what's important. The fact that you think you don't have to give me money back because it's only 50p, that was the point at stake. It's me who makes a decision, oh, don't worry about the 50p, not you, it's only 50p, I'm not going to give it to you. Do you know what I mean? There's got to be rules, otherwise it's chaos, Carl. Come on, mate. Alright?
Don't want to fall out about it.
No, it's not alright. Shall we kiss and make up? Do you want that? Do you want to do
It's
that?
alright.
Yeah. Well, should we play a little record and come back to this? Because
I can't believe it started with you slagging him off, Rick, and I've ended up as the monster.
I know.
Bit of R.E.M.
Yeah.
Well, we're not going to do Freak of the Week here.
Okay.
Right? Because we've done quite a bit of that in the last 20 minutes.
We've
right? So
OD'd
we'll move
on
that.
freaks, you think?
Yeah.
Sure.
We'll just shift it a little bit.
Okay.
And I don't, like I keep saying, don't want people to be taking the mick out of anyone.
No.
Right? Because we're not about that. I feel that, like, I can do a little bit of it because I work with you, Steve.
Yeah.
Right? Sure. It gives me that right.
It's like a care worker. Yeah, I understand.
Well, it's like that thing of you can't be homophobic because I've got a couple of gay mates and stuff.
Sure.
I think it sort of gives me that edge.
Yeah.
Right?
So you're not freakophobic because you work with Steve?
No, that's right, yeah. So, yeah.
Okay, well, by that token, I should be able to sort of slag off, you know, the mentally ill.
What do you
Or
mean?
at least mentally handicapped. What star sign are you?
Mine changes. I'm on the edge.
Right.
God.
Okay.
He even makes that complicated.
Of course.
He even makes twaddle complicated.
No, I'm just, it changes depending what paper you read.
Yeah. Alright, in theory, what would
23rd of September. So I think most of the time I'm a Virgo, I think. Oh.
Well, I'll tell you.
Write that down, listeners. 23rd of September, and come round and give him the bumps.
What I mean?
Well, according to this, I mean, I mean, you've been criticising this, Rick.
Sure.
You've been saying that there's maybe not anything in the zodiac
Yeah,
thing.
go
Well,
on.
hang on, let me just read
Go
some of
on,
the elements of-
is this going to change my mind?
Well,
Am I going to eat my words?
The typical Virgoan.
Words.
Okay. The physical appearance of the typical Virgoan.
Yeah.
High forehead.
That's not true.
Cranium may seem too big in comparison with the face. Look at Carl, look at Carl.
But how specific is that?
Has an extremely large forehead. Has a high hairline.
That's not true, though, is it?
May be quite tall.
What are the blokes like?
Often has one foot turned in more than the other.
What? They've just described Rain Man. What is that? How can they be specific?
Well, that's why it sounds like Carl.
one foot turned in.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, have they even bothered doing one for you? Because there isn't many people who...
Hang on a minute.
Let him finish, Steve.
No, I'm just saying...
Go on.
Fairly average looking, but I'm saying, have they wasted a page in that book for whatever you are?
It started off me being dissing him and stuff, and you've been nice.
Hang on a minute. I don't think you can be a Virgoan, because it says that they are normally quick, alert and intelligent. But no, actually, I have to say, it says here, behaviour and personality traits of the Virgoan, as a child, is an excellent mimic, can learn many things in a short time. Not really true of you, is it? Rarely
Like
questions authority, but frequently questions facts. You never question facts.
Yeah, you never question authority. He's scared of authority.
Yeah. You're usually trying very upset if teased. That's true.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Hang on a minute, though.
Yeah. Can't take a bit of stick. Too much
depends,
pressure. If you can't stand the heat, get out of the kitchen. Yeah.
What to teach a young Virgoan? Myths, fairy stories, make-believe, daydreams, and how to use imagination should all be taught to young Virgoans, so they have plenty of magical moments to remember in their adult years when they are often alone.
I'm changing my mind.
I know.
This is good stuff. This is really good stuff.
Alright, well, let's see, what are you?
I don't think we should talk about that.
Yeah, let's have a look.
It says the Virgoan is... I love some of the specifics of this. Virgoan is an employer. He's excellent as the boss of a small company.
yeah. Don't get him on a Tuesday. He's probably stamp collecting then.
Yeah.
He loves a bit of haddock.
Okay, let me look at mine.
Oh, that is good though, Carl, isn't it? That is you all over. I've changed my mind. It's brilliant. It's a real science. They've really put their work in with this one.
Let me see. Sagittarius, Sarah Jones. Sagittarian is a happy, playful little clown.
Little.
Greets everyone.
Oh dear. Yeah.
Let me see. Sagittarius at home.
He's only going to read the good bits, though, isn't he?
Yeah, exactly.
If that's it, what can it say?
Have they done yours in sort of small print? Because you've got...
I don't know what that insult is, Carl. What kind of an insult is that?
Well...
He's happy with that. Look at his face.
He's done me.
Oh dear.
And come back to me.
I'm Ricky Gervais. With me, Steve Merchant and Carl Pilkington. Still arguing, this time about having help from your mum and dad. What do you think, Carl?
No, I'm not. I don't want this to turn into some sort of wacky type thing where we're pretending we're arguing.
Yeah.
Well, we're not pretending.
We're not pretending. You are
Yeah,
arguing.
I know what people will think we're messing about.
Oh,
right?
that wouldn't have thought so.
We just need to. We can talk about it later. Sort it out.
Yeah. It's just that Carl's a little bit stressed.
I'm not stressed, but...
And he doesn't really understand that, you know, me and Steve have got lots of different jobs in the week. He's just got one job.
Yeah, and we sort of rely on people getting messages to us, you know, as soon as they get them, you know, and not sort of deleting them from their phone selfishly.
Yeah.
Just things like that, you know, people being on the ball. Not just thinking about themselves all the time, not just thinking about number one.
What do you think, Carl?
Whatever. Do you know what I mean? Whatever.
Don't get all maudlin again. Just having a little discussion. Yeah, this will annoy you. Guess what? Think of this, you little slaphead twat. Apparently... that's sewing his arse. Right, apparently, women can get bald treatment on the National Health Service, but men can't. What do you think of that? Do you think that's fair?
Is that a fact?
It's a fact.
We should point out that Carl is, would you say balding?
Yeah.
Would that be fair?
Well, either that or a wide parting.
Yeah.
See? Strokes. Someday. No, that was a better choice, wouldn't it, to start off with? Hello, ladies and gentlemen. XFM 104.9. I'm Ricky Gervais, obviously. Steve Mitchell.
No, come on, let's get my name right from now on. That novelty's worn off.
What is it? Is it...
Steve Merchant. The Guardian got it wrong, it's Steve Merchant.
And the more I say Mitchell, the more people are thinking
Exactly, it might be Mitchell.
Oh, God, sorry, Dave. But Carl wanted to start off with the Stereophonics.
Oh, loser.
Because it was a newer track. And Carl now, we've made him what he is. He was nothing when we found him.
He's like work experience.
And now he's going, oh, we should start off with the Stereophonics. I'm going...
Trying to tell you what to do, Ricky.
If I want anyone's opinion, I don't. Basically.
But you'd probably come to me, I imagine, wouldn't you? I'd be the first person.
Before Carl,
Yeah.
I'd consult you, Steve.
Thank you.
Just keep it... Just because he was in a... Was it Pilkey's Making Music? I cannot wait.
I'm looking forward to this.
I mean, I literally can't wait. Should we do it now?
Well, I'm tempted to save it, because I just want to mention to people that they should be very excited, because it's going to be Carl's special night tomorrow. You excited, Carl?
Oh, yeah. Oh, this is... Yeah, me and Steve, because we were nominated, we get a guest...
For the BAFTA Awards.
And it's, it doesn't say guest, it actually says, partner. So I'm taking, my partner. And, Steve's taking Carl.
Yeah.
But what Carl doesn't realise is, you will have to pretend you're his partner, otherwise you wouldn't be able
we'll
to...
have to hold hands when we go on the red carpet.
Is this really your partner? It's not just a guest.
That's how it is, and either we go in like that, or we can't get in.
You just have to be with him when you go up there. I mean, you have to, does he have to...
We should hold hands, but I think what we should do is, just to make sure that there's nothing at all that, like, it's gonna go wrong, we should just do a little kiss.
Just like, or be seen sort of like cheek to cheek, just to show them that, you know, you're not... He's
like
not
Elton John and David
He's not just
Finnish.
getting his mates in for a free meal, you are actually partners.
No, I'm not up for that.
Why not?
Well,
because we know we're not actually gay.
No, but
so it's not a problem.
You've come out of it looking quite good because you've got a good-looking fella. But I meant to look like, you know. I mean, I'm not gay, but if I was, I don't think I'd go for your thing.
Oh, he's done you, Steve! It's turned on you again!
I cannot believe...
We were trying to get him!
Wait a minute. I have got the cream of London's totty invite to the BAFTAs, right? We have very graciously asked you if you would like to come along.
Well, that worries me even more. That you've got women calling you up.
Carl,
I can't choose between them. If I let one of them down, they're gonna destroy them. They'll be ruined. Their lives will be ruined. It's better for me to take you and not, you know, ruin the lives of any of those poor women.
When he told them he was taking you, it was like a scene from Graceland. There was just like
there was weeping.
They were crying. Like
it was horrible.
Hundreds of them, and
really?
He just went. And
I got upset.
He just had to say, "Look, just chill out, bitches," didn't you?
I did. I just said, you know, you're all my hoes, but I can't choose between you.
So I'm taking Carl. You know, he could get you discount frocks.
No, I had a letter from the people that there's an organisation. No, listen, Carl. There's an organisation that sponsors the BAFTA Awards in terms of clothes and fashion. They sent me a letter. They said your partner. They've not specified the sex. They've said your partner can come along and choose an outfit. Now I suspect by the look of it, it is a woman's outfitters. I'm thinking we could get you a lovely trouser suit.
Well, you have a
it may
trouser
look
suit,
feminine, right? But I think people will be fooled. And
It'd just be a little bit roomy in the hip and
That
probably
would be
narrow
fine.
on the shoulders. But you're a bit skinny. Why didn't you take it? Because it's a lot of an insult.
And maybe just some pearls as well. Be lovely.
Wouldn't you want?
I haven't got anything sorted to wear yet.
See, you're slagging me off. You're likely to end up going in a tracksuit.
Yeah.
I mean, I know what Steve's like. He is tight, right?
Well.
No, he is. And you know that, don't you, Steve?
Financially, you mean?
Well, no, I mean, just the way you are. You're very
Sure.
sort of, you know, you're not wasteful with your money.
I'm careful. No, I'm not wasteful. Absolutely right.
No, but to the extreme.
Not towards the extreme. Not towards the extreme.
No.
Look
Come
after
on,
the
come on
pennies,
now.
the pounds will take care of themselves. Alright? Simple to remember, good advice.
Yeah,
Alright?
but the thing is, right, I know that I take the mickey out of you for, like, you know, the way you look and stuff.
Sure.
Right?
Well, I'm right back at you.
But the thing is, you can't help that.
Absolutely.
But I'll tell you something that women don't like.
Sure. I'm not frugal with money with ladies. I'm frugal with money with you.
Well,
I've got no reason to splash money out on you.
I've never seen you splash money out.
Well, you've never been out with me.
Steve, have you ever splashed out on a lady?
No, but I hope to one day. The right lady.
Play a record.
I'm not going at the moment. I'm not going, and I'm desperate to see him, man. I mean, he's going to do a great concert. It's his only one in London. I can't believe that being on the radio, being on XFM, you know, the listenership's going up apparently. I can't believe I can't get a ticket. I've asked Carl. He's done nothing. He's done nothing.
No, Carl had a very good point.
Nothing.
Carl, say what you said when he was whinging in
No,
the
but first of all, whilst you're moaning, you also asked in the week for a Badly Drawn Boy album.
Yeah.
You got in today.
Yeah.
There's one there for you.
Well, yeah, but it's yin and yang.
And it's like, yeah, but I do, you know.
Carl, what's Steve ever done for you? That's what you got to ask yourself. What has Steve ever done for you?
Well, he took me to the BAFTAs. Yeah, but only 'cause no one else would probably want to go with you.
I can't believe that.
What is
I
this?
do not believe that. Oh, Steve, I'm going to stitch you up now, Carl. And it's in a nice way, and don't worry, it won't be too bad. He won't take it too bad. Carl sent me a little text message today.
Right.
No,
Oh, what is this?
Right, okay.
You know, I'm in a very frail mood at the moment.
No,
'cause I'm
you're
not
like
going to
this
see
one.
Bruce.
This is funny, because me and him have been, like, sending, trivia back and forth to each other. Which is another point, right? I sent him... Oh, well, I'll get to that in a minute. I thought he'd really be amazed with,
Well, while you're fiddling, if you can make my dream come true, to go and see Bruce Springsteen tomorrow, then give us a call on the usual number.
But like I said, Steve.
What?
Right, it wouldn't be... Right, you just said when the song was on, can't believe it, right? We work at XFM, and I can't get tickets for Springsteen, right?
Yeah.
We work in radio, we should get tickets. Right, now think
Which
of the
I'm willing
amount
to pay for.
Yeah, but think of the... Yeah, but if it's sold out, it's sold out.
Yeah.
Yeah,
right?
but that's just something they say.
Right, that's just what they say, is it? Right, so everybody on local radio stations say, do you know, I like that Bruce Springsteen, I want a free ticket, right?
I phoned for an hour and a half, I couldn't get through.
Not long enough.
I've put the hours in.
Not long enough.
Not long enough.
What are you talking about? I've put the hours in.
No.
Right, so another 400 people turn up at the gig, they cram them all in, there's people being crushed, you know, they've paid the money early, they were up early that day when the phone lines were open, whilst you were probably sleeping, and that, so they're dedicated, and they're the ones at the front getting crushed.
What?
Would your
Why
mum and
are they
dad
getting
be
crushed?
happy if you were there getting crushed?
I don't mind, I'll sit at the side of the stage and watch him.
Yeah, but
I don't mind.
But everyone will say that then. And then before you know it,
Yeah.
no one can see anything
No,
because you're all
Carl's
on
right on
stage.
this one.
Leave
Right,
it.
yeah,
Leave
just
it.
read, right, I'm going to give you this. I'm now handing over my mobile phone to Steve to read the. You can see it's from Carl at the top, but just read it out as you scroll down. Just read it out loud.
Is this a text message from...
Yeah, this is a text message to me from Carl. Read it out.
To see at night as well as an owl, you would need eyes the size of grapefruits. If only Stephen could turn his head right round as well. Carl, I can't believe it. What upsets me most, Carl, right, is not the fact that you've been slagging me off behind my back. It's the fact that you've got the cheek to come on here and moralise because you failed to get me tickets and make a dream come true. You've come on here trying to pass the buck and say that it's a health and safety problem, when in actual fact it's a Carl Pilkington problem.
Do that, I've got it in a bin.
I'm devastated, you know,
and then let's play a record.
I'm upset.
I should have eaten this banana off air.
What's the number?
It's 08700 800 1234. But if it's sold out, Steve, it's sold out.
A bit of a classic here. R.E.M.
I bet if Ricky wanted to go, it'd be fine. I'm sure someone could sort it out then.
Who?
Oh, if Ricky Gervais wants to go, then
I'm
you can
going.
come. Are you?
No.
You want some tickets, then?
You went in, There was George Best, one of your footballing heroes, was there. A load of other big names. You sat there in prime position. You came backstage with a load of other big names. Hey, you had a lovely bit of grub.
You were filming this thing for the DVD we're making. That's you, a cameraman on our DVD. And yet you think, oh, and now you look... Oh, I can't believe
So tell us why you didn't enjoy it, because the ceremony, what didn't you enjoy about that? It was interminable, wasn't it?
Far too long.
Wasn't it awful?
3
boring.
hours.
I'm sorry. I thought you were going to say something.
Really?
Sorry.
3 hours.
Yeah.
I mean, I suppose for you two, at least, you know, you were going to get something.
Sure.
Yeah.
But with me, it's like... I mean, I've never graduated or anything, so...
Have you not?
I'm trying to think of a situation. Basically, I sat there for 3 hours knowing that I'm not going to get anything out of the night.
Yeah.
Right? Now...
Sorry, when we invited you and you said yes, did you think you were up for an award?
No. I thought we were going to be sat round tables, having a nice bit of food, whilst people are going up there winning awards.
Yeah.
But 3 hours of the same thing over and over again. I mean, if a film's 3 hours in the cinema, you go, well, it's long, but, you know, I wonder how it's going to end.
Yeah.
But this was just like the same thing over and over again. Some guy going up, thanks a lot, cheers for the bit of brass. And then going down, sitting down, the same thing over and over again. I wouldn't, honestly, right, I'd say it was one of the worst things I've ever had to do. No, I enjoyed the night afterwards when we did have a bit of lamb and a nice bit of veg and that. That was alright, and I went home and I was happy, and I got the little freebie bag that you're talking about that we're giving away. Which wasn't much good stuff in it.
Oh, alright.
Christ.
No,
what would you have done on that Saturday night?
Suzanne
What would you have done or the Sunday night rather, what would you have done had you been at home?
I would have stayed in with Suzanne, right, watching telly, having a nice bit of pate on toast or something, cup of tea, watching 24, but instead, I had to buy an expensive suit so I didn't show you up, right?
Jesus,
yeah. How much did you spend on your suit?
Well, in total, right, because, you know, the shoes and the suit and the shirt and the tie, it was about 600 quid. And that's what I'm saying to you. And the daft thing is, it's dark in there. I don't know why you've got to wear a nice suit.
You can't wear a tracksuit, for goodness sake.
I hate my mum and dad's days. And I
just
really
shirt
could go
and
for
that.
some
It doesn't make you a
enchiladas.
better person wearing a suit.
No, it doesn't make you a better person, no.
We're not claiming it made you a better person.
No, well, that annoyed me.
Hey, isn't Gazorp where
I mean,
where
it
the sex
was
robots
an
came
experience,
from?
isn't it? That's why I
Remember
went,
that whole
because you
thing?
think, if I
Hey,
didn't
that's
go, if I would have said to you when you invited me,
true.
no,
That's
Steve, I
right,
don't want to go, then I would have never
Watch some more
known,
Gazorp,
right?
Gazorp. Hey, John, it's me,
that's my
Gazorp
sort of
Field.
thing in life.
Boy,
Right?
you, John,
If
yeah.
something comes up, you should take it, even if you're not going to like it. It's a bit of an experience.
Right.
You know what he said to me? I phoned him up because we had to meet up, and obviously he had to pose as my gay lover.
Yeah.
To get in, right?
Yeah.
He phoned me, what you said something to me like, I bought a suit, I'm looking good. He said, I'm looking good. People will think, how on earth did he end up with that good-looking guy?
Human garbage.
So he got his
Gazorp Field, that's, you know, you're pretty mean to me, but that takes the cake. I don't give
Such an insult.
I'm Gazorp.
You don't care about the job.
Bitch.
I mean, I've got to ask because, you know what I mean, if I was in charge, I'd worry about your motivation or...
Because sounds a lot like Bill Murray.
Yesterday we were trying to work out what you enjoyed doing, and we got to
What's his name? Lorenzo Music?
Manchester United and
He also did
moaning.
the voice of that one
And
guy
if
from
that is the two we
Ghostbusters,
came
which
up
was
with.
really
I don't know where you
strange
get the
because
moaning
it's
thing.
the
You're
same
always
character Bill
whinging.
Murray played in the
About
movie,
what?
but then
Everything.
when they made the movie,
When did
Bill
I last
Murray
have
did
a
the
moan?
voice of
Just before we came on air.
or Garfield.
and why was
Yeah,
that?
that's pretty cool, Rick.
I don't
So
know,
that
I can't
happened in
remember.
this
Was we were in a good
reality
mood? We
too?
were in a
I
good
don't
mood, me and
know.
Rick.
Just making
I'll tell you why,
conversation
go on.
with you,
Because you brought a
Morty.
song
What do you
in
think?
at 10
I
to
know
1
everything about everything.
with a load of effing and jeffing in it, and saying, can you edit this?
Yeah. But that's your job.
You could have brought it in yesterday.
No, I couldn't.
Why not?
I hadn't thought of it. But why are you whinging? That's your job. And I didn't come in 10 minutes before. It was a good 20 minutes before. It just took you ages because you were whinging and moaning to even get started.
Been very quiet week. Been checking, I was looking in books last night and stuff. So
Is there any monkey news?
I've got some, but found out that I thought I'd share with you.
Go on.
I was looking in the Guinness Book of Records, right, because I thought they'll have something in there about monkeys or something, right? And there's a little monkey, I think it lives in Asia, right? There's loads of them live in Asia.
Might just be travelling, but yeah.
And something they found out, I don't know if they've got it right, and that's why I want to bring it up. Apparently, it's the mammal, right, that's got sort of the pointiest eyes that pop out of their head. Steve. Now, the thing is, right, I thought that's interesting.
Yeah.
Apparently it's the biggest with the sort of goggle eye type thing.
Right, yeah, go on.
Apparently they come out of their head 1.6 centimetres.
1.6 centimetres? What do you mean, they protrude?
Yeah, they protrude from their head at 1.6.
Okay.
What? How long?
Have you got a ruler, Rick? 1.6.
I'd say I'd be a little bit annoyed if the monkeys beat me.
Well, I don't think it has.
That's what I'm hoping.
Is there anything we can... I mean, what's 1.6? Oh, can you...
It's about...
Drop your trousers.
It's, about 3/4 of an inch.
What do you think?
I don't know.
Have they got it right, or what?
Maybe I should come down to Monkey World with you next.
So anyway, so that's not the monkey news, that's just something that cropped up and... Sure.
I did know once, when we were playing pool in the office, I think Lucy was your partner.
Yeah.
It was me and Ash versus you and Lucy, and you were having trouble because his glasses kept slipping down. So Lucy pushed his glasses up his nose, but the glasses touched his eye. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
He started it.
Well, you're the one who joined in.
No, I know, and I feel bad now.
Yeah.
He makes me nervous when he goes, yeah. It's like, play a record.
No, I'm just trying to think about which part of your fat, middle-aged physique I can pick on.
The tits would be a good
Yeah,
start.
yeah.
Oh, the belly.
Sure.
Oh, what do you think of that?
Oh, that's... What is that?
Do you know when I left the pub in a bit of a mood because
Yeah.
I just fed up with not getting anything done?
Yeah.
Walking down the road, I was thinking, how can I get out of this? How can I stop having to work with them? I'm thinking, I wonder if I leave, I wonder if they'll be funny and they'll go, and then my boss will be giving me stick. I'm thinking, how much notice have I got to give out? And all this is going through my mind. I'm walking home and I got in, said to Suzanne, I'm sick of it. She's going, you need to do it when I get a new kitchen. And I was like, yeah, but how big does the kitchen need to be? I was saying, do we need a big kitchen? Can we get a small one? Have we got enough for a small kitchen? Do we need so many cupboards? Can we just have wood instead of steel? All this, trying to get out of doing this.
Yeah. It's always just, I always feel like, because I like to think that I'm not perhaps as bad as him.
Yeah,
You know me in different ways.
Like what? How does he annoy you?
Well, stuff that, I come up with ideas, say Cheap as Chimps, Rockbusters springs to mind, 15 Taiwan.
15 Taiwan. Let's just remind people what 15 Taiwan was.
It was a little feature that I wanted to give a run, give it a little run, see if people like it.
The Fleming's Bean?
No, there's no Fleming's, just a title.
No, you'd explain them, and then people would call up and say, that was from Taiwan.
Carl, you just explained why I didn't think that was a good idea. By explaining the good...
No, the funny thing is, Steve, right, I was walking down Regent Street on Monday, walked past one of these big stores, right, and they've got all famous quotes on the windows, right, and one of them was something like, an absurd idea is often a great idea. Do you know who said that?
Go on.
Einstein.
Yes.
Which made me wonder, if you were his mate, would he ever have done E equals MC squared? Or would you have said, don't bother with that, it's not going to work? Because that's all you seem to do, everything I come up with, you put down.
Yeah. Well, that's one thing, he's negative, right? I don't know why he is. What else?
He messes me about, I get him concert tickets for stuff, and you say, oh, I didn't bother going.
Yeah.
That is annoying.
You come in, 5 minutes to go with tracks that need editing.
Yeah. The little bag, that bag that was free.
Yeah, you got a free bag today, an XFM little rucksack thing.
Yeah.
You were like, oh, what's this rubbish? Ricky said, I'll have it, they're great. You said, no, I want it.
Yeah.
Well, it was free, I needed it. I'll give that as a gift or something.
So, I mean, I think on reflection, Steve is probably a little bit more annoying than me.
I won't go that far. You are annoying. If I had to go away for a week somewhere, if it was a quiet place...
Well, you are again, aren't you? That's 2 holidays you had this year, I mean.
If it was a busy place, I'd probably go with you, because people Do you know what I mean? Staring at me all the time and that if I'm walking around with Steve. No, I'm just...
Can I draw up a list of reasons I don't like you, Carl?
Just being honest.
What? I'll tell you, because the list of reasons I don't like you is incredibly long. And getting longer.
Just saying.
Do you want another slap?
Oh,
I genuinely, I really, it does frustrate me that I don't get any allowances.
No, it doesn't. It's not a disability being 6'7".
But how can you explain, for instance, you know, travelling on a bus or a coach? There's some things I can't
disadvantage
see.
is, people look. I've seen people stare at you, but they stare at me because I've been on the telly. Was that a disability? Are that people being recognised?
Yes, but you could avoid that by not being on the telly. It's your choice. This is my point. It's your choice.
Yeah,
it's the same as the big fat people.
And
it's their choice.
It's a different sort of stare, isn't it? I've been there.
Yeah.
When, you know, the sort of stare that you get and the sort of stare
Well, obviously I'm gonna... Sorry, Steve, but I'm gonna, you know, follow up this inquiry. What do you mean, Carl?
No, I'm just saying it's more of a stare of fear than, like, with you, they go, oh, it's him.
Yeah, go on.
Whereas with you, it's more like, jeez.
Where's the monkey news?
Yeah.
Before we carry on with anything, I should just tell you, we're on the subject of emails. There's one emailer we're always looking forward to hearing from.
Richie Anderson! Dicky Docky Doo!
Richard Anderson, thanks for emailing.
He's my biggest fan.
He's
now.
one of the biggest fans.
He absolutely loves me.
But not afraid to offer some constructive criticism.
Go on,
that's the
what's he
great
said?
thing about Dicky. And from Anders this week, he says, Ricky, I'm lazy, I talk nonsense, I'm badly organised, and I believe in ghosts. Can I have a job working on your show? Possibly, Anders. Maybe send in a CV. Or email a CV.
He's put a little bit of all of us in that, hasn't he? Oh, I'll ask him if he's a goggle-eyed freak, Steve.
Alright, calm down.
Well, no, I didn't mean...
No need to get insulted.
No, I didn't necessarily mean you, did I?
No need to get nasty.
Well...
I was thinking about that, actually, Steve.
Oh, God.
Just talking of the old,
What?
What?
Talking of the what?
No. Do you know, like...
This better be good.
No, you don't have that many girlfriends and
that. What do you mean?
Carl, why are we on this? I was defending you in the whole monkey discussion. Come on, what's your point? What's your point? What's your point?
No, what's the point? What's the point?
I just was thinking... you're an odd-looking fella.
Come on, Carl, get to the...
No, you know I know that. I've told you that loads of times.
What do you mean, you know I know that?
Well, there's no point pretending anymore.
Steve, I'm flabbergasted.
But also, you don't like spending money, right?
He's mean and weird looking.
Valentine's Day. Are you sort of, you know...
You've got to love him now, haven't you?
What are you happier with? The fact that no girls like you enough, right?
This is really mental.
Or are you happy because you don't have to spend any money on a card for someone?
A little from column A, a little from column B.
Right, let's have more monkey news. What have we got?
No, we've got
so much to get into this show. Insults,
we don't
stupidity.
need the insults. I think we've got enough. We don't need the insults.
Yeah, there's no more insults. No more insults.
What angers me with Carl is you know he's been planning that.
No, I haven't. I was thinking about it on the way in because Valentine's Day is coming up and I'm not a big fan of it.
Right? Condoms?
You bought your girlfriend a box of condoms for Christmas. I don't think you can have a go at me. To be fair.
No, but I don't just treat her on Valentine's. I'm always... Do you know what I mean?
You don't even treat her on Valentine's. You don't even treat her at Christmas or on her birthday. When do you treat her?
Hang on a minute. Wait a cotton picking minute there. Oh, why I order. Wait a minute. What was that? Tiffany Dog.
I treat your girlfriend better than you, and I've only met her twice.
Mr. Wilkinson. Hello, it's Dr. Hanrahan. Barry Sheen has just passed away, and you go, oh dear. Yeah, bad news and good news. Do you want his face, or... Do you want his face?
Does Suzanne go out with you, like, for charitable reasons? Is it like you can adopt a boyfriend?
I love the fact that she encourages you.
And I was like, oh... You know, she said, you know, he's not a bad-looking fella or whatever.
So, well, what she's saying is, Carl, is there any chance you could go and get a different face? Maybe something like Tom Cruise would be good.
But then I was saying, right, first of all, he's got to be dead and he's not. But if he was, and you had that done, would you feel like...
People were looking at you on the tube?
Well, no, like, say if the people who made Mission Impossible said, well, we want to do a third one. would I be in me right to say, well, I don't want to do it?
I don't know what he's talking about.
I don't mean to be offensive, Carl, but your girlfriend could do a lot better than you. I don't know what he's thinking.
I love the idea of this whole conversation about you in Tom Cruise's face, and then get offered a film.
But why does she have conversations like this with you?
It was now on last night. It was now on the telly.
I love it. What should we talk about? What about getting a new face? Oh dear. Oh, that cartoon. If you don't know what Carl looks like, there's a cartoon that was in last week's Heat, isn't it, that I drew on the website. What's it going for now? Bid?
I think it's at about £225 at the moment.
And what do they have to do to bid for it?
Just email in and I'll pass it on to the website people.
I know why Heat put it in. It's because the editor, Boyd Hilton, looks a little bit like you, doesn't he?
Sort of my ugly brother.
He's probably listening, and he says nice things about you.
Yeah, he can still say nice things, but I bet he knows deep down. You know if you're good looking or not, don't you?
I can't believe
Come on, Steve. I mean, what do you think?
This is going crazy now, Carl. I don't know. You're just, the insults are flying left, right and centre. You've got no limits. You've just gone crazy, you've just gone wild. You're swanning around just because you look like Tom Cruise.
I think it's because he's been hanging out with Christian O'Connell.
Yeah.
And they're both thinking, yeah, we're...
couple of media players.
Yeah.
Too big for their boots.
Yeah, not scared. Although he's scared of Christian.
No, he's terrible.
He's scared of Christian in here because he's not allowed to do monkey news.
No.
Because Christian wants to do it. He's scared of him.
I'm not saying that, right? Christian...
I'm not allowed to do monkey news, but Christian wants to do some monkey news. I'm not allowed.
Waiting for.
By the way, Red Hot Chili Peppers on XFM 104.9. So, a few more shows.
And
I hope Sony are happy. They should encourage. You know, we've only been radio, a couple of years.
Exactly. Just encourage young talent like you.
Yeah. Instead of giving it to Radio 1 and Radio 2 and...
The old war horses. We just had a quick email. I wonder if you could answer this. It's James from NW1. He says, Ricky, is Carl going to be on this week's show? Please let me know, as I may listen if he's not. Sadly, he is here. I mean, people are already turning against you, Carl, because they've seen what's happened.
Yeah.
I think they've probably realised that we've
I think we gave him too much. I think we've got a spoiled sort of kid in our hands. It's sort of like, we knew how bad he was, but we were trying to sort of bring him out of his shell a little bit.
Yeah.
You got to encourage sort of, children like Carl.
Well, yeah, exactly.
To sort of fend for themselves. But I like the fact that Dickie Anderson had that wonderful rant. It was an articulate email. It was quite long, and he must have typed it immediately. I'm thinking, because he's a fan of the show and he thinks I'm a genius, we need a PA.
Sure.
Don't we?
Yeah, yeah.
Do you reckon he'd come and work for us?
Well, he can't be any worse than what we've already got.
I know. So, there you go then, we're giving up radio. We're going to concentrate on television. Carl's going to probably go back to what, just doing your sound?
The thing I won a silver for at the Sonys. Funny that, isn't it?
Oh, you won a silver, did you?
I got a silver, yeah.
Oh, yeah, what was that
for doing the proper job that I do here in the week.
Well, no, it's two of you for a start.
Yeah. Well, there's three of us. Couldn't even get a bronze. Now, who's the weak link? Right?
Well,
bit weird, isn't it?
Let's not argue.
Fair though, this show is I think it's more to do with the fact that you talk on this show that has brought us down.
Right, I haven't said anything hardly today.
No, well, this is an award-winning show, potentially.
We'll add this one into next year.
If we could just keep stum, we might have a chance.
Alright.
Well, coming up, right?
Let's put it behind us.
Okay.
Let's draw a line under it.
Here we are then, we're back, XFM 104.9. Carl had to leave early last week, but, can you stay to the end this week, mate, or...?
Yeah.
Yeah?
You don't need another holiday.
Oh, he started already.
I mean,
Steve's made you look like a bit of a twat already, and it's only 1:05.
But the only reason you don't go on holiday is because you have to spend money.
Oh, and he's gone straight back!
Well,
he's gone straight back!
I can't come back to that.
Oh,
it's just dynamite. It's just absolute. That was searing.
The last holiday Steve had, he sort of found a third world country so he could live like a king for a week. It was Cuba, wasn't it?
Going to Cuba, amazing. We can almost rule the place. If it weren't for Castro, I'd have been in charge. Kind of cash I was flashing around. They do anything for $1 over there. It's extraordinary, literally. I mean, it's amazing.
Yeah. Oh.
Definitely, and I went to Kenya before that.
So he thought to the prostitute, said no. You were going...
Yeah, well, it was $2. I mean, I'm not made of money.
Well, I went out with a drink with Carl in the week, and we went to a restaurant, didn't we, Carl?
Good night.
And we sat there, and next to me, when Carl came, next to me was, what's his name? Ross Kemp. And, he was sitting there, and I saw Carl, and I tapped him on the shoulder, Ross Kemp on the shoulder, and I pointed at Carl and him, and I said, it's nice to see you two back together again.
Nice.
And Carl was horrified. But Carl didn't know that I'd already spoken to him before Carl arrived.
Yeah,
so I thought it was okay. I thought I could break the ice because I'd met him before.
Sure.
So he just thought I was insulting him. And in the week we were talking about his little head, weren't we, Carl? And Carl suddenly stopped the conversation and said, if I had hair, what would we be talking about now? I think he had enough of everyone talking about it. And he looked good though. It's a special little do. He had it sort of, you know, cropped a little bit more.
Mm.
Do you know? Yeah.
Has that ever happened to you, Steve? If you're somewhere, say if you sat somewhere, does someone sort of, you know, is he anyone else who you look like, or would you say you're a bit of a one-off?
I love these two.
But to be fair, to be fair, he seems to be having a go at me an awful lot more than I do at him now. I mean, he just starts it. You know, he starts it out of nowhere.
I think his is sort of a get back for the way you treat him as a producer, not, you know.
But he's not a producer. If he produced the show, I wouldn't have a reason to criticise. But
I think this is it.
But seriously, I mean, it really winds me up though, because, you know, it started as a joke, but now it's abuse.
Yeah. He got annoyed at Heat because it said Carl, producer, well, not so much a producer as just a bald mank. And he went, can they say that?
Yeah.
Can they say that?
See, that's a magazine, an independent publication has identified what exactly it is you do.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go then, go on, bring it on, because here we go, he's looking at me, I know he's thinking, I can hear the cogs
I'm not thinking anything.
It's
no, that is true. Never a true word. Play a record. Me and Steve were having a little meeting yesterday over lunch about, you know, planning stuff for the show. And, Gary Kemp came up to me, started having a little chat about old times, and, I went, oh yeah. As he went away, Steve said, right, think of this. He said, Rick, don't take this the wrong way. Remember that sentence, don't take this the wrong way. So there's a right way and a wrong way I could have taken this comment. He went, nodded to sort of Gary Kemp and went, he's aged better than you. I went, well, how could I take that the wrong way?
Yeah, it's not offensive.
No. Well, the point is this. He because he didn't know me 20 years ago, so he's actually saying, Rick, don't take this the wrong way. He looks better than you do.
Yeah, well, he does.
But why say that, Carl?
What?
Did you really say that?
Yeah, although, can I just backtracking for a second? I love the fact you said you bumped into Gary Kemp and you reminisced about old times. What old times did you share?
Together, I went, no, I did Razzmatazz. I said, oh, we did Razzmatazz. I think he was thinking, had he ever met me before? But he hadn't, because we hadn't. That's what I meant.
Yeah.
Yeah. And,
but if you had to make an objective analysis...
I wouldn't. I think that's out of order.
Sure, sure. I mean, you're always slagging me off, but apparently you can't make a value judgment on something else. No.
I wouldn't do that.
Well, because you're morally all over the place. You don't know where you're coming and going.
Believe it.
Sure. You should hear what I say about you behind your back.
So, would you say you're better looking now than you were? Or...
Than I'm what?
Would you say you're better looking now than you were?
Than I was when?
Well, like, you know, have you aged well?
Yes.
You've aged well?
Yeah, I've kept my looks.
Bit of Dando?
Bit Evan Dando, this would be lovely, yes. Look for sunshine. Now, it's intriguing to me because here's a film called Freaks, featuring real-life freaks, and you're sort of a bit nonplussed by it.
Just because it's built up. If you call a video Freaks, you've got to make sure that there's some good stuff on there.
Yeah.
What were you disappointed about? Was it that?
Because there was a few things on it, right? There was a woman who said she was half man, half woman, and it's like, well, you're not, are you? It was just like she had some makeup on, I thought, well, that's rubbish. And then there was a woman who could eat using her feet. That isn't that freaky. Do you know what I mean? If she's not hungry, she looks normal.
Yeah.
And that's when I was thinking, I mean, I'm not being, right, Steve. You know I'm not being funny.
Oh, here we go.
No, but I'm just saying, if that woman wasn't eating and you were sat next to her, in that film,
yeah,
I'd probably be sort of drawn to you more than her. I'm not... I know you hate me saying it, but there's no point sort of pretending. Do you know what I mean?
Oi, Muttley, what are you sniggering about?
Well, you mean there were things in it that were less... What are you saying?
I'm just saying...
Play a record. No. Seriously, I'll slap you. I'm going to slap you live on air.
Yeah, but you always get...
Right, I'm slapping you live on air, I swear to God.
Alright, play a song then.
He's playing a song.
I'll play the song.
Keep the fader up. No, keep the fader up.
Well, there's the best band in Britain, in my opinion.
Big words.
The Darkness, Growing on Me, on XFM 104.9. I'm Ricky Gervais with me, Steve Merchant and Carl Pilkington.
Have you got the album?
And already, they've had an argument.
Yes. Well, I mean, I don't know whether we need to cheapen the show by discussing it, but I asked for a particular track. Carl is the producer, and he failed to get it for me. He's failed to get it for me. He's failed to bring it up from the record library. Completely failed in his mission. He needed to get 2 records, and he failed to get one of them. A 50% error rate there.
Yeah, but like I said, I looked in the system, it told me what album it's on, I brought that album up. I'm busy.
But, okay, so fine. Fine, you're absolutely fine then, that's no problem. You know, once again, that's a great excuse, Carl. Brilliant. The show has been ruined, it's been partially ruined, but you've got a bit of an excuse.
Alright. I didn't make a big deal out of it when you said, oh, and whilst you're down there, get us a new 50 Cent single.
I never said, while you're down there, get the new 50 Cent single. I asked you if 50 Cent single was lying around.
Yeah.
If it hadn't been here, I wouldn't have worried.
So I get it, yeah, I did that for you.
Right.
And when I come up, you say, has it got swearing in it? Well, I don't know, it's 5 to 1, Steve.
You're the
I haven't got time, I've been whizzing
You're the
around.
producer, it's the brand new single. I'd have thought it had been lying around in the XFM office anyway.
But I don't have time to sit around listening to music.
Sure, well, yeah.
Right? I know that you have, now you've got an iPod that can hold 7,500 songs. I don't know when you're going to get round to loading all them on, but I haven't got the time.
Sure.
Busy.
Yeah. Fine, okay, no, that's a perfect excuse, Carl. Well done, mate. Right. I just hope that I never have to depend on you in a real friend.
Through work.
What, through her work? What, you found out and said you...
worked at the same place.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
You're quite an enigma, aren't you? Could you give us more on that?
At work, you met her at work. What, she came in selling sandwiches? She was going through the bins outside. What do you mean you met her at work?
Why are you having an attack on me? You're the one who's sad and lonely.
Oh, he's done you again. He's done you again.
But what I thought was interesting was I just scratched at him and he just went mental.
Yeah, no,
it's like a bear caught in a trap.
It's funny, isn't it? You'll never learn.
No, I was just interested to find out what the story was, because it might be a really romantic story.
Well, it's not.
All right, jeez. I mean, he doesn't want to talk about his love affair.
I was thinking about you in the week, and like, does it worry you? I mean, you sort of joke about it now, and we're talking about it in the office, you know, like, oh, is Steve really touchy about the way he looks? And,
oh, what's this? Where's that come from?
He's done it again. He's done you again.
I was walking home the other night, and I was thinking about it. And do you worry that when you're old, you will be on your own?
You did start it though, didn't you?
Well, Carl, I'm glad you brought this up. Because I mean, for me, you know, a lightweight, frothy entertainment show on XFM on a Saturday afternoon is exactly the place where I want to discuss the desperate, lonely future that's inevitably coming my way.
Oh, God. I'll tell you what will cheer you up and forget all that. A bit of Embrace.
Oh, one of the most hated bands.
But yeah, I don't know what we're talking about there. So we've got the film thing going.
I don't know what we were talking about.
Film.
What were you talking about earlier about glasses as well, and Steve taking his glasses off? What was that?
What are you saying that in front of him now for?
Was it an insult?
It wasn't really an insult.
Carl, what were you up to?
No, what was it? I genuinely don't remember. I genuinely don't remember.
Well, right, Steve, I'm not having a go. Right? Just saying how people, it's a bit weird that you've got glasses, right? That isn't an insult.
What were you talking about, though? What was it? Why did
it was the fact that people who wear glasses always look a bit weird without them on. It's like, you know, they should wear glasses.
Okay. Why did we get round to this? What was we talking about? What were we talking about?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what that was.
It sounds like an insult, even it wasn't intended as well.
It wasn't.
It sounds like an insult, Carl.
It does, yeah.
No, it wasn't.
I should be allowed to punch you every time you insult me now.
No, but I'm not.
I'm doing it. I'm going to give you a dead arm.
Look, Steve, it's you. You always
even if it wasn't, you intended it to be one.
What you?
Oh, that was real. Play a record.
But
it's mad.
Every time you insult me from
That's
now
mad. Is this the Cardigans? Great, brilliant.
I didn't even say anything.
It makes me feel better. I can enjoy the rest of the show. Because actors are often quite handsome people, but yet they're always quite obnoxious.
We are.
No, I mean, they're normally quite obnoxious, Rick. again, you know, you're a good example of that. And yet, I think it must be the small man complex. That's what makes him so obnoxious and so kind of desperate for attention. Didn't realise it before.
Steady on.
Because, of course, I tower above everyone.
You do, don't you?
I'm, for people who don't know, who are listening, I'm 6'7" tall. That's high.
Yeah.
That's
and for people who've never seen him, he doesn't hold it well. It's not like he's a sort of handsome athlete, is it, Carl? He's a bit of a... What do you call him?
Carl, don't answer.
No.
Don't get drawn into that. You know the game he's playing.
No. Do you know yesterday when you were in the office?
Yeah.
You did a little move, and it reminded me of Blakey.
Oh, I hate you, Gervais. Oh, I hate you, Pilkington.
That's his stance.
Yeah, but even he held it a little bit better, didn't he? Because he was a man, you know, he had a big coat and everything, and a peak cap. But, yeah.
I can't believe you. Like, I've not suffered enough from being freakishly tall. Now, till my best buddies, live on radio.
It's the posture and the face and everything.
But it's got you places, hasn't it?
No? What do you mean it's got me places?
I think people give you a bit more of a chance in your career and stuff. It's like...
What? Yeah, stacking shelves. Because I can reach to a high level.
You know,
rubbish. That's rubbish, Carl, those prizes. I'm ashamed to give them away.
Carl,
frankly.
you know our mate Johnny? He's a Doctor Who fan.
Yeah.
Do you remember, he bought, the Doctor Who magazine, and, he went, to the toilet, and Steve got post-it notes and put geek on every page. And Johnny opened it on the tube, right, and it had geek and everything. And Johnny bought in the new Doctor Who magazine, I think this week's or this month's, right? And they've done the perfect Doctor Who fan, right? What the geek is, right? And it looks exactly like Steve.
All right, don't have a go, Rick.
It does. And, I'm going to try and put it on the website. It's amazing. It's got your hair, glasses. It stands like you. It's sort of dressed like you, and it's only. It's hilarious. And he was. I mean, I'm insulting you now. It sounds like an insult, but if you'd see it, you'd laugh.
Well, Rockbusters, right?
Yeah.
Right, here we go.
Just a little bit annoyed.
Just 3 clues.
We've lost all the energy in this show, haven't we?
Well, I can't get over that insult. I'm just a little...
No, we did, though.
It just came out,
no,
I can be honest with you, it came out of left field. I wasn't expecting an insult.
No,
and,
but I
I thought there was a sense of camaraderie on this.
Just email in, ricky.gervais@xfm.co.uk.
I'm just annoyed, I can't
what are we doing?
I'm just reading out the clues.
Should we put this... Let's put this one in for the Sony Award. Let's put this show in for the Sony Awards.
Play a song, Carl, because I need to discuss things with him. I've talked before about in
Edit it down. Get this down to 3 minutes. It'd be a great show.
Rockbusters in a minute. XFM.
To a certain extent.
I'm just thinking, if I was to meet Steve in a restaurant,
right?
I'd
nothing untoward going on. We're just hanging out.
No, just having a chat, just having a normal night out.
Yeah. Who's paying? Because I mean, is it expensive?
Go. So, I say to you, I'll see you at 8, right? In this restaurant. I turn up at the door. It's a bit of a posh place, right? So he's Steve Merchant in.
Yeah.
And the waiter sort of goes, I don't know. What does he look like? Right? And
where's he from?
Just a little French fella.
Oh yeah.
And what does he look like? So the thing I'd pick up on first, tall lad.
Tall, yeah.
And then he goes, oh, well, you know, we got lots of tall people in, right? And I go, big eyes?
Big eyes?
Yeah. And then he'd go, yeah, he's over there.
I'll be honest with you. I mean, you can have dinner and you can buy me dinner. I'm not sure you're going to get anywhere with me.
Yeah, but the thing is, what he hasn't said is, well, he gets frustrated because we have to go from restaurant to restaurant for something I can eat. But the reason we've only got about 3 restaurants to choose from are that because he doesn't want to spend more than a £5 at lunchtime.
At lunchtime? If I was going out of an evening, you'd spend a decent amount of wallop. But lunchtime,
Would
why
ya?
am I spend? You'd be happy to spend 20 quid on lunch. Imagine that every single day. There's no one out there who's eating lunch 20 quid a day on lunch. It's crazy. You don't need that much food at lunchtime because I know what happens. You go in there, you have some kind of tiger in curry for lunch. You're asleep by 1:30. We're trying to work. We're trying to write TV shows, and you're dozing off like one of those giant anacondas that's just eating a sheep and is slowly digesting it. It takes like 3 weeks.
He doesn't eat Carl. He does not like the spare. He'll walk a mile out of his way to get a sandwich.
Having an argument over that 50p that time. I don't want to bring it back up again.
Here's the situation, Carl. I lent you 50p, and you decided you weren't going to pay me back. It should be to my discretion if I say, don't worry about it, Carl. You should offer me the 50p, go, there's that 50p I owe you, and I'll go, don't worry about it, Carl. But you didn't even do that.
No, it's the way that you were, like...
I said, where's my 50p? You went, oh, you don't need that. That's not your decision to have.
I didn't say that. I said, I don't think I've got it at the moment, or whatever.
Rubbish.
And you're going through my pockets and that.
Rubbish.
50p.
Ridiculous.
You've just given him a keg of beer for free, hadn't you?
Well, let's not go over it again.
You're probably going to see some bands that are going to make an effort to entertain you, but if you want entertainment, Rick, you know it.
Go on.
There's only one person to book.
Go on.
Me. If you you're perhaps something to do, because I'm obviously a top DJ on the radio, but where I really come into my own is DJing in any kind of club environment.
Well, you told me you were DJing, I didn't go to it, DJing at a party, and you said the place was rocking.
The place was roaring.
And they loved it. Carl just said he was there and they weren't.
Well, that's nonsense, Carl,
They
because
weren't,
you know
so-
very well that when I'd put on a tune, they'd cheer.
Yeah, but it was late on in the night. They would have done that whatever you put on.
That's nonsense.
No, they said they were happy and everything. I'm not saying they weren't having a good time. It was your party. It was all right, but they weren't going mental like you're sort of making up.
They were definitely going mental. When I put on the Proclaimers, they could not believe their luck.
Yeah.
They would have walked 1,000 miles.
Was it good though? Were they really? What were they doing? They were dancing, were they?
Dancing and that, but they weren't sort of cheering, going, more and all that at the end.
What are you talking about?
Oh,
Take
wow.
On Me came on. The big cheer went up.
Oh, I don't know who to believe.
I've been there, done it, Steve. I've been the DJ as well.
It might be jealousy. It might be like
professional jealousy there.
Yeah.
I think it's because my fortunes are on the up and his are on the down. We all know famously that he had
Pilkey's making music.
his
Didn't
DJ
happen.
outfit.
Didn't happen.
I did enough. I just wanted to do enough to pay for the equipment, and I did. And that was that. But I don't like crowds, do I?
Carl, it was you that worked out the maths and worked out I was 28 because they just worked out I'm 27.
You are 27.
No way.
Yeah, I asked you, didn't I? And I said
because, no, but what I sort of questioned was, I said, well, if you're 27 today, that means last week you were 26.
Well done. Yeah, that's irrelevant. So therefore, you assumed that I must be 28 then.
Yeah.
Whereas I assumed you were using, your knowledge of maths,
No,
such as it is.
I wouldn't do that.
No, sure.
Wow. I actually got lost in that conversation because I genuinely didn't know what he meant would mean last week you were 26. I don't know what that meant.
don't know.
Birthday.
Well, it would have been 26 last week.
Sometimes you genuinely frighten me because it's those staring eyes. There's nothing behind him. It's this little bald head. Looks like Davros looking at me. Genuine fear on his face when he enters into a conversation with another human
But
being.
what bit don't you understand? If he's 27 today, he would have been 26 last week, and he doesn't look 26. He didn't look 26 last week. He looks older than 28 today.
You've started on his birthday. You're still having a go at him.
Carl, I don't look like the kind of hot stud that I actually am, but face facts, that's the truth, mate.
Yeah, live with it.
Get with
Live
the
with it.
programme, jeez. I had some exciting news this week, Carl. You'll be pleased to find out. I'm worried that you might get a little bit jealous because it's obviously going to impact on your world quite strongly. Because I know you think you'd like things to be quite samey. You'd like the status quo to be maintained. You like the fact that in the past, we've had some crosswords. Because I remember, what did you think of me when I first walked in? When I first came in on the first day of XFM?
I don't know why you're making a big deal
Do you
out of
wanna
it, because
bring it?
I'm just being honest, though. I'm just being honest about a lot of people who see you for the first time sort of go, well, he's a bit weird.
I love the fact, Steve, that you brought it up, and then you're again.
But I'm sure that wasn't what he said before.
No,
did
he
say
did.
before?
Yeah, well,
he's a bit weird.
Yeah, well, he looked at you, and I knew. I could see by the look on his face. You know when you know your kid, and your kid's sort of scared of something, and they go, "Why's your kid?" I goes, "Oh, he doesn't like pigeons or spiders."
Right.
It was like that when I saw Carl, and I brought you in, and I went, "What do you think of that, Carl?" I could see the look on his face that he was disturbed.
Sure.
And then, as he said, you get used to it, don't you?
Yeah, you get used to it. And you have changed a little bit. Your hair's a bit smarter now, and you've got some nicer glasses and that, I think. Or I might have just got used to it.
Whoa! Don't bring it up, Steve. Don't look at me like that.
So you say that you think some other people in the office thought the same? Do you know that for sure?
Carl.
Did you discuss it?
Carl.
Yeah, I think they do, yeah.
Okay, leave it there then.
But not just in the office, as you walk through the building.
Oh, it's worse than you ever thought. We're going to get you on the poster.
Yeah.
I mainly have to see myself on videotape this morning.
I showed him, the animal show I did, the show.
Yes.
I'm doing a video, and I did behind the scenes footage, and I've got you've seen it, haven't you?
I feel a little bit of Carl on there, isn't there?
Yeah, it's great. Yeah. It's lovely. He can't believe it. He said, is it playing slow? 'Cause he's so slow, and I come into the office going, alright. That's how you
talk.
talk.
My head as well. I look like I'm looking into a spoon. I'm not happy with it.
I just think that if we're willing if Ricky's willing to use his celebrity profile for the sake of the show, I'm willing to look like let's say a fairly handsome kind of cool customer. I think the very least, Carl, is that you appear on there as well. You could dress up smart.
Are you worried that you'll look the worst out of all three of us?
Who am I standing next to? Am I next to Steve?
I'm fairly confident.
Yeah. I like the way it's so predictable. You pull the string because you know what it is. It's not...
You pull the string? Anyway, that's all I wanted to say, really.
Here's tragic.
What's tragic?
What did you want me to say about that song?
Just your opinion. Your own opinion was fine.
It's
In fact, your own opinion is better than anything I could really hope for. Without doubt. Whenever I ask you a question...
You constantly surprise us.
Yeah. It's wonderful. So only ever... Carry on telling the truth. Carry on saying exactly what's on your mind. And I think this could become a great...
You're like a man who was frozen in Victorian era and has been reawoken and he's kind of discovering the world. Some things make sense, other things don't. It's beautiful.
As opposed to one that was made in a castle in Victorian times like Steve.
Oh, that's just...
Oh, I've joined in with Carl.
I can't believe it.
I'm sorry.
On my side.
Yeah, no, it was irresistible though, wasn't it? I'm really sorry. Should we play a record? Yeah. So, we were talking about... should we play a record? Is that link too long already before we actually got to something?
I'm already bored.
God, we've got to get to something. We've got to do something.
Why don't you...
that is scraping the bottom about,
really
like,
is,
we're in trouble. Oh, no. Oh, we're failing. Who can we bring on that's surefire, always delivers...
Audio
snappy?
dynamite.
Yeah. Carl.
The big guns.
Come on, Carl.
I was just thinking, there is nobody else who looks like Steve.
He's done you.
That's outrageous. Although, to be honest with you, that insult has resurrected things.
Yeah. Well done. Shut up.
They got two monkeys, right? And
Don't stop.
because they'd seen the owners with guns and what have you.
No, that sounds...
So they had a bit of a shoot-off.
Yeah.
That's how they sorted it out.
And who won?
I think it was George. The one called George.
Right.
So I think they had 17 kids. The farm's still running. So that's like the last little monkey news there. A good little
Rick,
happy ending to that one.
If you were to rub your nipple against his lips while I held him down.
Right, come off it now. Come on. No, I'm not doing it.
Bruce Springsteen, Thunder Road, last track on Next FM's Ricky and Steve. You can check this all out on the webcam.
I got fingers.
Get his arm out the way. Get the arm out the way.
This happened on Scum.
Mary's dress sweet like a vision.
It's happening again, Steve.
What's happening?
It's going all wrong.
Yeah.
We're talking rubbish.
Are we?
Yeah.
We should have played 2 in a row.
He's having a go, isn't he?
Blimey. Can I just kiss and make up with Carl?
No, that is...
No, let me just kiss my kiss.
Yeah, but it doesn't next week it'll be the same again. It doesn't mean anything. It's like saying sorry.
Kiss on the lips.
Go on, he's like...
Get off
I've never... Carl has gone a absolute shade of purple, straining not to have merchants...
There's no point, Steve.
No.
There's no point.
Shake what, Rick?
There you go. All friends, sit down. That's lovely. That's a lovely moment. So there's Steve Merchant with funny glasses on in this place, horror, and he's walking round. Do you think he scared people, Carl? I've set this question out, haven't I? I've loaded the question.
I know the answer you're fishing for. Carl, do you just want to have a dig at me? Because it's coming up to 2 o'clock, and you've not really put a lot of effort in today, slagging me off.
I don't do it on purpose.
No, he doesn't do it on purpose. He's just an honest northerner, and he can't lie. He's like George Washington, but without the wooden teeth.
Yeah.
I don't think your heart's in it anymore either, Carl.
I was all right today, but Steve's really dragged me down.
Well, let's...
Wait a minute, I just need to know why.
No, do you know, like,
yeah,
people are being miserable around you?
Yep.
I was full of beans when I came in.
Yep.
Yeah, but you got to remember last week, you were really miserable, and that really wound me up.
Yeah, because he was having to do stuff. Because, you know, he'd been let down, and they were worried about the next show.
You were in a terrible mood.
Yeah.
Look at me like you were.
Songs, I wasn't, like, going off and lying on the settee, looking ill, talking in that voice.
Oh, he's done you again.
I said, just now, being quite friendly.
Carl,
Steve.
Carl, have you ever tried to get into the Monarch for free? Because I'll be honest, mate, it's not going to happen for you. Come out with me, mate, you got £1 off. Alright?
Oh.
When you can get in places in Camden for free.
Yeah, I'm alright, yeah.
Oh, yeah, he's done you.
He's so ungrateful, really.
Yeah.
Because I can't remember a time my dad bought me anything. It's always my mum who bought it, and my dad would give her the money.
Yeah.
You've got Ricky who's lost his go-kart. You've had a video bought for you and you're still not happy. I just think it's selfish.
150 quid? What, in gift vouchers? To spend at the same places? I'd have to say, though, I mean, it's not a very inventive gift, is it?
It's a
Whoever came up
lovely
with it,
thought, though.
it's a lovely thought. It's wonderful to have £25 that I can only spend in 2 places I never go in. But, no, I'm not looking a gift horse in the mouth.
Any
I'm not
ungrateful, anyway.
looking a gift horse in the mouth. It is a treat.
He spoke to Jonathan Ross like he was a normal person.
From someone whose dad buys him a spade for Christmas, I thought you'd be grateful. It's one of them things, isn't it? Like I've said before, when you first see something, it's a bit of a shock. Do you know what I mean? It's like the Elephant Man or whatever.
Yeah.
First time you see him, it's that sort of, oh, look at that.
Do you remember the first time you saw Steve? No, I'm not being funny. Do you remember the first...
Yeah, but I've said this before. It's always, then you get used to how people look, and you don't... No.
I'm gonna burst. You have to play a record.
No, but...
Do you know what I mean? It's brilliant. I'd like to rent you out to people.
See me, I'm different. I would happily leave him now in the bottom of the cupboard.
Until quiz
with the
night.
Scalextrics.
Until the old pub quiz night, when there's no one else who will have you on the team.
Sure.
And suddenly you want to be your best mate.
Done him again.
Right?
Yeah, where's his mum and dad then, Carl? Yeah?
In Bristol.
Yeah. Do you know what Steve said when he saw that, Carl?
Go on.
He said, it has captured Carl.
What do you mean?
Well, you just look utterly gormless. In the picture. It's captured you brilliant. You know how, like, a good photographer can do that? He can capture the essence of someone. That's good stuff.
Welcome to
theories
of the third kind.
Welcome. First off, I want to say thank you to whomever you are listening for opening your minds to receive extra knowledge nuggets each week. It means a lot to all of us, and I want you to know that. Also, before we start, since you are a Patreon subscriber, remember that you get priority.
Feel free to shoot those suggestions on over to us, either by email, Instagram, Facebook, Discord direct message, Twitter, or if you want, you can send us a handwritten letter to our P.O. Box. You know how it is. You've been a Patreon supporter for a long time, so you know what's up. Okay? All right. So today's episode is over the Saracina Hole. So how today's episode will go is that we're going to talk about this hole and how it all began, okay? And then we'll transition into strange facts and findings, theories, and of course, wrap it all up with our own personal thoughts and theories. So with that being said, Dan, are you ready for today's episode?
I am ready.
All right. Well, with that being said, let's get into today's episode.
In December of 1990, the Bulgarian government arrived at a small village and began unloading large amounts of equipment.
For the next 2 years, the Bulgarian government conducted a top-secret operation where they would dig deep into the earth.
No one knew exactly what they were looking for. However, rumors circulated as to what it could be.
Were they looking for buried treasure, alien technology, or maybe they were looking for an entrance into Hollow Earth?
This is the Saracina Hole.
All right, so before we get into the theories of, buried treasure, alien technology, entrance of Hollow Earth, all that stuff being in that big-ass hole, let's first talk about the story itself so that we can fully understand what the hell happened and why the government was digging a... So, Dan, you want to start that off for us?
Of course. So what is the Saracina Hole? Well, in late 1990, in a small town named Saracina that is located in the western part of Bulgaria, the Bulgarian Ministry of Defense started an operation called Operation Sunshine, and then soon renamed it to Operation Glory. Now, just an FYI, there are many different names that we found, but we can say most of the documents about this operation are still classified and haven't been released. so the official name is still up for grabs.
So what do most people call it? Operation Sunshine or Operation Glory?
Well, it started off Operation Sunshine, then went to Operation Glory.
Okay. All right. So tell us about the area that the Bulgarian government was in, the Sarachina.
Well, they ended up turning the area into like a no trespassing area with armed military personnel, turning away anyone that approached and treating them in a not so kind manner. Technically just telling them to fuck off pretty much. Whatever they were doing, they wanted this operation to be done in secrecy.
Well, what the hell happened to the inhabitants of the area? Like people who lived in that small village. What did they do with them?
They just told them to stay away. Like they just literally kept them away.
What?
Yeah.
Oh my God. All right. So what we do know about this operation is, I mean, I want to say it's kind of limited because, like Dan said, a lot of the documents are still classified and haven't been released. But what we do know is that this operation consisted of the Bulgarian military moving into this region of Sarachina, and they began an excavation site there in which they pretty much started digging a hole. And that hole ended up being 160 meters deep, and it was sort of like a long spiral-shaped tunnel. So it wasn't like they dug straight down. It was a thing.
Yeah.
Now, during this digging, the army personnel would start reporting bizarre things happening, such as strange lights, UFOs in the area, and they also stated that they felt weird energies flowing through them, which I have no idea what the hell they meant by that. Do you?
I do not.
No, well, good for them.
I'm charged.
So after 2 years of digging this giant hole, all of a sudden, the Bulgarian military just stopped it. And they filled the entire tunnel up with concrete, and then they gathered all their shit up and moved out. Kind of like they were never there, you know, as they were passing by the villagers that were standing on the side of the road with tents. They're like, hey, it's been 2 years. You guys can go head back.
Right. So that leads us to ask the question, what were they looking for to start an excavation site in a small town that honestly was barely known to anyone? Even people in Bulgaria wasn't even really sure of this area. It was just so small. So no one really outside of the country knew about Sarachina.
All right.
So for us to get a better understanding of all this, let us go back to 1989 before they started digging. Now, Bulgaria was still a communist country ruled by Todor Zhivkov, but his own party, the Bulgarian Socialist Party, forced him out of office in November of 1989. With the fall of Zhivkov, Bulgaria had pretty much adopted being a parliamentary democracy, and the BSP won the first post-communist parliamentary elections in 1990.
So the BSP, which was the Bulgarian Socialist Party, they won the election by a small majority. But it didn't really matter because it all went up into shambles because they were brought down by a general strike and they were replaced by a transitional coalition government. Now, if you don't know what a general strike is, it's okay. Let us fill you in real quick, all right? So a general strike would be a stoppage of work by a substantial number of workers in many different industries across the country. Now, they all do this at the exact same time, so it's like an organized endeavor. And they do this because they want to achieve some type of like economic or political objective. And this general strike, of course, was a political objective. They stopped all work, and the BSP got their asses kicked out, and they brought in this new TCG, the Transitional Coalition Government. All right? And I know what you're all thinking. I don't give a shit about governments. What does this have to do? Just hold on. Just hold on. Dan will let you know here in a minute, okay? So, Zuliai Zulviv, and I'm pretty sure I butchered his name, all right? But he was like a communist-era dissident. Now, this dude would be elected president by the parliament in 1990, which he would then go on to win Bulgaria's first presidential election.
All right. Like I said, you're probably thinking, oh, whatever, it's the political stuff. We don't care. You know, that's cool and all. He won the election. But what does this have to do with the Sarachina hole? Well, all of you wonderful third kinders, let me tell you. with the fall of the Communist Party and the transition to the parliamentary democracy, they had a few issues in 1990. Specifically with their economy, they were low on monies. That's right, I said monies. They needed more funds. So they needed a way to bring up their economy, and it seemed that the leaders of Bulgaria, for some reason, had a thing for having psychics around.
Damn, so they like those fortune tellers. They're like, keep some psychics around. We want to know the future.
Exactly. And hey, we did an episode on one of them. I'm not going to say their name, but I'm pretty sure y'all can guess it.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, so with that being said, or the Ministry of Defense had heard about a treasure that was possibly hidden in the area of Tsaritsina. So this would be the secret treasure of Tsar Samuel, which would be their official reason for the operation going on.
So that was the reason why they went and dug the hole, was because of the secret treasure of Tsar Samuel, or whatever the hell his name was?
Correct.
Okay, all right.
That was their official reason.
Well, who the hell was this Tsar Samuel dude?
He was the Tsar of the Bulgarian Empire, ruling from around the 980s to when he supposedly died from like shock or something in 1014.
Oh, he was the first Tsar.
Yes.
Okay, all right. I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, so he supposedly died from shock when his soldiers, numbering around 15,000, were returned to him completely blinded after he lost the Battle of Kleidion against the Byzantines.
Oh, yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about. And I got a little history knowledge nugget for you real quick about this Battle of Kleidion.
Oh, we're having a little Aaron history lesson?
Oh, yeah. It's a little Aaron history lesson, okay? It's not as long as my usual history lessons, but I couldn't miss this opportunity, okay? So let me give you a little knowledge nugget about this Battle of Kleidion, all right? And they pronounce it a really weird way, okay? It's spelled Kleidion, but they pronounce it like Kleidion or some shit like that, okay? So just keep that in mind. All right, so here's some history, and I want the class to get an attention, all right? Dan, front and center.
I'm here.
All right, so like we mentioned, this Battle of Kleidion was between the Bulgarian Empire and the Byzantine Empire. Now, the leader of this Byzantine Empire at the time was this 56-year-old dude named Basil. So this Basil dude ran a tight ship when it came to his thing perfect. Now, there was something else about Basil, is that he had quite a few generals. But one of them was his favorite. It was his ride-or-die general. It was like his main man. You know, whenever he would go out and smoke a few, this general would go with him. And this ride-or-die general's name was Botniates. Now, he has a really complicated name, but his death wasn't that complicated. Spoiler alert. So the Battle of Kleidion happened, okay? And the Byzantine Empire kicked the Bulgarian Empire's ass. Well, after that victory, Basil's favorite general, this Botnice dude, was sent out with an army to clear a certain area. So he rode out with his troops and, you know, they looked around, cleared the area, and everything was all good. And they started heading back to Basil's camp. Now get this shit. On their way back to Basil's camp, as Botnice was just riding along on his horse thinking, hell yeah, I get to see my best friend. We kicked ass in this battle. He's going to be so proud of me and he loves me. He was just riding along thinking that, you know? All of a sudden, an army jumped out of the freaking bushes or wherever they were at, and Botnice was killed. Now, how he was killed is pretty debated among historians. Some say that he was killed with arrows, that the Bulgarians jumped out and shot him with a bunch of arrows. Some historians say that the Bulgarians threw rocks at him from a distance and killed him that way.
Well, damn. Okay.
Damn. Put these Bulgarians on a friggin' baseball team. You know what I mean? It's gotta suck to die that way. So the most common belief on how Botnice was killed is that he had a spear ran through his ass. Now, not literally his body, and it killed him.
Thought he was pulling some, like, Dracula shit going on.
So, word of Botnice's death got back to Basil, and he was pissed off. and sad at the same time. He was like, "You kill him, God damn it, I don't want to live anymore." Pretty sure it was something like that. But then he got angry. Basil wanted revenge. He wanted the Bulgarians to feel how he felt. So just like Dan said, he gathered up these 15,000 Bulgarian prisoners. But there was something you left out, Dan. Something that makes this completely more messed up than just blinding all 15,000 of them. What he did is he divided the men into groups of 100. He then had 99 men in each group completely blinded. And then he left one man in each group with only one eye. So he blinded one of their eyes and left them with one good seeing eye. And he did this so that that one man could lead the other 99 men in their group back home.
That is sad.
Can you imagine that?
Oh my gosh.
15,000 prisoners in groups of 100 and only leaving like one per each group to lead them that's half blind. Wow.
That's insane.
Now, the question is, would you rather be the fully blinded one or would you rather be the half blinded one responsible for all 99 blind men?
I mean, I'd rather be able to see, but that is a lot of responsibility.
Yeah, I'd rather be the half blinded man.
Yeah.
All right, so there you go. That's a little history knowledge nugget for you. So let's get back to the story.
All right. So the Bulgarian army's chief of defense, Rajnu Minchev, wanted to meet with a psychic medium. He ended up meeting with Elisaveta Loda, said that she had been in contact with aliens using telepathic means, and during that meeting is when we believe that Minchev learned about the treasure of Tsar Samuel. Minchev believed Lozhanova, and that was when he sent his troops to Sarachina to set up a camp there and to prepare to start excavating.
Now, this Loganova not only told this Minchev guy, you know, the chief of defense, the Bulgarian chief of defense, about this treasure of Tsar. She also told him information about the universe, medicine, how to travel through space-time, and a lot of other things. So she pretty much went ham on him. Said, "Oh yeah, you want to know some stuff? Well, here's how to travel through space-time." He's like, "Whoa, okay, well, I believe you. I'm going to send all my troops to go dig a hole." So this medium was able to locate the area they were to start digging in Sarachina. But it wasn't for the treasure of Tsar Samuel anymore. The objective changed. So since Loganova was, you know, a medium, whenever she got there and said, "Hey, this is where you need to..." Wait. I'm getting telepathic communications from something in the area. Something's communicating with me. It is a living being that was buried here. So supposedly, that's when the objective changed from digging for treasure to now entity that was communicating telepathically that was supposedly buried here.
Now, based on supposedly leaked information from a Colonel Zvetko Kenev, who was part of the Army dig team there, he said that they started digging on December 6, 1990. They kept digging until the team reached a strange spiral tunnel and discovered a mysterious rectangular slab made of an unknown material that they could not explain. That is when they brought in Lozhanova to help again with her medium abilities to help figure out what the tunnel was leading to.
XFM, you started showing me
so this Lozhanova chick was just chilling, right? And she got a call, said, "Hey, we need you here. We found something." She's like, "Okay, I'm on my way." So she arrived at the dig site, and she started to look at this weird object, this rectangular, mysterious slab made of unknown material. And they were like, "What is it?" And she said, "Hold on." And she placed her fingers up to her head and looked down at it and closed her eyes. And then she looked back up and said, "This is a biological protection slab. You all need to be careful. It's covered in dangerous bacteria, and it shouldn't be disturbed." And then everybody was kind of like in shock, and there was a guy in the corner who was like, I don't fucking use my hands to lift this up out of the ground. What the hell am I supposed to do? And then she said, wait, shh. Told everyone to be quiet. And then she said, "There's something deep in this tunnel. I can hear it again, and it's sending me telepathic messages." So the Bulgarian military was like, "Holy shit, what do we do about this? So they decided to reach out to somebody because they kind of wanted to verify it, right? They thought, they're kind of skeptical about this Loganova chick, which I don't blame them. Now, do you want to take a guess at who the Bulgarian military reached out to?
Who?
Baba Vanga.
Oh, Baba Vanga.
We have done a episode over her, and if you haven't listened to it, go take a listen. It's a great episode, okay? So this Baba Vanga is pretty much like a real famous psychic prediction lady who was blind. So the Bulgarian military reached out to her, and they said, hey, we got this chick that's saying that there's something sending telepathic messages upwards out of this tunnel. We found this weird protection slab. Can you tell us what the hell is down there deep in this tunnel that we're digging?
Well, Baba Vanga had said the same exact thing that Lojanova said, is sending telepathic messages upward toward the surface. But knowing all of this, the military decided to keep going further into the tunnel, which the tunnel ended up having smooth walls and ceilings with no signs of cave-ins. It was built by someone or something that knew what it was doing, which as they continued on, they stumbled upon some more odd things, like another slab that was in the form of a concave lens, then an image on a stone of a tall humanoid figure, which was described as being taller than a human being.
So at this point, the Bulgarian military said, we're going to keep digging, and they kept on. And as they continued digging, they started to notice that the walls and the floor started to become more smoother. And the floor started to give off a silvery look to it, sort of like it was kind of shiny, which is kind of weird. So they were like, let's continue on. So the further they went digging into the tunnel, they started to discover that the walls started to have unusual hieroglyphs on them, which if you don't know what that is, just basic drawings, right? They had some drawings and shit on them. So after finding those drawings and shit on the walls, the military reached a point to where, we can't go any further. And it's because they supposedly reached a giant protection plate. And right before that, they seemed to have discovered what they said was an invisible force field that had a very bright beam of light that sort of didn't allow them to proceed any further. Like they were trying to dig through it, and they're like, I can't get past this invisible barrier of light. And they're yelling at each other and like, what the hell is it? And that chick, medium up top, with her fingers on her head saying, I told you so. So yeah, it was crazy back then.
I told you, there's something there. Now, we do have some photos that we were able to find with some of the passages and how it looked, but they are in like black and white, and so they're not the greatest photos. But we see the first picture is a really good picture, just black and white, but you can tell like part of the tunnel that they dug there. Then the second one is actually the entrance into the hole. So it wasn't like they just went into like a side of a mountain. They actually dug straight down to start it off, and then it went into like a spiral, like stairwell. So they actually had to go down that ladder to go any further.
Okay.
But yeah, in the third picture we have here, the top part of it, that's actually the tent that goes over the hole that they go down into.
So they had the entire population of that freaking small village leave just so they could set up a small ass tent and dig down. I was imagining this as like a giant hole.
No.
How the hell did you find these pictures?
I did a lot of sleuthing, okay? I went to places that I don't even want to talk about.
All right, I won't ask any more questions. You do it for the show.
I do it for the show. But yeah, and then like the bottom part of the third picture, I'm guessing it's describing like how some of the walls looked inside, which I don't have photos of where the smooth walls and stuff, and then like the silvery floors. But I'm guessing this is what the designs of it looked like, kind of. It's quite interesting. I think I would get claustrophobic.
Oh, absolutely. I can't do those cave exploring things, where the people go cave diving, I guess you call it. I don't even know if you call it diving. Cave exploring?
Yeah, cave exploring.
I've seen some where people had to enter in such a small hole that they had to suck in.
Oh, yeah.
Slide through. It's like, what if you keep sliding and you get stuck and you can't breathe?
Like, I couldn't do that.
I couldn't either.
I would be too afraid to get stuck, and then that's it. That's where I die.
Kind of like that one kid who was exploring that peanut butter hole, or what is it called? Peanut butter cave death. It was Nutty Putty. That was close. Peanut butter, Nutty Putty, same thing.
Nutty Putty.
kid named John Edward, 12 feet by 12 feet. Something like Inner Space Caverns.
That's right. At least that.
Yeah. All right. So let's get back onto the story, okay? So if you want to see those pictures, of course, we'll have them posted up on Patreon. So in the story, we're at the part where the military was digging and they had come across some type of invisible force field with a very bright beam of light, and it wouldn't let them pass any further. And the military had no idea what to do. So they were like, hey, let's give our main chick, Baba Vanga, a call. And then this Loganova chick was there, and she's like, hey, why are you calling up her? You could have just asked me. And they were like, no, we like Baba Vanga better because she had a higher rate of being correct, somewhere around 80%. Loganova was like, okay, I get that. Anyways, they got on the phone with Vanga and said, hey, we got this invisible force field. What the hell is it? Vanga was like, hey, that cave is pretty much under protection from something. And everything below that force field and past it is not ready to be discovered yet. Therefore, if anyone tries to pass the force field, it's going to defend itself, and it's going to use force to defend itself. And you ain't going to get past it. Sorry.
Despite these warnings, the military tried to proceed further past the force field and the protective plate. That is when strange and various anomalies appeared in the Sarachina region. Villagers began seeing UFOs in the area, ghostly figures, and some of the villagers claimed that they were having thoughts that were not their own.
Now, it was reported that Baba Vanga said the following to the military to try to warn them. She said, when excavations were carried out in Sarachina, the aliens told me that the research should be stopped. Don't dig. It's not your time. There is the center of the earth. At a depth of 2,000 kilometers, there are crystals. One is big. Touch it. People will not reach it, but they will disturb the atmosphere. It is a large crystal that is dangerous and will remain there as long as the earth exists. It controls the earth's movement. Stop digging, because otherwise the earth will die. Hard days will come for your people. There will be many new, terrible diseases if you continue to dig in the Sarachina hole.
There is hell in the hole, but it is not hell. There are people living there like you, but their origin is different. There is also a space device. It was sent by an extraterrestrial civilization. There are astronauts down there. Thousands of years ago, when your country did not exist, a civilization from another planet sent a spaceship with 3 astronauts to Earth. These were not people, but robots. They were sent to investigate life on Earth, but they were damaged, and the spacecraft crashed into Sarachina, and with every meter you dig, more and more radiation will be emitted. Do not dig in the pit of Sarachina. Now is not your time.
What type of radiation is she talking about?
I have no idea.
See,
people just throw that word around without knowing.
Yeah, I know. They kind of use that as a scare tactic. The radiation emitting. It's like, come on now. All right. So that right there is what Baba Vanga said to them, to the Bulgarian military. But what did they do? They said, F you. Well, they didn't really say that to Baba Vanga, but they just kind of ignored her. And they just kept trying to dig. Now, as they continued to dig, people, of course, started to get injured, and the machinery that they were using started to break down. Now, during this entire time, Loganova up top, and she was saying that, hey, I'm still receiving these messages from this entity. And the Bulgarian military was like, well, then write it down then. Quit telling us. Write it down. We want to know what they're saying. So she wrote it down, and this is what she was quoted saying.
These were encrypted letters. In total, I received over 1,000 pages of codes during the excavation of Sarachina. The texts are incredible. This is a collection of ancient scriptures telling about the history of man's creation, how he was created, how he was brought to Earth, how he should survive, and what we must do to keep the Earth alive. The Earth is part of the overall planetary synchronicity. This cosmic civilization wants the Earth to survive. Synchronicity cannot be broken because then the chaos will come. This information is contained in codes in an encrypted letter received in Sarachina.
They also talk about the so-called energy people. They are marked by them, and through the energy of humans, they maintain synchronicity on Earth. They prefer to make contact in order to get this information because it is very difficult, and not every brain can process this amount of information. I know this is true. So that's what Loganova wrote down, okay, and what she said. And we do have an image of one of those pages of messages that she wrote down in her journal, which, of course, we'll provide that image on the Patreon post for everyone to go take a look at. And also, there are many more images of her journal, supposedly, but the original journals themselves, of course, are no longer around. They just simply vanished. But that is a very weird page of writing. What the hell is that?
They don't even know.
You know what that looks like? Have you ever seen the movie Aliens versus Predators? Or just the basic movie Predator? Yeah. You know when he flips open his device to do the self-detonate and he starts laughing? That. Well, those buttons that he hits looks just like that writing. Hold on. Let me look that up. Predator self-destruct buttons.
I mean, some of them look like they could.
Here it is. I got it. I'll throw this up on the Patreon post for everyone to take a look at as well.
You know what it reminds me of?
What?
A doctor's handwriting.
It's exactly what it looks like when he writes my prescription. I'm like, what the hell did you write?
Now, a fun fact about that, you think that their handwriting is just really bad, but that's actually a certain way that they write. Each like little scribble and stuff, like circle, round lines, all that stuff, actually has a meaning. So they're actually writing your prescription right. It's just in a different form of writing.
I did not know this. Knowledge nuggets.
I forgot what it was called, but it's pretty much a way so they don't have to write out the whole word and stuff. It's pretty much like shortcut to writing.
Okay. Well, thank you for those knowledge nuggets.
You're welcome.
Anyways, so continue on with the story, Dan.
So like we said before, there were injuries during this excavation, especially with the involvement of other psychics trying to help out. The Bulgarian army actually brought in a few different psychics to help out, but a lot of them could not stand such a volume of work and ended up quitting, while some of them said the messages acted like a shock to them, which they couldn't handle that.
What do you mean like a shock? Like they were shocked by the amount of messages that were being sent out of the hole?
Yeah, I'm guessing it was just like too much information at one time coming at them.
Oh, damn. Well, you have to think that entity or being was like, look, hey, who's ever up there, quit digging. I'm down here. Quit digging.
Which I'm going to assume that this one psychic named Marina Napolitanova.
Great pronunciation, by the way.
But she actually committed suicide during these excavations.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I thought you were going to say something good like she saw the entity. No, instead, she offed herself. Now, was that because of the entity yelling stuff up above?
To be honest, no one really specified why she did it, but it happened while I guess she was there during the excavations or while she worked there.
Oh, Jesus. Well, rest in peace, Marina. I'm sorry Dan butchered your name.
I'm sorry.
All right, so let's continue on with the story. So they kept digging, kept bringing in psychics. They kept leaving or offing themselves. Then, all of a sudden, on November 19th, 1992, the Bulgarian army personnel gathered together and they collected their supplies, they tore down their tents and their equipment. They said, we're up out of this bitch. But before we leave, let's fill this hole. So they ended up pouring concrete into that hole and sealed it up for good. And they grabbed all of their stuff that was packed up and left like nothing had ever happened.
They gave no explanation to anyone as to why they had given up on the project, or if they had found anything or what they were looking for. There was no official report that we could find, and most of the documentation for the operation is still considered classified or has gone missing. And that right there is the mystery of the Sarachina Hole, or as some like to actually call it, the Bulgarians' Area 51, which we get into a little bit of that here in Strange Facts and Findings.
Which, yeah, that's our next thing, is transitioning into Strange Facts and Findings. But before we do, I just want to say, Dan, I was looking up flights to Bulgaria. We can get a flight to Bulgaria for around $400 to $500 round trip.
I gotta get a passport.
Let's just go there and look for the hole ourself that's been concreted over.
I knew you were going to ask about that.
Can we not? Is it like protected or something?
It is not protected, but here I will insert an image. Now, you won't really find it.
That's just a picture of a damn side of a road. Somebody just put a circle around it.
Okay, you caught me on that one. But no, supposedly there is a rock there now that has like some writing on it. But from the documentary I watched, that rock was supposed to mark where the hole was dug and then like where they put concrete. But he said it's actually 100 or so meters away from there. But it's actually covered up with like grass and everything now. I guess they put dirt, got put over it and everything, and then grass grew over top, so you don't even see it. There was literally nothing happened there.
Well, it's only been 30 years. It's like it hasn't been like over 100, 200 years. So I'm pretty sure if this did happen, locals there have to have some information as to where this hole is located.
More than likely.
I want to go there, and I want to take a Geiger-Müller meter. I got a little Frisker, and I got my little dose rate meter. I'm going to take those, and we're going to walk around.
All right.
And we need to contact Loganova. Take her with us, too. Is she still alive?
Oh, I think so. Maybe. Maybe not. Nope, that's the wrong Loganova.
Honestly, this is something I want to do. I want to go to these areas and look for ourselves. Yeah, it looks like she's still alive.
Yeah.
She has a Facebook account. And she has an Instagram. I'll hit her up on Instagram. Ooh, she was on Wheel of Fortune.
Is this the same woman?
And probably not.
This one's very young.
Yeah, it's probably like a granddaughter or something.
Yeah.
Here's an older chick. She's on Twitter.
I don't know. I don't know if she's still alive.
God, the freaking images of Baba Vanga always scares me.
Yeah. I don't know if she's still alive.
Baba Vanga? She's dead.
No, Loganova.
No.
But, I mean, I think Loganova did write a book about the Sarachina hole, but I wasn't able to find it. Colonel Kavnev, he actually wrote a book, like, after this incident, and I'm not able to find it, even though they said he wrote a book. It's weird.
That is weird. Look what I found. Do you see this one? It's a picture of that rock near that same road.
Yeah, so that's the rock that I was talking about.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, see, it's weird, like, the rock's not there in the other picture I found. But yeah, like, supposedly that was supposed to mark the spot, but from what the guy in the documentary said, that is not where the hole was dug. It's just like a little landmark they decided to put there.
That's weird. All right, well, let's transition into strange facts and findings. All right, Dan. Tell us about this first strange fact and finding we got.
All right, so our first strange fact and finding is about a paranormal hotspot. So get this. After the Bulgarian military had dug around Sarachina, the area became a hotspot for paranormal phenomena, which it's actually been known for like UFO sightings before they actually started digging, but whatever they did seemed to like intensify the sightings more. So while they were digging, there were about 15 appearances of UFOs that had been registered.
Then, on July 16th, 1993, a scientific expedition team consisting of an engineer, a student, another person from the University of Sofia, they were sent out to Sarachina. They were equipped with powerful binoculars.
That I laughed at that part too. It's like, oh, I got binoculars. We're going to figure this shit out.
We're going to give you powerful binoculars. The fuck would they need those for? Anyways, I'm sorry. So they were given powerful binoculars, highly sensitive film, and equipment for tracing extreme electromagnetic radiation that was to collect evidence which would confirm reports of the area of Sarachina as a UFO hotspot.
So the area with all the UFOs, it would be getting off or emitting some type of radiation. Is that what they were looking for?
Yeah, I guess so. Some extreme electromagnetic radiation. Yeah.
Well, the team was there for about 20 days, where their work had led them to come across a number of odd incidents. They were there for the so-called triple sun phenomenon, or aka sundog, which if you don't know what that is, let us tell you. It's when the sun rises and then it looks like there is a sun on each side of the sun to make it look like there are actually three when there's just one. It's pretty much when there's like ice crystals in the air and the sunlight reflects off of them, making another image of the sun on each side, which we have a photo of what that looks like, which is kind of cool.
That is so weird. I've never even heard about this before in my entire life.
I've heard about it once before, but I always thought it was just like what they called like halo over the sun, because it kind of starts to make a circle, but it's not a full circle.
Sort of looks like a dome.
We're stuck in a dome.
Yeah, it's weird. I want to see that sundog phenomenon.
Dude, so do I.
Not the appearances of poltergeists that they had. Anyway, all right. So along with this triple sun thing that they saw, which was totally normal, I guess, they also encountered 21 unidentified flying objects in that 20-day period. Holy shit.
Right?
That's a lot. So then on July 26th, the villagers of Sarachina observed a strange object shaped like a pumpkin, which was radiating a white luminescent light and moved all around the campsite.
Then, 36 hours later on the 13th day, a team member decided that he had enough of this shit. There's too much weird stuff going on, and he decided to resign. Like that, I suppose, because on July 28th, at around 4 a.m. in the morning, another oval object was observed above the campsite, radiating a bluish light. Then the next day, around 5:30 p.m. on July 29th, someone had set up a campfire to prepare dinner. It was left unattended for about 4 minutes or so when the expedition leader, Kirill Kenev, noticed an expanding semicircle of fire on the clearing with a radius of about 3 meters.
Now, the odd thing about this fire was that it only affected the area with the tent that had all of the documents and the equipment in it. So the fire was like, screw everything else. We're just going to F up this tent with the documents and everything. Now, something else that was noted is that none of the sparks from the fire affected any of the other tents or even the pine forest nearby. And that when this fire was going, a strong wind sort of like appeared out of nowhere. So it got like super windy, but the fire was only contained in that one little area. Now, the villagers were like, holy shit, a fire, let's go help. So they ran up there and started to help them, trying to like put this fire out, which it took them 2 hours to put it out. Damn.
The expedition team suspected that there was some kind of force, perhaps alien hostility towards humans, that they were intruding in the secret zone of the aliens, and that the aliens were using psychic manipulative suggestions of like every 36 hours or so to cause something to happen to scare the shit out of them.
Well, I mean, they did have 21 UFO sightings in the 20-day period.
2 poltergeist sightings, which I don't know what UFOs and poltergeists have to do in common, but
I'm telling you, there was some type of terror in reality or something there. And they had these beings coming over from a different dimension. We need to go to that spot, Dan.
Oh,
I'm sorry. I want to go there. I want to see if this truly is real. I want to talk to residents. I want to be on the scene. All right. So let's go on to our next strange fact and finding, which is sort of like a similar operation that happened. And this one occurred in Goliamo Gradisted. Okay. And this is an area in Bulgaria. So let me tell you about this operation. So it all started back in 1981. A man brought a map to Baba Vanga. He was like, hey, listen here, you old bitch, you can't see.
I mean, technically, yes.
She can't see, she's blind. She's like, hey, look, I brought a map to you. I'm a little bit of an asshole. I know you can't see, but I'm going to describe it to you. Baba Vanga, of course, was like, listen here, bitch, I'm blind. I can't see. She didn't say that, but she actually did kind of scold the man. She said, hey, you're wasting my time. I don't want this map. Get out of here. But get this, before she kicked him out, she was like, wait. Krashmira, who was her niece, she said, hey, Krashmira, come here. Get this man's map, make a copy of it, and then kick his ass out. So that's what she did. Made a copy of the man's map, kicked his ass out. And he's like, I want to talk to you. He's like, I don't give a shit. I'm going to make a copy of your map, get your ass out. Anyway, Baba Vanga eventually got around to, I don't want to say looking at the map because she was blind. So I guess kind of like getting the map described to her. And she said that this map showed the location of a treasure trove of superhuman knowledge.
Now, the communist dictator Todor Kivkov was a fervent believer in the occult and was a frequent visitor to Baba Vanga.
Now, he was the dictator of Bulgaria at the time, right?
Yes, during 1981.
All right.
Now, his daughter, Ludmila, got a hold of the map and decided to waste no time and put together the map. They ended up finding the location on the map, which was the Galiamo Gradiste Peak, which was deep inside the border zone with NATO member Turkey. And FYI, this area was heavily guarded zone with an actual shoot-to-kill order in place.
By the Turkish army?
I believe so.
They don't mess around. All right. So once this Ludmila, and the expedition team located the dig site, as they were digging this site, they were like, hey, keep your eyes out on this other archaeological team that's doing a legitimate dig at the foot of a peak that's a few hundred meters away. We don't want them intruding on us. So they had some people watching out for them while Ludmila was, with the other explorers digging away, trying to find this superhuman treasure trove, right? Well, shortly after they started digging, Ludmila and one of the organizers, who was the Minister of Mineral Resources, they ended up dying.
Sadly, with the death of those two, they decided to stop digging and pack up their stuff and dynamite the entrance to seal it off. Which, after they pretty much blew up the entrance to close it off, a spring overflowed over top of it and flooded the entrance, which they say that it's pretty much sealed forever now.
Hey, I got snorkeling gear. We can go down there and snorkel. Well, if it's got dynamite and they blew it up and rocks go down, we're going to need diving equipment with canisters. We're going to...
They say it's stagnant water. It's not like a running spring.
Ugh.
So I don't know if you want to go snorkeling in that.
No. I don't want to get no brain-eating amoebas.
Right. Now, the treasure they were going for was believed to be the tomb of the Egyptian goddess Bastet. The half-cat, half-woman god lady.
Oh, yeah.
In which her tomb contained treasure and the knowledge of the past 2,000 years, but they also said that it contained predictions for the next 2,000 years.
See, this is what I don't get. If you're a leader and you just had your daughter die for trying to find this treasure, you aren't going to be like, let's blow this bitch up with dynamite and seal it off forever. If it contains this, you go for it.
I would say so, yeah.
I mean, doesn't make sense.
Because now that she died for nothing?
Nothing. Yeah, exactly. All right, so we have a little bonus for this one, okay? It's an actual image of where they say if you, kind of point a light at a specific angle and squint, you're supposed to be able to see a cat's face in the rock wall, which, I don't personally see it. Do you see it, Dan?
I don't see it.
And I'm guessing that's where the treasure's at?
If you look down below, I guess you can see like the stagnant water, maybe?
Ugh, yes. Gross.
But yeah, so I guess so supposedly you can see the cat face, which was supposed to, I guess, mark the entrance or whatever to the tomb of Bastet.
Oh. Yeah, I don't see the cat face.
Yeah, I don't. I zoomed in, I squinted, even though I already squint. It's tough enough.
Oh, man. All right, Dan, tell us about this next strange fact and finding.
All right. This next strange fact and finding is about the giants that roamed Bulgaria way back. Now, near the city of Kayastendil, there is a small village named Pashtul. There's a legend of giant human beings that lived thousands of years ago. And one of their skeletons actually had been discovered during excavation near a small chapel.
So this temple, called the Holy Trinity Temple, is located near a pumping station on the Struma River in that small village. Now, during the 4th and 6th century, there was an ancient village near Pashtul that was inhabited by the Thracian tribe, who were allies of Troy. Now, dozens of skeletons were found in that area. And the strange thing is that almost all of them were over 6. So, goddamn, they were huge. They were giants.
They were pretty tall.
Yeah. Now, we thought that was pretty interesting, considered, the giant drawing they found in the tunnel in Sarachina, which I'm guessing the giant drawing you're talking about is the one on the wall.
Yes. Which I wish we had the pictures of that. But all of that's gone, it seems like. Or hidden. Classified.
Okay. All right.
Sad face.
So they had drawings of giants on the side of the Sarachina wall. Weird.
Right, yeah, so Bulgarian's known for having giants there. So it kind of like ties in, it seems.
Okay. All right, so tell us about this next strange fact and finding, Dan.
All right, this next strange fact and finding honestly isn't really too strange. It's the story that was so odd. So the story of Sarachina Hole was actually used to make an interesting creepypasta. It talks about the entity that could have been behind the barrier along with other entities roaming around, campsites at night. Then it seemed like a battle pursued with it, which I didn't listen to all of it, but we do have the link to it, so which if you do want to listen, you can. We'll post that up on the Patreon post, so you can go give that a listen, watch.
Yeah, but like we said in the regular episode, creepypasta is pretty much a term for a scary short story.
Yeah.
So yeah. It's just like Dan said, we'll post that up. All right, so let's go on to our last strange fact and finding, which is about the Lozhanova girl and her journals and a supposed film that they all shot before they closed up the tunnel. All right, now get this. This Lozhanova girl was reported saying this, and I quote, "All notebooks with codes and transcripts mysteriously disappeared along with all the magazines that we compiled in Sarachino. The film that we shot before the closure of the project, I have no evidence left to confirm our work. I can use only your words and hope that people will believe me." So that's what she said. All right. So she believes that the military or government had taken all of the evidence of what was there and what she had and sent it out of the country to some other group that had sort of like the capabilities to decipher these coded messages that were written down and taken pictures of that they found while doing their excavation. Okay. She guesses that whatever country or group is deciphering these coded messages, that they're still doing it. Like they're still trying to figure out what they said, and that it's rumored that they contain the way of space travel, information about the universe, various new medicines, the future, all that good stuff. So that's what Lozhanova says.
Yep.
Which, if you're listening to this, Lozhanova, give us a call or send us an email.
Yeah. Now, she did say something like that, like after she wrote down a lot of these, that they actually went to different countries asking if they could recognize any of like the symbols and stuff that she had written down, which no one really recognized any of it.
Yeah. It's weird.
I bet you she didn't take it to a doctor, though.
Oh, well, that's a prescription for anxiety medication. The aliens back then had anxiety.
That's why he's locked inside. He became an introvert.
Yeah. All right, so let's transition to theories. So I guess, Dan, you want to start us off and tell us about this first theory?
Of course. So our first theory is that when they were digging, they found an alien. That the one communicating with the psychics was an extraterrestrial being that had crash landed there and had been stuck there. As a self-defense from anyone getting too close, its ship's defense system was activated with anyone who gets too close away. Once they got past the barrier and got a hold of the alien, they packed up everything, sealed up where the ship was so that no one else could get to it.
I love that theory, and I really hope that that is the truth.
Yeah.
I really do, because it makes sense. If this truly happened, 100%, that invisible barrier would be the ship's defense system that's being activated. Now, my question is, if the ship can activate its barrier, why can't it activate its propulsion system and yeet up out of that hole?
Only thing I could think of is like when watching other movies that some electrical stuff gets destroyed, power systems failing, only provides enough power to do certain things.
Yeah, that's true.
For the system.
Why would they, well, now that I think about it, why would they link the propulsion system with the barrier system, like the defense system? Because let's say if they got into some shooting war with another ship, if their defense barrier is linked to the engine systems and the defense barrier goes down, so does their engines. Doesn't make sense. That was a stupid question on my part. I didn't think that one through. So,
hey, if you watch Star Trek, they always divert power away from the engines to the defense shields when being attacked. I think.
Okay.
I don't know. I've only watched a couple.
All right. So let's go on to the next theory, which is about Nazi treasure. So this theory is that the Bulgarian military actually found treasure. They heard about some treasure being in the Sarachina, and it wasn't the treasure of Tsar Samuel, but instead that of the Nazis. They believe that the Nazis may have hid treasure troves in multiple places, and one of those places was in Sarachina. Why? They don't, right? They don't know why they might have done that. Now, there is speculation that the treasure was belonging to the Nazis and that they didn't want an official report about them looking for Nazi treasure, so instead they said, oh, we're looking for the first Tsar Samuel's treasure instead. It's sort of like a reasonable excuse, which I can see that being used, you know, the Tsar Samuel's treasure, instead of them saying, hey, we're looking for Nazi treasure, or instead of them saying, hey, we're looking for extraterrestrial treasure. Now, overall, did they find it? We still don't know. We don't know. But the fact is, they did just up and leave up out of the blue. They just kind of packed everything up, filled that hole up with concrete, and left, which would make people start to speculate, hey, maybe they did indeed find something, transported it out, said, hey, we're done digging. Let's fill it up and get up out this bitch.
Yeah. Is it like a war crime to have Nazi treasures?
I don't know. Let's look that up. Is it a war crime to have Nazi treasures? Okay, so there's a HEAR Act, removes legal loopholes that prevent victims of Nazi art plunder to restore what's rightfully theirs. So more than 20% of the art in Europe is thought to have been looted by the Nazis during World War II. Damn!
Wow.
The Holocaust Art Recovery Act of 2016, passed unanimously by Congress, will standardize the statutes of limitations for reclaiming looted art in the United States. That's for art. I don't know if you find shit that's like Nazi treasure. What if I find Nazi treasure? If I find some Nazi treasure, can I legally keep it? It depends on the law and the place where you find it. Gold that might have been pulled out of someone's teeth.
Right.
I don't know. I don't know. If somebody has the answer to that, comment the Patreon post and let us know.
Yeah.
All right. So let's go on to the next theory. Dan, you want to tell us about this one?
Yeah. All right. This theory is about the first being to inhabit Earth. So, like Baba Vanga was saying, you know, they were astronauts from a different planet that had come to Earth. And the barrier, you know, protects them and their ship. But just like Vanga was saying, though, that they are not people, but robots that are down below and that we are not ready and should not disturb their atmosphere.
We've talked about this in our previous episode.
We did.
On Hollow Earth.
Exactly.
Which, I mean, it leads us to our next theory, which is that the Sarachina hole was actually one of the entrances to Hollow Earth. So, just like I said earlier, in the Hollow Earth episode, we talked about robots actually being the ones living down there, being left behind by another civilization that had arrived previously. And this civilization got tired of living underground. And they're like, F this, we're up out of this bitch. They left, but they didn't take the robots with them. They left them behind. And that is what is behind this barrier, is not only robots, but it is also the entrance to go further and into Hollow Earth. Now, something else worth noting is that if you remember back when Baba Vanga was saying, hey, you shouldn't be messing with that, she also mentioned there's a crystal down there that you shouldn't mess with, and that it is because it controls the Earth's movement, and it's as big as the sun. Good Lord, that's a big-ass crystal. God dang.
Yeah.
So maybe it's that crystal is the second sun for Hollow Earth, and it gives off light and robot or whoever is living down inside there. Damn. That's a big-ass crystal.
That is a big-ass crystal.
The sun is way bigger than the Earth, so the crystal couldn't be the size of the Earth. It'd have to be a big crystal, though, if it's emitting light.
Yeah. And I think she said there's one that's like real big like the sun, but then there's like other smaller ones as well. And they actually control the movements of the Earth. I guess the way it spins and all that stuff. Makes me wonder if like other planets have a crystal inside like that to make them orbit.
Well, when you talk about like minerals and stuff, there's a couple of them that emit light. So if you take 2 quartz crystals and you rub them together, they'll emit light.
Really?
Yep. I don't know about anything else. I want to say diamonds do as well. Let me look that up. Do diamonds emit light? I know quartz do when you rub them together. Some diamonds, when exposed to UV rays from the sun or fluorescent lamps, they glow different colors.
I mean, there's a bunch that glow.
Depending on its concentration. Yeah, they can glow, but do they emit light?
I don't think they emit light.
No. Quartz do when you rub them together, though, that's for sure.
See, here are 3 types of light that can be emitted by minerals. Fluorescence, bioluminescence. Wait, that's 4. Triboluminescence and phosphorescence.
Yeah, the triboluminescence is emitted from the 2 quartz being rubbed together.
Ah, yes. Bioluminescence, even in the give off their own light. This is called bioluminescence and was inspired by creatures of Earth that create light like fireflies.
That's what it is. They just got a big-ass firefly down there. Buzzing around.
Maybe this crystal's like a phosphorescence that, I guess, say North Pole has a hole for the hollow Earth and the sun shines in there. The mineral or the crystal is a phosphorescence where it absorbs the light. Then after the sun, goes on the other side or something like that, this crystal still emits light.
Oh, okay. I can dig that. Nice.
Yeah. I want one of those.
We'll order one. I'm sure Anna or Annie has like tons of them.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Go give me some rocks.
All right, so let's transition to our personal thoughts and theories. All right, Dan. First question for you. Do you believe this really happened to begin with?
Yes.
What do you think was down there?
See, that's a tough one. I mean, if I go with Baba Vanga's way, there was actually some type of being down there blocking the pathway behind the barrier and that. But the fact that their economy was, in a rough spot, they were looking for something that could help increase their money flow, something they could probably sell off. So I honestly think they were looking for some type of treasure, whether it be Nazi gold or the treasure of Tsar Samuel.
Yeah, that's what I'm going with as well. They were actually looking for some treasure. But I think they came across some type of weird treasure trove and didn't actually know what it was, so they excavated it. And then after that, they kept digging, but they didn't find anything. So they're like, hey, there's some weird shit on the walls. We've already taken pictures of them. Let's fill this hole up with concrete and then take this weird treasure and these photographs of these weird markings to other governments that we're friendly with and see if we can figure out where the hell this came from. And then since then, I mean, it's been kind of like tight-lipped,
Yeah.
That's what I think, if I had to guess, or if I had to pick one.
I mean, what if they sealed the hole up? What kind of hole is? They're still trying to decipher the coded messages and all that. And just, I guess, to prevent anybody else from going there and getting it, they sealed it up. But they're going to go back later on and pretty much tear up all that concrete. Or, I mean, they honestly know where it is, so they can start another hole somewhere else to get there.
Yeah. Man, wouldn't that be a pain in the ass after they decipher it? They're like, oh, dig down 25 more feet is where the real treasure's at. They're like, damn it! We dug down 20 feet. We only had to go 5 more feet.
That's where the aliens' booty is.
Yeah. Man, that'd suck.
That would suck.
But overall, this was a great topic to talk about, to think about. I love strange and mysterious things like this.
I mean, honestly, you talked about it earlier. I would be down to go visit this area. The more we read about it, more we talk about it, I get more intrigued. Because I really do want to know what they found.
What happens if we get there and we do find an area that's concreted off, like in the ground? Start digging opposite of it? Hand digging?
Dig around. dig around it or something like that. I don't know.
I don't know either. Need to hire the people that's doing the digging for Oak Island to come over there and start digging.
Dude, that wouldn't be a bad idea.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm pretty sure, this was, 3 decades ago?
Yeah, 30 years ago.
I'm pretty sure there's still locals around there that are still living there because, I mean, it used to be, even though it was a small, village town, a lot of people moved away from it just because of all the weird crap happening. But there's still people living there. So, I mean, you could always find out more if we actually go there and talk to people.
We have to go. We have to. I want to go so bad. Maybe one day.
I got to get a passport.
Oh, yeah, I got to get that. And then we get extremely patted down.
Right. Where y'all going over there?
Traveling internationally. Oh, we're looking for buried treasure and alien technology. Oh, well, you're getting searched really good now. Hey, 2 fingers up his butt.
What? Oh, okay. Hang on there.
Oh, man. Yep. Well, you have anything else you want to add to today's episode?
Honestly, no. I think we covered pretty much most of it all.
Yep. Well, that's the end of today's episode. I hope everyone enjoyed it. If you live in Bulgaria, travel to that area of Sarachina and see if you can find that hole. If you do, send us an email. We'd love to see it.
With pictures.
Yes. And if you know that clairvoyant, that psychic, that medium chick.
Lozhanova,
she's your grandma. Send us an email. We'd love to talk to her.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I guess let's transition into free talk for a little bit.
Free talk.
All right. So I know last weekend was pretty rough for you, Dan. You got a root canal done?
I had a root canal done.
Oh, God.
Yeah. First time for a root canal. Did not enjoy it. Had the dentist stop 3 times to redo the anesthetic shot. Because as I'm sitting there, he's drilling, and I start to feel this weird feeling, and it wasn't very pleasant. And I'm just like, that actually kind of hurts, but I mean, he is drilling on the nerve. Like, is that how it's supposed to feel? Then I just stopped him, dude, it's hurting. He's just like, oh, you're not supposed to feel anything. Like, oh, well, I'm definitely feeling the drilling, that's for sure.
They didn't give you any laughing gas or anything?
Nope.
How long did the procedure take?
I was there for 3 hours.
Good Lord, that sucks.
But they did the root canal, and they actually made the crown to go over it.
Oh.
So it was all 3 hours for all of it.
Man, root canals look like they suck.
I never had one. I always was told that they hurt, and I asked the dentist, like if it hurts, I'm gonna say something. He's like, she lied.
That's what you said to him when he's in the middle of drilling. Bitch, you lied.
I was just like, hey. I was like, hey, hurts. I was just like, we're not doing this. But no, the dentist was good. When I told him, he stopped immediately and, redid the shot and everything. But never again will I get a root canal.
Or you just gonna have the tooth pulled?
I'd rather have the tooth pulled. I don't know, man. That was a lot of, right now, it has been, 6 days? And I'm still actually hurting from it.
Damn.
It's just because of what they do to your gums to get to the tooth and everything. It just sucks.
Well, do you have to get another one?
No.
Oh, thank God.
I know. I'm done with it. No more root canals for me.
Damn. Well, I'm proud of you.
Why, thank you.
Yeah, I used to want to be a dentist.
Dude, they make bank considering how much they charge me for that procedure.
Yeah, they make a lot of money. But I could never go to school for that long. Can't do it.
How long did they go to school for?
I want to say 8 years in college.
To be a dentist?
I don't know. I could be wrong. Fact check me on that, because I could be wrong. Let's see. How long is college for a dentist?
Oh, you're right. 8 years.
4 years in undergrad and then another 4 years in a dental program. Yeah, 8 years.
Wow.
Screw that. And then you come out with massive amounts of debt. And then you got to friggin' push certain prescriptions to get kickbacks from pharmaceuticals to help pay off that debt. It's a vicious circle.
He ain't prescribed me nothing. They told me take some Advil and Tylenol together.
Damn.
Right?
Well, your tooth gets better, and I hope you don't ever have to get another one of those.
Oh, I hope not. And thank you.
Welcome.
What'd you do this weekend?
Not much. I'm trying to think what I did this weekend. I can't remember what I did this weekend, but I can tell you what I did last weekend.
Ooh, local.
And I didn't talk about it on the last Patreon episode. Well, I did kinda. I went to my grandfather's memorial. I hate going to those, you know. They're just not great.
No, they're not.
Yeah, but the following day, I went to a wrestling event, a local wrestling event for the Heart of Texas Wrestling or some shit like that. And let me tell you what, that event was amazing. I had so much fun there. So I paid, I think it was like $20 for front row seats. But they really didn't give me front row seats. It was like one row behind the front row. But it didn't really matter because there wasn't that many people there. But anyway, the wrestlers were so interactive with the crowd. But there was one crowd member that, oh my God, I laughed the entire night. So there was a guy, probably early 20s, I want to say 20, 21. I could be wrong. But he was in a motorized wheelchair, and he couldn't move his arms or